Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our regular meeting of council for Tuesday, June the 24th, starting with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Legal Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Moving to our additions and approval of the agenda, I do believe that we have a couple of changes to our agenda here this morning. So if I could have Councillor make the following motion, please. Councillor Narayan.
Thank you. Good morning. I move that Council approve the June 24th, 2025 regular meeting of Council agenda as amended. Add agenda item 6.1, CEO update, capital projects, and move it to after agenda item 5. Approval of the minutes. Add agenda item 10.3, golf course update, Access to Information Act, ATIA, Section 29, advice from officials, and move agenda item 9.1.1, bylaw number 02025, Municipal Development Plan, to 1 p.m.
Great, thank you. Are there any other comments, questions, additions to the agenda, either from administration or from council? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question. On the original agenda, we had 8.1.2. Is that on the new agenda elsewhere, or do we need to add that one?
Yeah, I got you. I see where it is now. Mr. Reddy.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, Council. To Councillor Sandbo, just with the addition of agenda item 6.1, it changed all the numbering. So 8.1 on the original agenda, 8.1.2 is now 9.1.2.
Essentially, everything bumped down.
Everything bumped down one number. Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving to our moment of reflection, a few things that we'd like to recognize this morning. First of all, block party season has begun, and so we would encourage residents, if you'd like, to reach out to our community support services team and to find out about booking a block party. And the main idea of our block parties is an opportunity for you to get together with your neighbors. And the city has some supports and that they're able to provide for that. So if you are interested in such a program, then I would encourage you again to reach out to our community support services program. Within that, you can select if you would like to have council invited, or if you would like to have the fire department or police invited, those sorts of things. I know that Councillor Randhawa and myself had a chance to attend one here this weekend, so please feel free to reach out to community support services and book a party for you and your neighbors. Secondly, our boxing club had a very exciting event here this past weekend. From what I hear, it was very successful with high turnout and high attendance and lots of people involved. And I just want to say thank you to Councillor Randhawa, who was able to attend the boxing event here on the weekend. And finally, I just want to recognize 5 of our athletes that are going to be going to Canada Summer Games. So received this email from the manager over at the Calgary Yacht Club. And the email says, hello, Mayor Dean, I'm emailing you because we have 5 athletes from CYC that have qualified and will be representing Alberta at the Canada Summer Games in Newfoundland from August 6th to 16th. The names of the athletes are Claire Wooldridge, Bernice Cow, Jillian Glendenning, and Samuel Moreau and Barrett Duff. So they are going to be representing us at the Canada Summer Games. Also, Samuel has also been invited to join the Canadian Opti team because of his performance at last year's Opti National event. Samuel is in Newport, Belgium right now, representing Team Canada, and will be heading to Salinas, Ecuador later this summer for the 2025 IODA South American Optis. So one of the things that I do know about our Calgary Yacht Club is that they often to use a boxing reference, ironically, punch above their weight. And we've seen a lot of success with our athletes coming out of CYC, attending national events and attending international events, both at the youth level and at the adult level. And so one of the things, so administration has prepared some cards again for council to sign just to congratulate these athletes, and we'll be then passing that on to the athletes. So so block parties, boxing clubs, and yacht clubs. There's still lots that's happening right now within our community, and exciting times here coming into the summer. For our public input session, looking to legislative services, has anyone signed up for anything either online? I don't see anything written on the paper. Sorry, I have multiple screens going here. Ledge services?
Through the chair, no, there is not.
Great, thank you. So now we'll move to the approval of the minutes, starting with the regular meeting of council for the June the 10th. Can I have a councillor make the following motion to approve the June 10th minutes, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the council approve the June 10, 2025 regular meeting of council minute as presented.
Any comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 5.2, the Governance and Priorities Committee meeting minutes. This is for the meeting minutes for June the 17th. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council approve the June 17th, 2025 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting minutes as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now moving to item 6.1, which is an update from our CAO with regards to capital projects. Turning it over to Mr. Edney.
All right, thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to council and the public who's listening in attendance here. We're bringing forward this report here this morning on just the status of some of our capital projects. When we went through the capital budgeting process originally, and I talked about this when we presented it, we kept confidential, I guess, the budget dollar amount so we could go through the procurement process, and the rationale at the time was to hopefully get some fair bids that are based on the cost of the work, not necessarily our budget. I know there's been some, I guess, questions about the status of some of these projects. One of the things, I guess, kind of coming into this year with everything that went on last year, typically what we would be doing in these capital budget processes is planning next year's projects now. With everything that went on last year, we started planning this year's projects this year. So it's on some of these, we're a little bit delayed of maybe where we would have been in a regular occurring setting, I guess, or where we will be at this time next year. So I do apologize for it maybe seeming like not a lot is happening at this point. It is, I can assure you that. I'll kind of go through project by project here. I have a list. This is planned to come on the July 8th council meeting. We'll have a full update on the operating budget as well as the capital budget. So this will be for public consumption at that point. It wasn't quite ready for today, and I apologize. There was some miscommunication where I know there was an expectation from public that we were going to be doing this today, and with everything else on the agenda and it being a little bit of a lighter agenda in July, we just bumped it. So that's the reason for, I guess, this verbal update here. So real quickly, I'll just try and go through some of the projects and highlight them for you here. First main project, of course, is twinning of Chestermere Boulevard from Rainbow Road to the city boundaries. That's an offsite levy project that is being front-ended by the developers with their land that adjoin that project. I know Kate's been actively working on that. They are, I think, have agreed to do the front ending, and they're still just trying to get the contract in place. Is that correct?
Oh,
Is
sorry, Kate, I hit the wrong button. There you go. Oh, don't push buttons. I got you. Okay, you're good.
hello. Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yes, to our CAO's point, that is mostly correct. We are currently, for the Chestermere Boulevard Twinning Project, in the phase where we have the 100% design going for final revisions. We've sent the comments back to the consulting engineers, so they are addressing our final comments on that. And then with respect to actually getting the work completed, we will be doing, in order for us to do that project in the full swath from Range Road 284 all the way to Rainbow Road, it's approximately 1,600 meters. And originally in the capital budget, that was phased out over multiple years. But we understand that that construction schedule would be very challenging for our residents to deal with for many, many years. So we've discussed with the developers about doing a front-end agreement. Where we are at with that is the developers amongst themselves. So there are two main developers for that entire area. They are currently working amongst themselves to figure out the proportions of who will pay what portion of that, as well as dealing with the intersections, because there's a number of intersections that will be going in along that stretch that are not offsite levy projects, but are required as per those developments. So they're doing a little bit of work on their end. Once they've sorted out that from their business portfolio, they will meet with us. We followed up yesterday at our Dirt to Door meeting, so I know that that is actively being worked on. And I anticipate in the next month or so that we will have that agreement fully executed. The intention on both party sides, the cities as well as the development community, is to start doing some earthworks this year with construction starting next.
Great, thank you. Councilor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through yourself, our chair, Mr. Edney, and to you, Ms. Doherty, thanks for the update. I know we've been presented here at Council the twinning of Chestermere Boulevard and its nature, and I'd asked a question previously about future transit and coming in from the city of Calgary, going out from the city of Chestermere. Will that be in a staged approach, or is that also going to be the consideration as in the first stage of design?
Ms. Doherty? I got you.
I'm learning. I'm so sorry. I don't want to touch any buttons today. That's a great question, Councillor Worzanowski. So with the Chestermere Boulevard project, there is two phases. There is an opening state and then there's an ultimate design. The opening state is what is currently planned for, which is the addition of 2 lanes that will go south of the existing 2 lanes. So how that will coordinate for our residents is that the 2 lanes that currently exist today would become the westbound lanes, and 2 additional lanes will be constructed south of that, that will become the eastbound lanes. As part of the ultimate design, there is a rapid bus transit way that would then exist between there. So additional lanes would be added on both sides eventually. That is projected out at our 70,000 population, if I'm correct by that. But as with respect to having transit, we do have a workshop coming up in July for council to discuss transit with our transit engineer. And we are actively meeting with the City of Calgary about expanding their Max Purple line and what that actually looks like from a service level. But short story long, there will be space in the design of the ultimate for a bus lane down the center of Chestermere Boulevard, very similar to what you see on 17th Ave when you are in the municipality of the City of Calgary.
Councilor Ryan?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Mr. Adney and Mr. Dorothy. So with respect to the twinning, what about the Calgary portion, just to avoid the bottleneck, I guess?
Ms. Doherty?
That is a great question, Councillor Narayan. So the actual intersection of Range Road 284 and Chestermere Boulevard or 17th Ave, depending on what side of the boundary you're on, is included in the functional study that is currently underway in partnership with the City of Calgary. So that intersection, how the lanes will expand and contract in that specific area will be designed at a functional level under this study. So we will have current agreement on both sides. As far as that intersection itself, it will be a joint effort between the City of Calgary and the City of Chestermere. We are currently looking into interim solutions of how to get that intersection to a better functioning place now. However, long term for the ultimate design of that, it is being considered under the functional study.
Thank you.
Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And I'll just add on to that for Councillor Narayan. Construction on the Calgary side is probably the bane of the mayor and I's existence right now, is trying to get Calgary to move at the same pace we are. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do other than just continue those discussions with Calgary. We've engaged the Minister of Transportation with the provincial government to try to help advance those projects along. I know Calgary shares our concern and our sympathy, but similar to us, it's a developer project. It's not a City of Calgary itself project. So again, it's trying to get the developers on side to build a road before, from their perspective, the people are there. Our people are there, but not necessarily their people in Belvedere. So we're working on it. We're just going to get our part done, and hopefully we can convince them to follow suit.
Yeah, and on that note too, I think we're starting to see a ramp up in the conversation. There was an article that was released yesterday that had some quotes from both myself and some elected officials from Calgary on there as well as just a kind of an overall of where it's sitting. And so I thought it was a pretty comprehensive look and a fair look at what we're doing. And so I do think that, and thank you for capturing in the way that you did, Mr. Edney, we are at a point where, and this is the exact conversation I am having with elected officials from Calgary, is I understand their standpoint from the development standpoint of they have a road and essentially no humans after East Hills. Well, we have a road and a lot of humans. And so we're just at a different stage, because at one time, Calgary was coming to us faster than we were going to them, right? Well, that is not true anymore. Now, when it comes to our development to 284, we are developing much faster than they're coming to us. And so I do think it's our responsibility to look at our side in terms of what we're doing for our residents as well, and then just to continue that conversation with Calgary. And hopefully, I know that there's also been some ideas been tossed around of like, how can we just get everybody in the room all at the same time, right? Because it is essentially the same developers from here to East Hills. And so working on with our administration, Calgary's administration, our elected officials, their elected officials, and those developers, just trying to get everybody in the room at the same time, just to have that conversation. There are lots of players that are involved. I just outlined that. So it makes it somewhat complicated, but at the same time, I do believe that we've had some very positive momentum over the last number of weeks. And again, I do believe that that was outlined in that article that was released yesterday. Turn it back over to Mr. Edney for a continuation on the update on projects.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Worship. Just one last comment on the twinning of Chestermere Boulevard. For reference, our budget is $14 million for our share. So this isn't insignificant dollars that are being spent on this project. So
Well, I
sympathize with the other side of the boundary, where it's difficult to spend that kind of money when you don't have homes that you're selling to support that. So,
well, sorry interrupting you there, Mr. Edney. And also, you did a great job yesterday reminding our development community. We met with their developers and builders yesterday that we are actively speaking with the Minister Dreeshen's office as well. And we're coming at it from a standpoint of an economic corridor and the importance of that economic corridor, and including what we're calling the movement of labor. Because a lot of our residents who live in Chestermere, work in Calgary, and they utilize the Chestermere Boulevard, 17th Avenue as an economic corridor to go to and from work. So this is a conversation that we feel has been gaining some traction, and we do anticipate having a meeting here in the upcoming weeks with Minister Dreeshen's office to be able to bring this up. So it has been exciting to see us be able to have those conversations and moving forward. But that is something that we talked about yesterday with the builders and developers, that we continue to advocate to the province as well from an economic corridor standpoint. Mr. Edney.
all right. Thank you, Your Worship. Next one on my list is the construction of Merganser Drive West. I think we've talked about that quite extensively. We had a report on it a couple of weeks ago. It's still on track to be complete by the end of July. Again, that's a developer. That's a project that's being done, one of the by one of the developers in the community, and I believe it's underway. So yeah, we should see that ready for the end of July as originally promised. Raised crosswalks, we're in the process of selecting a contractor to do this work. We've gone through a number of iterations on the design. I know the team's been in touch, as we talked about with Sylvan Lake, on some of the challenges they faced when doing these crosswalks. So again, we're going to be shooting to get the ones in the school zones done before the school season starts. Again, this was a kind of a later addition to the project and a little bit more effort in the design phase, but we're going to do our best to get those constructed over the summer months here. Sunset Beach parking lot pavement is out for RFP now. The design and everything has been done. That RFP closes in middle of July. At that point, then the contractor can be selected, and we'll have a timing of where that fits into their schedule of when we'll get that done. So again, I know intent with a lot of these was hopefully have it done before people started using these beaches, but again, not really on our radar at that point. So the design started a little bit later in the tendering process. As you know, just takes a little bit of time to get everything ready. So we'll have it done this year, hopefully by the end of summer, but we won't know that until it's awarded. Rainbow Road North, council approved a budget of $3.5 million to complete the complete rebuild of Rainbow Road North. There will be a report coming to council on July 8th. We did, with the little bit rushed nature of the original cost estimate, as they started to work through design and real cost estimate, that $3.5 million is not enough to capture the full scope that council had originally intended. Subsequent and concurrently with that, I guess, I still had my request out to the team to try to find a more cost-effective solution to open up Rainbow Road. As you're aware, eventually it will be a developer obligation and eventually it will be rerouted. It's unsure whether that's a couple of years, 5 years, 10 years. But I've gone back to the team and I think they've come up with a really good solution for much, much significantly less cost to do something to get Rainbow Road open, allow us to maintain it, allow us to keep it open, and allow us to open it up to the public. So there'll be a report coming on July 8th for a council decision on that project to maybe take a different course to get it done a little bit quicker than we were originally planning, and hopefully for significantly less cost as well. Other big project that I know we've highlighted quite a bit is the construction of the community services rental space across the street in the Melcor development. I think I spoke to this before. We had a budget when we went out to RFP. The lowest bid was more than double the budget, which, the price that they came in with was unacceptable to me and to staff. So we've gone back and we're actually working with the owner of the building to get a design and construction that's in under the budget. So they're working actively with that contract roster right now and expect to see something happening there in the next month or two. If they can get that design finalized and get it to come in under the original budget. The new rec facility, I won't talk about that because we have 2 reports coming during this meeting on the new rec facility and where the status is at on that one. Again, same thing on the fire hall. We had money in the budget to complete the design and to purchase land. We are working on the design. We will also have a report on July 8th. I have a draft of it right now to present a temporary solution to council for something that we believe we can execute on in the next 3 months to have an operational fire station at the south end of town to alleviate the issues with the cost of construction related to the regulations of not some of our residents not being within the 10-minute response time. I believe it's also a project that may delay construction of the new fire hall, as it could be a good enough solution for 5 or more years. So I'll bring that report on July 8th with the assistance of Mike and Cody. Really just going through, I can hit on a bunch of other projects, but we'll have a comprehensive report on July 8th, just talking about some of our small mowers, some of our trucks, how we've done on procurement. Generally, everything has come in under budget, some fairly significantly under budget. A good example, our wide area mower, we had budgeted $150,000 for, we were able to get that for 102. So I know there's always a question on the other side of, well, did you budget properly? So that's also something we're working through too, is how are we coming up with our original numbers? We could have put 300,000 in there. I doubt council would have approved it for 300,000, but doesn't mean we're now 200,000 under. It means we just misbudgeted. With the experience of our parks department and the number of pieces of equipment they've purchased over the years, we're not doing this from scratch usually. So generally I've seen that their numbers are pretty close to what comes in. So perhaps some of this not knowing the budget and not asking the budget helped. I don't know, but either way, we're under budget. That's a good thing. It means we have more money than we thought we would. Nothing super significant at this point, but that full update on every capital project that's on the list will be included in the agenda package on July 8th.
Great. thank you.
Anything that I didn't touch on that you'd like to touch on?
So I do have one question that's already on the screen, so I'll go to Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Thank you for the update. Through our chair and to yourself, Mr. Edney, thanks for the update. On the eve of our approval of the MDP, it's clear in the MDP that the residents certainly want a solution for parking along all of our recreational areas, inclusive of Sunset Beach, the rec center, and otherwise. I'm curious, while I know we've approved this in the budget of the repaving of Sunset, before we do that, is it too late for us, in your opinion, that we should be looking at maybe an additional parking solution at Sunset? Because, a lot of us drive down that East Chestermere Boulevard, and it's packed any sunny day right along the entire street. And there may be an opportunity either to add parking on the street or potentially in some of that green space that is really not being used at all, either across the street or on the same side as Sunset Beach. While that may be a higher expense, if we're going to be paving and trying to solve a parking issue that we illustrate in our MDP, should we consider reviewing what our solution looks like at Sunset specifically?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski. So this intent of paving Sunset Beach is really due to the maintenance and just the difficulty, especially after rain events, of keeping that drivable. I get a lot of complaints. I know Mr. Fluker gets even more, just about the condition of that parking lot. So that was really the intent of paving it, was to eliminate just the condition it's in. I do agree with you. I live down on that side of the lake, so it gets really, really busy. If we were to look at expanding the parking lot, and I know we'd have to do a little bit of design and a little bit of engineering into it, it's not something I think we'd be able to accomplish this year, but it could be something we could look into as part of next year's capital budget. I can't speak directly. I don't think paving the existing parking lot would be money wasted, I guess, because you would eventually pave the whole thing. You'd expand onto that. I don't think you'd remove it. So I think it can be a two-step process, and I think that's a good question that I'll take back to the team to look at. Where could we expand parking on site and not lose the recreation space for the residents? Because I know some of the days, it gets pretty packed in that smaller area.
Councillor Grant? Oh, don't. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to Mr. Edney, I would like to stress the importance of the Rainbow Road project. I feel like we really need to get that done this year, especially with what Ms. Doherty said about 17th Ave being constructed next year. We're going to have even more traffic issues. So I just want to make sure that you are aware of how I feel about it, and if you have some harder timelines on that, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Grant. July 8th will come with that report. I do think we've got a good solution that will allow us to actually get it constructed starting here in July. If we go with the full rebuild that was originally anticipated, we'll be coming back to council for fairly more money than the 3.5 million already asked for. And again, I think construction season at this point, after doing the geotechnical and all that kind of stuff, will take us into next year. So I think we've got a good solution to do something this year. So stay tuned for July 8th.
Yes, that is largely my concern, that the construction season has begun, and there's only so many contractors in the Calgary area, and they get booked up in the spring. So I just want to make sure that we're prioritizing this as much as I believe council is prioritizing it.
Well, and to your point, Councillor Grant, this is something too the province has acknowledged, right? I mean, the province has acknowledged that they're trying to move forward on capital projects from the provincial level, and they have openly admitted that they can't get enough contractors. And so if you know, I would consider probably the province to be a bit more of a juggernaut in terms of buying power than Chestermere. Look at our budgets. But so if the province is struggling, I concur with that sentiment. And I certainly concur with that sentiment of this being a priority project. It's something that we've been talking about for a while, and getting that reopened, so to speak. I concur with your sentiments, Councillor Grant, about it being a priority. Are there any other questions for our administration with regards to this verbal capital projects update? Okay, seeing none. Yeah, seeing none, I believe that we would then just have the motion to accept for information. Can I have a councillor? Sorry, I do have one question. Sorry, the one question that I do have to our CAO is you mentioned a moment ago that one of the things that we want to improve on moving forward is starting to list what our capital projects are going to be earlier, starting those discussions earlier, so that we don't necessarily end up in this situation again in 2026. So we're June. When do you anticipate that council and administration will start working together for ideas on projects for 2026? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Dean, immediately.
Oh.
So that would be a request from council. If you've got things that you would like to see happen, let us know. The team's starting to work on the budget, starting to think about what needs to be done next year on capital projects, and we're going to start looking into our budget to see if we've got room to, if we need consulting help on some of the pre-planning, and if not, just looking at bandwidth of staff to start some of the design and be ready. What I'd like to see ready is when we get into approval of final budget, which of course will be after the election, the day after that, we are basically ready to start putting things out for proposal and that kind of thing, instead of then starting to design and plan. So
Okay.
a little bit ahead of it next year.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do you see that playing itself out as a workshop then in the near future? Sorry, Mr. Edney.
No, thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair, I guess that'd be a question for council. If you think it's a workshop, if it's something you want to send ideas on email to start with and then go into the workshop, we can talk about that offline.
Okay. Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor Schindler. Yep.
Are we good? Okay, I move that council accept the CAO update, capital projects for information.
Any further comments, questions from council with regards to this? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Sorry, Mr. Edney, I should have asked this a moment ago. I'm just wondering if, with the verbal update that you just gave, if it's possible to have that kind of a verbal update added as a document, as an attached document in the minutes for when, or do you feel like this verbal update after we do the July 8th is going to be more comprehensive, and so we could just have that as, leave this as verbal for now and then have the July 8th have the document attached to it? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, the update on July 8th will be comprehensive. Unfortunately, this this spreadsheet I guess I have here wasn't quite ready for public consumption at this point, so it will be on July 8th.
Okay.
It's up to you. I can do a quick write-up on the verbal update, or we can wait 2 weeks for the full.
Yeah, I would just look to council. The proposal I would make is, it sounds like the report that's going to come on July 8th is going to be comprehensive. It's going to have everything included. It sounds like it's going to have much of the information. So I don't necessarily see a need for a published document for today's verbal update. But if a councillor feels strongly the other way, then speak now, forever hold your pieces, so to speak. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I think I agree with you. I think if we put a note in there that full update to come in July, that might do.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you for that update again, appreciate it. Moving now to our public member and councillor committee updates, appointments, sorry. This is being presented by Josh, who's Legislative Assistant 2. Stop pushing buttons.
Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
No, I'm just kidding.
Josh Estanislao, Ledge Assistant 2. I'm here today with a request for a decision for some appointment of councillors and public members to several committees. So just a little bit of background. On the May 27, 2025 regular meeting of council, administration presented the terms of reference for the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee, which has been adopted by council. A motion was then passed by council directing administration to come back to today's meeting with applications for this committee. Upon writing of this report, administration has also recommends filling out vacancies in several committees, such as the Lake and Watershed Advisory Committee, Grant Adjudication Committee, and the Seniors Advisory Committee, just to ensure that quorum is being continually met. Additionally, we are also requesting a motion from council to extend the duration of the Mayor's Task Force for Nonprofits until the 2025 organizational meeting of council. Other than that, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so process-wise, I think what's going to happen right now is in a moment we'll move to in-camera because we don't like to discuss public names in the public because that's awkward. Yeah. So we're going to go into in-camera to discuss the particular names. Then we will come out and publicly make the appointments for these committees. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, I do have one question, only because I hope that administration is good with me putting this on record. I would just like to get this put on record. So, Bill 50 made a number of changes.
Yep.
And one of the things that came along with Bill 50 was the elimination of Code of Conducts.
Yep.
Along with the elimination of Code of Conducts was the proposed elimination, really, of anything that would possibly limit somebody's ability to participate in what their accounts, especially councillors, but also committee members, from participating. Within our bylaw, we have a stipulation that says that if you miss 3 consecutive meetings, that you can be removed from the committee. So I would just like to, for record's sake, confirm that we have confirmed both with Municipal Affairs, I already know the answer to this question, that we have both confirmed with Municipal Affairs and with Legal that we are able to leave that as part of our bylaw. Is that correct?
Yeah, so according to our bylaw, a member ceases to be a member automatically if they miss 3 consecutive meetings in a row. And yes, you're correct. We have contacted Municipal Affairs. We've also gotten our legal opinion on that, and they said we should be clear with minimal risk.
Great. Thank you. No, I appreciate that because there's been lots of conversations amongst elected officials with regards to Bill 50 and some of these changes that have been made. And this is a conversation that has been happening a lot. So I am glad to hear that we were able to keep that. I will say that I was somewhat surprised that we were able to do that, given what we had heard about Bill 50. So I just wanted that to be on public record, that we had confirmed both with Municipal Affairs and with Legal that that part of our bylaw is still on side in light of changes that were made with Bill 50. So with that, I believe the motion that we need to make right now is to move to in camera so that we can discuss the committee members. Is that correct? Is that what we're doing? Yes? Okay. Can I have a motion to move in camera, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council move into closed session at 9:39 a.m. to discuss the following: public member and councillor committee appointments, Access to Information Act, ATIA, Section 22, confidential evaluations.
Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Can I press it?
Yeah, you're good. have, good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our in-camera session. Could I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council come out of closed session at 10:23 a.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now take a break and we will come back at 10:35. Thanks, everyone. Good morning again, everyone. Coming back from our break here, and now we're going to be moving to our committee appointments. So if I could have the motions on the screen, please, so that we can move through our committee appointments. First, if I could have a councillor make the following motion, please. Councillor Narayan.
Let's move that council appoint Councillor Sambo and Councillor Grant to the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee effective June 24th, 2025 until the 2025 organizational meeting of council, and Mayor Dean to attend as the ex officio member.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from council? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And for the rest of council, jogging my memory, at the first meeting for this committee, is that when we will vote for who the chair of that committee is, or do we need to decide that now?
That's decided on by the committee at their first meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. If I can have the second motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move that council appoint the following members of the public to the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee effective June 24th, 2025. Aubrey McDonald with a term ending upon the 2025 organizational meeting of council. Bill Pedalston with a term ending upon the 2025 organizational meeting of council. Connie, I should have practiced this one, Boisvert with a term ending upon the 2025 organizational meeting of council. Heather Davies with a term ending upon the 2025 organizational meeting of council. And Stuart Hutchinson with a term ending upon the 2025 organizational meeting of council.
Great, thank you. Before I call for comments, questions from council, I just want to make comments. So just as a point of clarity for residents as we're doing this, I have certainly, and other council members as well, are of the awareness that this council is in a bit of an odd position, that we are a first-year council and a fourth-year council at the exact same time. And so part of the reason why we're doing this is to give ourselves an opportunity that whoever is the council of the day after the election, to give themselves a chance to kind of reorient themselves in terms of the organizational meeting and things like that. There is, and so many of us have indicated that we intend and are rerunning, including myself. I have made that abundantly clear that I am running again for mayor. But one of the things that we are recognizing is that tension that we sit in of being a first year and a fourth year council at the same time. And so some of these decisions that you see coming out today, where you're seeing something like this in terms of the timeline, there might be some questions about that. It's exactly why we're doing it, is that we're just acknowledging that tension, as I'm doing right now. We're just acknowledging that tension that we're in about being a first and fourth year council at the exact same time, which is why these decisions are being made. Then with the hope that all of these people will then continue for longer terms after that, but depending on what happens at an organizational meeting, councils can make any decision that they want when it comes to committees. So we're just setting up who's ever sitting in these chairs for success, as well as the applicants, so that everybody's really clear what's happening. So just a quick explanation as to why the decision that we're making is being made. With that, are there any other comments or questions from council with regards to the motion? With that, we'll call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the next motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council appoint the following members of Public to Lake and Watershed Advisory Committee effective June 24, 2025. David Jackson with the term ending upon the 2025 organizational meeting of council. Jeevan George Sandhu with the term of ending upon the 2025 organizational meeting of council, and William Kimber with the term of ending upon the 2025 organizational meeting of council.
Great, thank you. One thing that I would like to point out with this particular committee is there were 6 spots available, and we are appointing 3 at the moment. The way that our committee bylaw works is that should somebody want to apply at any time, the applications remain open on our website so that they can go ahead and apply, and then we can add it to a subsequent agenda fairly quickly, including as an emergent item. So if Lead Services was to receive applications, and so I know that I don't want to speak completely on behalf of Councillor Warzanowski and and Deputy Mayor Schindler on this, but I do know that this committee has been gaining great traction. There's a lot of really good work that's happening, and they would welcome any further applications that people may have to apply to be on this committee. So this committee, should these appointments go forward, will still remain with having 3 open positions on this committee. Any other comments, questions with regards to the Lake and Watershed motion? Seeing none, call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And finally, can I have there's 2 more motions with regards to this. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Narayan.
Let's move that council appoint the following members to the public, of the public to the Grant Adjudication Committee, effective June 24th, 2025. Krista Mainprice with a term ending upon 2025 organizational meeting of council, and Namrata Mangu with a term ending the 2025 organizational meeting of council.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from council? Seeing none, call for the vote. Great, thank you, and that's carried unanimously. And I believe we have 2 more motions with regards to this. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council appoint the following member of the public to the Seniors Advisory Committee effective June 24th, 2025. Catherine Halkett, with a term ending upon the 2025 organizational meeting of council.
Catherine's here. No, we're appointing you to that committee. She doesn't want to be on that committee. Well, that's fun. Okay. So then, we have the motion on the floor. So we could either vote no or just rescind the motion. Just defeat it. Okay, so given the new information that has now come, I would then. Okay, so the motion is on the floor, and we've now received some pertinent information from this person, Mr. Edney.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So you have 2 options. You could defeat the motion, or whoever made the motion can request to withdraw the motion. Whichever one you want to do.
Thank you. Yeah, my preference would be to rescind the motion, simply because by rescinding the motion, I think it looks great when you're going to have 7 people vote no to, no, right? Like, no matter what happens, even right? I would actually suggest, because the rescinding of a motion, it doesn't even show up in the minutes. Right? Lead Services, Vanessa? Oh, sorry.
So through the chair to council, you currently have a motion on the table and you haven't voted on it though. So you can't rescind a motion that's not voted. Correct?
Yes, you can. No, you can rescind a motion. Sorry, Mr. Edney?
Sorry, thank you, Your Worship. Procedurally, whoever made the motion needs to make a request to withdraw the motion. And
Right.
the council needs to vote unanimously
Yes.
to allow them
Yes.
to withdraw
Yes.
the motion. So it's
Yeah.
not a rescind, it's withdraw.
Right. Okay.
And it's not, yeah.
So I believe this motion was made by Councillor Sambo. So Councillor Sambo, are you comfortable with withdrawing your motion?
And it
Councillor
would
Sambo?
be, yeah.
I am comfortable withdrawing the motion, Your Worship.
Okay. So can you make the following motion then, please? Oh. Go ahead. Councillor Sambo?
You'd like me to, okay. I move that council withdraw the motion on the table, being council appoint the following member of the public to the Seniors Advisory Committee effective June 24th, 2025, Catherine Halkett, with a term ending upon the 2025 organizational meeting of council.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Councillor Wozzanowski. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Well, that was a fun lesson in procedural bylaw. Then we have one final motion that council extend the duration for the mayor's task force for not-for-profits. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council extend the duration of the Mayor Task Force for the non-profit until the 2025 organizational meeting of council.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We are now going to move ahead. Actually, we're going to skip a couple of items. We've made it clear at the beginning. We're going to be talking about the municipal development plan starting at 1 o'clock. But we're actually going to move to item 9.2.1, which is request for decision traffic and safety study, intersection of West Chestermere Drive and Chestermere Station Way. This is being presented by Sammy, who's our manager of asset services, and Stephen Power, who is our senior transportation planner. Good morning. No, don't push the button. You're good.
Oh,
I got you.
it's working? Okay.
They gave me all the button control up here. It's
Okay,
amazing.
I won't touch it then. Good morning, Mayor and all councillors. My name is Sami El-Hanawi. I'm the manager of asset services. And today I have with me Stephen Power from EXP. And we're here today to present to you the West Chestermere Drive and Chestermere Station Way intersection, which is part of the town center traffic and safety study. So the council motion that I offer for your consideration today is that council approve the allocation of $730,000 from the Canada Community Building Fund for the completion of the design and the installation of traffic signals, southbound left turn lane, associated work at the intersection of West Chestermere and Chestermere Station Way. So in terms of background, so the town center traffic and safety study was started back in March of this year and is planned for completion in September 2025. So the intersection of West Chestermere Drive and Chestermere Station Way is part of the traffic study, and has been identified as the most urgent intersection in terms of upgrades. So this led to the decision for administration to advance the conceptual design for it ahead of the rest of the town center traffic and safety study. So in terms of the study as a whole, so it involves the development of a concept plan for that shows the preferred mobility for all modes at the town center. So the project limits are Chestermere Boulevard from Marina Drive to Chestermere Lake, West Chestermere Drive from Chestermere Boulevard to Marina Drive, and Marina Drive from Chestermere Boulevard to City Hall, and everything in between. So what this town center safety study would result in is a concept, and that will inform the input into the 2026 to 2030 capital plan for the completion of the prelim design, detailed design, and the construction of the recommendations that come out of the study. So in terms of the implications, so approving this project today and the intersection work enables us to do some timely improvements to the traffic flow at the intersection, which is a key one in the town center. And it also allows the city to leverage the federal funding through the CCBF, or Canada Community Building Fund, to fund critical infrastructure at that location. In terms of the risks, so if council does not approve the funding for the completion of the design and the installation of the signals and southbound left turn and all of the associated work, so there's a couple of risks for us to note in this case. So what this does is it delays the completion of preliminary and detailed design completion, which delays us getting a contractor on board, starting the construction. And it also has an effect on contractor pricing and availability at that point. The other risk to note is that vehicles approaching from the east and west will continue to experience challenges to find that gap to cross the intersection. And over this will also result in unsafe maneuvers and with increased risk of near misses and collisions. And with that, I'll pass it on to Stephen Power to walk you through the presentation today.
Great, thank you. All right, thank you. I'm glad to be back here, and I feel like I've come and talked about this topic many times over the last number of years. Next slide, please. So I'll run you through a little bit on the previous studies. As I said, we have looked at this a number of times. Talk about the recommended solution at this location and the rationale for it. A little bit around the concept, what it looks like. There hasn't been no engineering design done on it yet as a concept at this point, but there's enough to get a reasonable cost estimate. Samuel will then talk a little bit about project delivery and schedule, and then I'll give you just a bit of an update on where we're at right now with the traffic and safety study. Next slide. So 2019 is sort of when we first took a really hard look at it. It's not the first time this intersection was looked at, but it's the first time it was looked at in any kind of detail. At that time, there's an analysis procedure that we use in traffic engineering business called a traffic signal warrant procedure. At that point, the signal was about 82% warranted. So we were getting close. And at the time, the advice was you probably got about 5 years. So that was 6 years ago. At the time, the intersection level of service was C, but the westbound left turn, the one that a lot of people call the Tim Hortons left turn, was operating at level service F. And we had known that already, and that was part of the reason we were looking at this at the time. Originally, the recommendation was to actually go and do some of the geometric improvements, get it ready for signalization, so to do it in a staged process so it didn't cost as much, that sort of thing. One of the things that came up at the time, and has repeatedly come up, is we keep looking for a quick fix. And as a result of looking for a quick fix, we are 6 years later and haven't done anything. Because the answer keeps coming back the same. The quick fix, there is no quick fix. This is the quick fix. So at that time, we recommended the traffic signal based on the intersection volumes. We knew it was close to being warranted and would be clearly warranted if we increased traffic by 20%. We didn't do a formal future traffic forecast at the time, but that's what we knew. Next slide, please. We were also asked to go take a look at a roundabout at the time, and we did. And the roundabout can work without having any significant property acquisition. It's very tight, though. That truck that we show going around there would have to perfectly aim themselves to get around the corner. In reality, for a roundabout to work there would need to be bigger. The bigger issue at the roundabout there, however, is when we start looking at future traffic volumes, we're going to reach a point where the traffic from Chestermere Boulevard is going to back up to Station Way and into it. With a signalized intersection, people are generally pretty good at leaving a gap. Yes, some people will come in and gridlock it, but people will generally leave it. With roundabouts, they don't necessarily know where somebody's going. And they will enter the roundabout typically, and when you clog up a roundabout, you clog up every movement. Unlike an intersection, where at least some of the right turns and stuff can still happen. And so one of the challenges we have is whatever we do at Station Way, we're going to need to be able to coordinate with that with what happens at Chestermere Boulevard. So basically the idea is you put a signal in down the road when we start seeing that level of backup happen, which already happens from time to time. When it starts becoming a little more of a regular thing, you could set the signals up so as one turn goes and flushes it out, it follows, not far behind by the other movements, so that you're getting cars out of the way before this signal, lets cars go. And because that ability to link the signals and coordinate the signals, it works way better than a roundabout does. Normally I'd be up here saying, go for the roundabout. That's usually my go-to. They are safer and there's a whole lot of advantages to them. In this case, though, just because of that situation, it's not the right answer. Next slide. So we did come back and do some analysis again. We've went out, did some new traffic counts, did some new forecasting. That signal's now at 109% of the warrant, so it probably reached about 2 years ago. I said 5 years in 2019. 4 years is pretty close. I'm pretty happy with that. We did look at leaving the intersection delays are not that different, but you need to be careful about looking at the average delay per vehicle because you accumulate that up. So, a difference between 11 seconds and 14 seconds per vehicle, it doesn't sound like a lot, but for some vehicles, that's a much longer delay. So when you look at the two-way stop control at 11 seconds per vehicle, it means those westbound left turns are more like a minute per vehicle because all your north-south through traffic has no delay. So that delay is being, the average delay per vehicle is actually being incurred by a small number of vehicles. A four-way stop, the average delay per vehicle is 14 seconds. And what you're doing in that case is you're stopping the biggest traffic flow so a small number of vehicles can turn. And so it actually ends up with the highest average delay, whereas an intersection delay of 6 seconds on a signal, when you optimize it out, you're basically setting the signal up so that it gives just enough green time to let the cars turn when they need to without having to stop all the traffic every time. And so it ends up having the lowest overall delay. And I know a lot of people don't associate that with signals because they feel like, geez, I got to stop at the signal. But it's actually quite a bit lower than forcing everybody to stop at a four-way stop, regardless of if there's another vehicle wanting to make a turn or not. Next slide. So why signals? We're often asked, why not a four-way stop? We just go out and put some signs up and be done with it. Four-way stops work reasonably well in places where you have single lane approaches, and like roundabouts, you have generally balanced flows. We don't have that here. So you're stopping the wrong people. The other thing that really throws it in on the four-way stop is the pedestrians. Pedestrians are not good at following the rules for four-way stops, and it completely confuses everybody. And now you've got a multi-lane approach, you've got pedestrians, the four-way stops just don't work. It also allows us to do some things down the road, like innovative signal designs, like scramble signals like you have in Banff and Canmore. If your pedestrian volumes get really high, what a scramble signal does is it stops all the traffic in every direction, and people can go across the intersection in every direction. You don't have to do it, but with the signal, it allows that ability to do that down the road if your pedestrian volumes get really high. It really addresses, as I talked about, this unbalanced nature of the flows between John Morris Way and Station Way and then the north-south movement on West Chestermere Drive. And the big one is that allows us to coordinate the signals, the two sets of signals in the future. Next slide. All right, so intersection layout. So probably surprised some people. First off, we've done the traffic forecast. We're not expecting to see major increases in traffic over time here. And part of that is the residential areas around here are built out. The only increases in traffic that are going to occur are because of the commercial development. And even that, when you start looking at where the commercial development is going to end up in Chestermere in the coming years, it's going to be a little bit here, but most of it's not going to be here. So we're not seeing massive increases in traffic, not like we've seen over the last 10 years in this area of town. It's kind of starting to stabilize out. We don't need 4 lanes on West Chestermere Drive. And in fact, when you have these 4-lane configurations like we have on West Chestermere Drive without turn lanes, you effectively only have a 2-lane road because as soon as somebody wants to make a left turn, the rest that lane is clogged up. So they don't work very well. 4-lane roads without left turn lanes don't really operate as 4-lane roads. They really operate as 2-lane roads that the left lane is used to make turns. So let's designate it that way and make it work. This allows us to then put a left turn lane, southbound left turn lane. We don't have a big demand there, but it allows us to create that lane to at least get those left turners out of the way. And northbound, we only need the single lane, so the left lane can be turned into a left turn lane. And then signalize the intersection at the same time. Makes a better situation for pedestrians, more comfortable for them. It's a situation they know. It allows us to time the signals for that westbound left turn that's our problematic turn right now, so it gets just enough time to flush it out and no more time than that, so you're not taking any more time away from the north-south than you need to. Next slide. We'll see if this works. I experimented with inserting a video, but if it doesn't work, that's fine. No, let's just skip it. It's fine. All right. In terms of the cost estimate, we have gone through and done a conceptual level estimate. This includes the contingencies to deal with uncertainties. So we haven't done full survey and geotechnical investigations and all that sort of thing. It comes in at sort of just over 700,000. There are some uncertainties in the construction industry these days, and tariffs being the one of the biggest. I know I've just dealt with a few tenders, and the contractors are going, hopefully we can hold these prices, but there is a lot of uncertainty. So hopefully that price is one that holds. We think it is. There's been some signals that we could build off of that's been built around here recently. The actual geometric improvements, the left turn lane construction, that sort of thing, is not all that expensive. The big cost is the signal, and it's actually the installation of the infrastructure. And so, unfortunately, there's a lot of aluminum and steel in traffic signals, and so hopefully, those prices will hold. But that's sort of running. That's pretty close to what we think that cost will be. All right, next slide. I'll pass it over to Sammy again.
Thank you, Stephen. So we looked at a couple of project delivery options to deliver the intersection improvements. The first one is the design build. So what that means is basically administration enters into one contract with a consultant and a contractor. So it's one contract with the city. What that does is it integrates the design and construction. It delivers us the project faster, and it results in fewer change orders over that process. The risks associated with that option is the city has less control of the design. The other risk is that there's design build contractors there's some availability restrictions in terms of that type of work, and the third risk is that it typically comes at a cost premium compared to the design build. And we quantified that as 5 to 20% approximately, because the contractor takes on risk earlier on in the project compared to a design bid build. For the design bid build option, so that's the traditional approach. So what that means is we get a consultant on board, they finish the design, we wrap up that design, then we hire a contractor to do the construction work. The advantages of this option is it gives us great cost certainty. We have control over the process, and it's less expensive than the design build. And the big risk to note with that is that there is high potential for change orders, especially in cases where there are design errors or omissions, and the contractors are catching up on them later on in the process. Next slide, please. So in terms of scheduling, we looked at two options for the schedule. So the first option is construct this year. The second option is design this year and construct next year. So the first option of constructing this year comes with challenges. So the challenge with this option is finding a design build contractor this late in the season. So there is limited availability in terms of design build contractors. What we also risk with this option is a portion of the work will get completed and the portion will not. So that will involve winter shutdowns, disruptions to the traffic at the town center, etc. For the second option, which is the design this year, construct next year, so that comes also with risks and opportunities. The big advantage of this option is it allows us to fully go through the design this year, get all the details sorted out, and be ready for tender early next year for the construction start in early spring. And it also allows us to look at synergies for projects that are happening around the intersection and figure out if there's some collaboration that can be achieved on that end. The third thing is that it gets us better prices because we tender early. Contractors are looking for work, so we get better prices in when we follow the second option, which is designing this year and constructing in 2026. Next slide, and I will pass it back to Stephen to wrap up.
Thanks. I want to point out that anytime you do something in this part of the city, what you do at one location impacts other locations, and transportation systems are highly connected. I know there's been a lot of looking at point solutions all over the place, and every time you do one, there's an action and a reaction, just like physics with traffic. And as soon as you slow down traffic in one spot, it's going to push to somewhere else. As soon as you narrow or widen an intersection one place, you need to look at what happens to the downstream intersection. And so it's really important that we look at this part of the transportation network in its entirety. The other side of this is there's a heavy pedestrian orientation here. There's a desire to pedestrianize this area a little bit, to make it a little more pedestrian friendly. Make that connection to the beach. Get that connection to the businesses that are in your town center area. And so we're looking at this as a whole, and we've pulled out this one intersection because we kind of know what's there now. We've got far enough into the study, and we've looked at it enough times that we know what we need to do. But everything else kind of builds off of that. So we are looking at a long-term and integrated plan for this area, which will also address the short-term issues. And the John Morris Station Way intersection is one of those short-term things. The intent is to try to create a more pedestrian area of the city, and try to get a multimodal mobility that supports economic growth in this part of the city. And the idea here is that this is done by the end of summer, so we can have it provide input to the 2026 capital plan. And to Sammy's point, potentially if you end up building the Station Way John Morris intersection in 2026, there may be some other projects, perhaps some pedestrianization, that sort of thing, that may make sense to be integrated with it. And even if you don't do that, at least you know how everything fits together. And I think that's probably the big thing, is that understanding and recognition that this is a system and they're not individual locations. They're a system that all work together. So we have completed the analysis portion, and we're now starting to work on the concepts. It will bring things to a conceptual level of design, so conceptual level of costing, and a general overall implementation plan that will deal with sequencing of events. With that, thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the comments you're making in regards to the integration. I believe a very smart and wise person on our staff a few months ago told this council that a car doesn't just drive to the area that we just planned and drive off a cliff. So thank you for that reminder that it is integrated plan that does happen. Councillor Narayan.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Adney and Mr. Hanoi and Mr. Powers. Thanks for the presentation. I'm just looking at the options here with the design build and design bid build, and I don't see that as one of the recommendations. Is that something that you want added to the actual motion? Because I haven't seen the motion either.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, so...
Oh, sorry, Sammy.
Oh, sorry.
No.
It could be added to the motion. I think my personal preference is I would like for administration to take that back, explore the best option to deliver the project based on the outcome of the discussion and the motion today.
Mr. Edney? Oh, you pressed a button.
I thought I had figured it out. Sorry, Your Worship. I would actually, not to contradict Sammy's comments, but I would suggest that that's part of the motion. Because I think that's the important part, is what is the urgency from council's perspective? And I think the team has done a good job of, if you would like to see it constructed this year, there's more risk to the cost and potential for it costing a little bit more because we will be rushing the project. If cost is your main driver, then we can do the design, get the tenders out, and look at doing it next spring. So it really becomes... what is that balance that council would prefer? Some urgency or a little bit longer time to plan and design?
Councillor Narayan?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Mr. Adney. And I guess where the question was coming from is, for me, time is of essence when it comes to that particular intersection. I think it's been identified that it's one that's most needed to be addressed. I think it's just a catastrophe waiting to happen. So I would... be more in favor of moving forward as quickly as possible on the project. Thank you.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually have a question about the page number 218. and the intersection you design. And those one is side to coming out is the left turn only, because when residents wants to go to work and they want to go through all the way to 17 Ave, so if we have a one lane and then narrow down, that might be impact. That's question. I need the clarity, because coming back is 2 lane, still is right turn and the straight, but going out, we always have a problem to going out, and especially in the morning when residents wants to go to work or drop kids to school, those all. So that is, I'm struggling with that design.
So at this intersection, you only need a single through lane. And when we look at the forecasts and everything else, a single through lane will do it. The reason we have 2 southbound lanes, and that's the outbound, right? So if you look to the bottom of this drawing, that goes down to Chestermere Boulevard. The reason for that is you need the extra lanes at Chestermere Boulevard. So at some point we have to develop them. So there was really no point. We did look at putting the left turn lane into the existing left through lane. The problem is then your left turn lanes are offset too far, and those people coming south and turning left can't see past the northbound turning left. So you need to get them in line. So basically what we've done is the new center line of the road is where those left turn lanes are. So the 2 reasons for the 2 southbound lanes, and one is because of that need to push the left turn lane over, and the second one is you're going to need 2 lanes anyways when you get to Chestermere Boulevard, so you need to develop it somewhere. You might as well develop it here. We don't need 2 through lanes, but we have them. I guess is the best way to put it. Northbound, we do not need that second lane. This is an opportunity as we start looking the rest of West Chestermere Drive to start to pedestrianize it a little bit more, make use of that space for other things, create left turn lanes at other locations. And the fact is, right now, if you're turning there and you're going north on West Chestermere Boulevard and you want to continue through this intersection, most people are not going to get into that left lane, because as soon as one person wants to turn left, you're stuck. So, and this is typical of 4-lane roads everywhere that don't have turn lanes. People stay out of the left lane because as soon as they get stuck behind a left turner, they're stuck there for a while, because then all the other cars are going by. So they effectively work as a single lane anyways. So we have looked at it. We've looked at it closely, and there's plenty of capacity with just the single through lane, and that will flow better when you get the turners out of there.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few points. Maybe I'll stay on the topic that you were speaking about here. With the traffic that's going to come down, was this West Chestermere Boulevard here?
Yeah.
So are we concerned that as people turn left off Chestermere Boulevard onto this road, that some of them, or probably a lot of them, are trying to go through this area? So they're going to try and get into that right lane.
Yep.
That right lane has an obscene amount of traffic trying to get into that Tim Hortons.
Yeah.
So, I kind of feel like we're asking for a zipper here that's going to cause a lot of congestion and trouble when the Tim Hortons is busy.
We did originally look at narrowing to a single receiving lane at the end, but it made for a bit of a goofy design. Yes, people are probably going to turn to the left lane. It's what they do today. And we sort of looked at it and said, we're building something here to try to address a problem that is really today's issue. You're right, we do have some issues with the Tim Hortons. I don't have an easy solution to that. It's been looked at many times. There is no easy solution to it. Until such time as the second Tim Hortons gets built in town. I'm not talking about the one at Petrocan.
No doubt.
And based on the number of drive-throughs I've seen on commercial development applications, there'll be one somewhere. So I think we did look at it. We did look at having a single receiving lane, and then the left turners move over, and it could still be done. We just looked at it. It was a bit awkward, I guess is the best way to put it, and thought, what, this is how it operates today. People are used to it. It's probably not a big deal to have that, that weave over, because it's been this way for so long and people are accustomed to it.
Understood. So my follow-up question would probably be more towards administration. I was a little confused on why this was coming forward and how it was coming forward, especially since we're expecting the results from the traffic study in September. To me, it doesn't seem holistic to be actioning something, rushing something, when we're waiting on the study that we commissioned to study the area for the information that we needed to make a proper decision.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Grant. So the urgency on this item, and I think Mr. Power addressed it, was they're far enough into the study that this will be the design for this intersection, and are now working. You guys jump in and correct me if I say something wrong here, but are now working on the impacts to the other intersections. Someone up there made a councillor or a comment earlier that this is sort of a accident waiting to happen, for no better terminology. So our thought was, at this point, knowing that this is going to be the final outcome to this intersection, we might as well advance that and look to start working on it rather than waiting for the entire study to be done and then potentially end up pushing this into a later next year time. We wanted to give council an option to say, hey, we have a design. If we'd like to move on it this year, we're ready. It'll be the same design next year. We can always push it into next year if you prefer to see the full study.
That's Grant.
Thank you. So I understand that. I have a few things that go along with that. And so we're almost presupposing our budget now. Or are we going to use, there's a lot of hair on this, I think. Are we going to use $2025? A, where's that money coming from? B, if we're not, why are we not pushing this to when we're doing the budgeting process? We're kind of presupposing these projects. We're going to get into a budget. I don't know if we have identified the amount of intersections we have to do, the amount of budget we have to do intersections with. But we're just going to, this is where I don't want to get into, where we just keep lumping projects into our budget and then going, well, this is our new budget. In my experience, you set your budget and then you work within it. So that is what I would like to see, at least for the 2026. I think that this should come back with a study of all of our intersections. This is in a vacuum, looking at one area. We have many intersections that are horrible. Rainbow Road has 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds crossing it with only a white line to stop traffic. I see cars blow through that intersection every day. Not every day, once a week, no doubt. Once a week, I see a car blow through that intersection. We're talking about problems happening. A kid getting hit by a car on Rainbow Road is my number one concern, because there's kids crossing that road and they have no choice but to, and we're not protecting them. And I know we've talked about this before, and it may not be in our budget or in our scope right now because it's with the developer, but we need to do something there. And to me, I will not vote for anything that doesn't prioritize that first.
Mr. Edney?
I don't know if that was a question.
I don't know if this is an answer to your question through the chair, but it's a general statement of there's merit to what you're saying. We don't collect our capital project money from taxes per se, the way we would, where now this means we have to cancel something else. So the city has built up over the past few years of inactivity, I guess is maybe the best way to do it, a surplus in a number of our grant funding mechanisms. So the CCBF, the Canada Community Building Fund, is something we have room in that this type of project qualifies for. So really it becomes a council decision. If council's direction wants to be, as a group, we would like to look at all capital projects comprehensively for every intersection, or again, back to my comments earlier of let's get that workshop together of what are our priorities. You can absolutely do that. This was already a project on the go that we knew would come with capital requests. So we were bringing it forward when we're ready, based on the number of complaints that administration, and I believe council, receives about this particular intersection. And that was the only rationale for coming. There's no fault in saying, you know what, we'd rather address this at the 2026 budget discussions. This was just an opportunity, if council feels that this is a priority, that we do have funds for, to move it along at this point because we're ready.
So I'm going to leave that point at that, just because I think the question's been answered. And then when we get to the motions that are coming, then we can open up that for further debate. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Let me consider where to go after those comments. So my comments and questions were along the same line of what Councillor Grant was discussing there. Through you to administration, what is the CCBF at currently, and what other projects are allocated to that at present?
Mr. Edney?
Can I circle back to that question? I'll just have to look it up here.
Certainly.
Thank you.
One additional
Yeah,
question.
sorry, Councillor Sambo.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. This is through Mr. Edney to the presenters. If council were to defer this decision until September, when the full study was done, how would that impact timelines, assuming building for next year at that point?
I think there's two.
I continue.
Yeah, we both tag team this. But I think there may be two parts to that question. If you wait until September, until you've got your budgeting done, budget doesn't get approved till much later than September, then you wait to do design until then, you're now stretching into the construction season. One of the options might be that you design this year, you spend the money on the design this year, that then allows you, as soon as the budget is approved, basically to tender it and then get better prices from your contractors. If you wait until you approve your budget for next year, you're then into designing through next winter, and you won't be getting out to tender until May, June, which now you're back to this time of year again. So one consideration might be that you get moving on the design, the preliminary and detailed design, and the tender documentation, and then out of this year's budget, and then use next year to construct. Right, and that probably is if I had to suggest, it's probably your safest route. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I definitely second what Stephen has just said. I think now that the concept has taken shape on this intersection, I think we can proceed with the prelim and detailed, get the design done this year, and then be ready for construction in spring next year. I think that puts us in a better position in terms of getting contractors on board, getting good pricing, because we're tendering early, and to be ahead of the game a little bit in terms of when we put this tender out on the street.
Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, a lot of good points made by my colleagues up here on the panel, so I won't get into them too much. I do have a few concerns with the proposal. I appreciated Mr. Power's reference to Newton's third law of motion, and that is, every cause has an effect. So I would be curious to see how Marina Drive would be affected and Chestermere Boulevard. I like the concept. While I'm not a traffic expert, I can see how this would alleviate things, and also have heard that it is an accident waiting to happen. That said, I also agree with Councillor Grant in that there are other accidents waiting to happen in other parts of our community. But the thing that concerns me the most is the cost. One, that we've had a conceptual cost estimate that we put out here to the public, which our smart build community will see. That may leave us exposed to some extent. Secondly, we're on the eve of getting an update from Rainbow Road that sounds like it's over budget on what council has asked administration for. Time will tell once that's presented to council what the interim solution is. And not knowing where this money has come from, to Councillor Grant's point in regards to where our current budget is approved. $729,000 is a lot of money for our residents when we have other priorities in this city. So I'm making those general comments. Through our chair, administration is welcome to comment on what I've said. However, without feeling more confidence on where we can spend $729 within this city, I will not be looking to move forward with this without more information. I'm not saying no, I'm just saying no right now.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. So I'll just circle back to Councillor Sambo's question. So at this, for 2025, we have $4.1 million in the CCBF allocation. Won't go through the details, but it's not just something we can use anywhere. It's very specific into the types of projects that it can build. It's transportation infrastructure. It's generally just infrastructure-based stuff. So we've allocated in the 2025 capital budget about $2.6 million of expenditures from that fund. So that leaves us $1.5 million for this year, which this 730 could come out of and still leave us, give or take, $800,000 going into next year. We do anticipate next year to get somewhere in the neighborhood. We generally get about $1.3 million of new allocation every year in that fund. So it would still take us into next year with about $2.1 million for next year's capital budget. To address the school comment, that's a developer project. It's not a City of Chestermere budget project by Our Lady of Wisdom, that intersection. The way that was originally done in the development agreements under previous administration, previous council, was that requirement for that intersection is actually in phase 5. Is that right? So it's still a few years out. We are working with the developer who's actively engaged in trying to advance that project sooner. Again, these are some of the things we've inherited over the years. Thankfully, the developer's working a little bit harder to fast track that particular intersection. But you're making very valid points of if council would like to look at this holistically in a larger budget, that's something we can do. To Sammy and Stephen's points, it gets us into a similar issue we are this year, where we're not spending any design, not spending any planning until the budget gets approved. With a new council coming in, that's likely late November, if not early December this year. I would love to assume this is the same council coming in, but if it's not, we have to start that whole process after the election. So again, all it does is just delay, if this is one of the projects chosen, the timing of the construction.
Councillor Grant, I know that you were pretty passionate in your comments about Rainbow Road, and then Mr. Edney specifically referenced that. Then I saw your microphone light up. Just looking to you for a nod as you're lighting up specific to Rainbow Road. Okay, so I'm going to go back to Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Understood, Mr. Edney. I think the developers have shown before that they will front-end projects that are mutual priority to us and them, and maybe we need to stress the importance of that intersection more to them. And yeah, I do not accept that it's theirs and we're not going to do anything about it, is where I'm going to leave that. I would like to see some, I understand we're having conversations with them. I would like some more urgency put on that conversation if we could.
Okay. Mr. Edney?
I'll leave it at that.
Are you good?
Yep.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Oh, goodness. I have a few questions in relation to this project and the surrounding area. So I'll start with this, and it's more encompassing. Are there, through the chair to administration, are there any provisions that can be put in place to promote better change management as we go forward? And I maybe I'll explain that question a little bit. I have noticed in the past that in this area we do something, and there's a lot of uproar about what we're actually doing. Like, did you consult us, or have you done this, or have you done that? Now that we have a little bit of this report, and I'm not sure I can point to it. Is it complete enough to point to this to when the public asks why we're doing this project, to say, hey, this is why we're doing it? Goodness, I'll see if I explain that enough, and then see if you have an answer, and I'll try to refine that question.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, sorry, my apologies. Was there a question
Yeah,
there?
so
I
is
guess
there-
there's always room for improvement in change management, but I'm not sure that this.
Right. So
yeah, I'm not.
So I'm thinking of like,
Not sure.
so I'm thinking of a couple ideas. Reducing speed limits in the area. I think this area is either 40 or 50. Having the speed limit reduced to, say, a 30 would help with that northbound change, where we're putting in just a straight turning lane, allowing people to zipper a little bit more cautiously. Another thing would be to put in a no turn on red from Chestermere Boulevard to this intersection right here, to also alleviate the people turning or going straight, so that they're allowed to zipper over to Tim Hortons or whatever without having that backup of people. And then letting folks know via communications that, hey, we're going to do this well in advance, like what we've been doing with the signage and using other methods.
Sammy?
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler, I think that's a great point. It's definitely something that we can explain in the context of the bigger traffic safety study and what we're looking at to address in that whole area.
Mm-hmm.
I think that will alleviate a lot of concerns and provide some good communication material for the public to understand how this intersection and the proposed improvements within it fit into the whole picture. I'll let Stephen elaborate.
Yeah,
on that.
this and the sorts of things you're suggesting are exactly the sorts of things, that holistic look at it, right?
Yep.
If we do something here, what happens here? If we do X, what happens with Y? How does it all fit together? One of the reasons this particular intersection is up and in front of us now, and not necessarily, it is a big part of what drove the overall broader integrated project. We need to remember that we actually passed the signal warrant threshold a couple of years ago. It probably should have been done 6 years ago, to be very honest, or at least started. At that point, it would have been an opportunity to do it in pieces, to do the geometric work, pre-duct for signals, and then when it's time to put signals in, have it ready to go. Yeah. It didn't happen, and I think part of it is it just keeps coming up over and over and over. I have been working on this. I've been asked to relook at it every year for about the last, well, actually it goes back before 6 years ago. It goes back to about 2014 that I first started looking at this intersection, and it just keeps coming up over and over again as a problem. So it's really that it passed that threshold. You're at the point now where every technical threshold says you should have signals here. So that's why the urgency's there.
Councillor Warzanowski?
Yep. I did have a fault.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I had a different thought, but I thought I'd leave this thing on because some of my peers have addressed some of my thoughts. But one of the things that I wanted to mention is, Mr. Power, through our chair, our administration, and to yourself, Mr. Power, I think something for council that should be considered. I'd indicated that I'm not a no, I'm just a no from the right now. I want council to consider, and I'm considering this, we have to see progress. And Mr. Power brought up a very good point. This has been an issue for probably 6 years. And while Councillor Grant is absolutely right, it'd be great for us to look at every single intersection in the entire city and then come to council and say, hey, here's my number one, here's my number two, and then we're going to sit here again for hours and debate which ones are actually the priority in the city. I'd rather see progress than not progress while we still look at those important decisions that we have to make for those other intersections. So I'm leaning now more towards moving forward with this, although I don't like exposing what the cost is to potential bidders. I think I'm leaning more with Councillor Narayan to move forward with this because we know that it's summer season. It's probably too late, but the intersections, it's busy all the time. I would trust that when we look at the solution here, that our transport experts also look at the effect on Chestermere Boulevard and Marina Drive, but this can only help because it will have an effect.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Edney and to the presenters. I'm just curious with the town center traffic and safety study, will that intersection of Marina Drive, will a light also be considered there? Are you looking at that intersection as well?
Just for a point of clarification, Marina Drive and West Chestermere Drive?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have not started doing all of the concepts yet. We have looked at that one, and there's going to need to be something there. We've got a couple of ideas that we're running through. We need to see if they work or not. But yeah, that's, we're looking at all of them. We're looking at every intersection, and those that need signals or roundabouts or turn restrictions or relaning, new geometrics, new laning. That's, again, we're looking at them as an entirety, and there'll be, we're probably not looking at just one single idea. We'll look at, a few ideas at different places and test them out and see how they work. So that's the point. We're just getting into that part of it now. We did take a little time to advance this particular issue a little bit further, and we're now going to step back. As I said, we've finished the analysis phase, and we're now moving into that option generation and evaluation phase. So definitely that's something we'll be looking at.
But to be clear on that point, I believe what has been presented by administration is no matter what happens with the rest of this cause and effect that is happening, no matter what's happening where these cars drive and they do not drive off a cliff, they do the next thing.
Yeah.
This recommendation, the likelihood of this recommendation changing, of it being a lighted intersection, is extremely low.
Extremely. We have looked
Right.
at this thing every which way and sideways,
right.
including a properly sized roundabout that would take out the N.W. drive-through. That's not an option. And it would just take too much property and everything else. And you got a whole bunch of utilities that'd be an issue. And it doesn't work. We know that it doesn't work. We've reviewed it. We've reviewed four-way stops at least 5 times. I have. This is the option that works.
Yeah.
And we've looked at this enough times over the last number of years that this is the option that is going to get you the best result.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor. Sure. Councillor Sambo.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just, I don't want to go too far down a different stream. I just want to clarify on that, if I could, through the chair. Have you specifically looked at the impact on this intersection if there were lights put in at the intersection of Marina?
It's actually, it won't have an effect, I think is the best way to put it. If anything, it would reduce the traffic a little bit. What we do know, we have done enough work to know what's going to move through the this area of town, and the priority between Marina and West Chestermere, you start to pull some of that traffic over to Marina Drive. This intersection is far enough away from Marina Drive that things like the queuing through the intersection, like the issue we have at Chestermere Boulevard, won't affect it. That we know. I can just look at the numbers and have a very strong confidence that we are far enough away, and it will have affected too many other intersections. Main Street, the access to the Safeway, that would be, and the access to the commercial area would be, the commercial development would all be impacted long before you're going to hit this intersection. So we better find something better if it's going to impact here. We need something else. So I'm very confident that the two will be independent of one another, regardless of what option we put in there.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for that. And I do have some statements, but I'll wait till debate on the motion. I just had a question about, were bike lanes considered in the whole, or are they being considered
Yes.
in the holistic approach of this whole area?
There are some options that even with this we can deal with. Particularly as you get north of this intersection, you start to have lots of room. But yes, we are looking at definitely a multimodal network and improved pedestrianization and improved multimodal access to this area.
Yeah, I see like a lot of people on bikes and scooters and that. So it to me, it's almost something that we really should be looking at.
Absolutely.
And I just wanted a point of clarification through the chair to administration. Could you just reiterate the numbers for the CCBF? I have 4.1 million that was total. And then after we spend from the 2025 budget, there will be 1.5 million left. And then I heard a 2-point-something million for next year. Could you just reiterate that number?
Mr. Edney?
Yes. So your numbers were correct there. We would have 1.5 million, or we do have $1.5 million left in there. We tend to generally get in that $1.3 million allocation every year.
Okay.
So add that on to the 1.5 that's left, we'd have the 2.8. If we spent just over 7 on this, that would leave us 2.1 million for next year's projects.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to our presenter, Mr. Power. I just had one last question, and you alluded to it with the Tim Hortons joke. And my question, not a joke, is not that it wasn't funny, it was funny. My question is, do you believe that with our new future commercial coming online in Bridgeport, that the traffic going to this area is not going to be lessened?
I think it's going to change patterns a bit. I think initially you'll have some lessening, but your population is also growing very fast. So, you're going to get enough commercial to support what the population and demand is. I'm not a business analyst, but it seems to me that's a fairly obvious thing. So I think there's a decent chance that because you only have the single Tim Hortons, and Tim Hortons has got his own special trip generation characteristics, that you could. But I mean, what often happens is you pull demand away and create some excess capacity, that capacity gets filled back up again. So, yeah, do I think if another Tim Hortons opens up along Chestermere Boulevard, I think it'll lighten the load on this one a little bit. It's not a great site. And honestly, people are going to go to where it's easy. And this is not the easiest site. It's a pretty crappy site, to be honest. Yeah.
Yes, I think we should say you're welcome to Tim Hortons for the free promotion that they're getting at the council meeting today. I have a question and a comment that I would like to make. First of all, my question, during your presentation, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so please help me. If I do, then please correct me. You talked a little bit about future commercial not impacting what could happen with traffic, possibly not having a significant impact. My only question with regards to that is when we consider the MDP that we're going to be talking in a little bit, the new proposed MDP under 4.5.2.3 under city center says new commercial, residential, and mixed-use buildings within the city center shall be a minimum of 2 stories. Yep. So the idea there obviously being that if we were to do infill, if we're going to do some redesign, if we're going to do those sorts of things, that we're going to be looking for expanded density, if you will. Yep. So I'm just wondering if in your statement that you made with regards to traffic being impacted in that area, if that was considered.
Yeah. So reiterate that the comment was that the only increases to traffic will be predominantly around any commercial development.
Yeah.
I will add that when you get mixed use, you tend not to generate a lot more traffic because your residential and commercial are matched, they're close together, they're more walkable and that sort of thing. So it fits with what we're trying to do with the transportation and mobility side of things, is to create a better walkability, better connectivity within the city center, as opposed to completely accommodating the outside traffic coming into the city center. So I think that's a big part of that. So it perfectly fits with that idea. And the really in the end, you don't have a lot of land left to be developed in the city center, so you're not going to see the massive growth that you might see, the massive commercial demand, vehicular demand that you might see, for example, along Chestermere Boulevard in the commercial developments that are going in there. So it's not that there's no growth; there will be some growth, but the big growth is already happened. And any infill, like I said, as you said, will be mixed use, hopefully, and that will help to promote walkability and internal trips to the city center.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to take a massive swing at trying to summarize the last 25 minutes of our life, just to see if I can just do that, to see if I can kind of almost level set us now as we go into a motion to think about debate and things like that. And so I'm going to welcome council. If there's anything that I say here that doesn't feel like it's level setting, to correct me. But I just want to, as chair, maybe take a minute to try and level set where we're at. So first of all, I'm going to start with, I certainly appreciate, empathize, echo Councillor Grant's passion and concern. I live very, very close to that intersection, and I drive through it every day. And so there certainly is concern and an urgency, I think, that is needed. And if there's anything that council can do, we have seen some of this happen before, where we realize that possibly a letter from council or the mayor stating the urgency of this could be helpful. I am confident that if we want to get some letters of concern from parents that live within that area to up the urgency of that, I am confident that those things can happen. So I just wanted to echo those comments, because I don't think that they should be lost with regards to this, and I do believe that there's an urgency when it comes to Rainbow Road. Going back to this particular issue, one of the things that I think we as a council, when we talk about things that we have inherited, and I'm going to talk about a little bit this with our MDP as well, and I think that this is one of the things that all 7 of us ran on, is I had a resident approach me actually after during the break, and talked about the fact that the idea of what Councillor Worzanowski asked about with Chestermere Boulevard was talked about in 2011. That is 14 years ago. We have documents that are referenced within our MDP that have not been updated since 2014. We have transportation plans that have been explored since 2017. I have only been on council for 4 years. This is at least my 5th conversation about this intersection. So as a bit of a level setting, I also want to equally highlight this idea of, I think one of the things that we have inherited is this idea of how do we action some of these concerns that we have inherited, while at the same time recognizing other concerns, and how does that prioritization happen? I also think too that one of the things that we've heard is that while there are some questions with regards to this, it does sound like whatever happens with this traffic study that's going to come out in September, administration is pretty clear that there's not going to be a material change in the proposal for this particular intersection. Based on that, I would suggest, not to put words in Mr. Power's mouth, but what I would suggest is that should we delay on this decision, Mr. Power is going to stand here in front of us in September and say, I told you to do this in June, because look, the study just said the exact same thing. He will be much more eloquent than that. But I feel like that would be the tone at which he would be presenting. And so I think that, in my opinion, I think that kind of level sets where this conversation was sitting right now. I think that the overall proposal from administration right now is that there is money in budget that does exist for us to be able to do that. It sounds like that same money would not be utilized for the Rainbow Road concern, because that is a different concern. So that same money wouldn't be used for that. So it's not like we're prioritizing one over the other based simply on a budget piece, because we can't use that money for that anyway. And that based on the conversation, administration is suggesting that there would not be a material change in the study that comes anyway. Administration, how did I do in the summarization of our conversation here? Did I pass?
I think that was a perfect summary. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just through you to council. Yes, you had the perfect summary there. I just want to add some more information, talking with Kate here. I do have confirmation that the design is underway for the intersection that you're talking about in Dawson on Rainbow Road, and construction is planned for like construction season next year. So we're on the same sort of target that the design, build, construct, option 2 that was presented for this one, of design it, then go out and tender and build. So that intersection should have lights about the same time as this next year. And thank you to the developer again. I've talked about this. We enter agreements with them. We've asked them to change their agreement with us, and they've been willing to work with us. So really appreciate that. Thank you to the developer of Dawson, specifically Qualico.
Great, thank you. Okay, so administration, what is your proposal for next step in this?
So my proposal is for council to consider adopting the motion. Or Mike. Oh, sorry. My proposal is for council to consider adopting the motion. If there is a desire to add the delivery method that we're going to use with the council motion that currently exists, it will be an addition of a design bid build.
Okay, so can we see the motion on the screen? I believe Councilor Narayan, I think you had an immediate suggestion on this. Okay, so okay, Councilor Narayan, I'm going to put you on the spot. Would you be comfortable in making this motion if there were changes to the motion as what you had spoken about a few minutes ago?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I think what I'd like to see added to this is that we use the design build option in order to move forward with this as soon as possible.
Okay, Mr. Edney, where would that sit with administration in regards to Councilor Narayan's suggestion for this motion? Oh, sorry. Okay. Everybody stop touching buttons.
I'm supposed to push
Stop
my
pushing
button
my
so you know I
buttons.
want to say something. Yeah, I would just add it on the end.
Okay.
Using the you said the design build.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, to get it completed in 2025.
And for the clarity of everybody, can you just, again, explain the design build option, just so everybody's clear?
Yeah, so the design build option, we basically enter into a contract with a contractor and the consultant under one contract. The challenge that I'll highlight again with this option is we're looking at October potentially for the start of construction. So that's a very late time to start construction on this important work. I recognize the importance to complete it on time. But the big caveat is we might be able to break ground, but we will not finish the work in full by the end of 2025 with the design build option.
Okay. Okay, so then with that, okay. So then what I would suggest, because now we're about to flirt with debate. So what I would like to do is I would like to call on Councillor Narayan to make the motion, and then we can debate it, change it, adapt it, and go from there. So Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Move that Council approve the allocation of 730,000 from the Canada Community Building Fund, CCBF, for the completion of design and installation of traffic signals, the southbound left turn lane and associated work at the intersection of West Chestermere Drive and Chestermere Station using the design build option.
Great, thank you. So now opening up for questions, comments, debate from council, starting with Deputy Mayor.
I have a concern that we're telling administration on how to do their consulting and their project management on this. So through the chair to administration, choosing a design build option, how doesn't that put some handcuffs on you to actually choose the most prudent option for not only cost savings cost savings or the most efficient design option? And we're building for the winter time, and there doesn't seem to be I don't know. I'm not seeing that we're going to gain maybe a couple of months for a 5 to 20% increase in the cost. So I'm throwing this to administration. Shouldn't we just leave those options with you guys to decide how it should best go to do it the most efficient and the most expeditious way?
Mr.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through you to Deputy Mayor Schindler. So you're on a correct motion. I think the difference here is we explicitly asked for that. Our recommendation, if as Sammy presented, would have been to use a regular process of design, bid, and build, which would lead to construction next spring/summer sometime. The design build was presented as an option to potentially help accelerate that to get construction this year. So that was really that question from us of the urgency for council. If you'd like to try to attempt to get it done this fall, maybe we get a really lovely fall, one of those ones where we don't even have snow at Christmas, and this all gets done. But we want you to be aware that that's the risk if you direct us to use this option, because we don't see any other option to attempt to start construction 3 months from now, I think is what our issue is. So another option we talked about in coming to this would be to have the council motion say to begin construction by the end of the year, which is going to lead us to the same one anyways, and then that creates problems if we don't meet the construction by the end of the year. So this was sort of that option of, I do agree with you, of normally we wouldn't take a project or ask for this specificity from council, but in this case, I think it's important given that it's end of June right now, and council understands if we try to get this done this year, it may cost us a little bit more.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, and I would just put that back and say, as early as possible, as opposed to telling you how to do your contracting. I'm just uncomfortable with that. So,
Mr. Edney?
So, yeah, and I think this is where this is why we're asking for this. If the answer is do it as soon as possible for the least cost, we're going to go with the design bid build, and we're going to do it next summer. Is that fair
Yeah,
statement?
that's correct.
Yes. So this is if council would like to see it sooner, we're making you aware of the risks and we're telling you we have to do it a different way than we normally would. So that's why I'm asking for, if that's what you would like to see, let's include that in. If you don't want to see that, you can take that right out of the motion and then,
Sorry,
Deputy Mayor?
if I may, then can we do an adjustment to it to say, and I'd feel more comfortable with this for completion in the 2025 construction season? No?
No, administration is specific saying they don't want that.
be that, right? And then that creates problem with us.
Right.
Yeah, I would
Okay.
prefer to just leave it as is if this is the way that council would like to go.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. 2 items. Firstly, I wonder if it's possible to take out the dollar amount, again, to hide the budget a little bit from bidders. The other question I have is whether we could sever that consideration of whether it's design build or design bid build.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, so one comment, and I know this sounds, sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I know this sounds contradictory to my budget update there. I've thought about this. This is the challenge is because it's an addition to, and we need to have a specific funding source. That's why we actually brought forward, similar to what we did with Rainbow Road back in January. If we do it as large of a part of a larger workshop, a larger in-camera discussion, holistically across the entire group, it's easier to then come out and approve just the final budget. But what you would need to do here to add this project would be, you could either say the 730 or you could, you'd have to come out and add that money to the budget. So it needs to be done in public, unfortunately, with these ones that aren't part of the regular budget cycle. I know it's against kind of what we've been trying to do, but that's just the nature of how these ones have to be done, unfortunately.
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify something that was mentioned about if construction started this season. Is there a potential risk that the project will be stuck halfway done in the winter?
That's correct. Because maybe I should clarify a little bit. So with the design build option, what you'd have to do is basically hire a bridging consultant to complete the preliminary design from the concept that was developed by Stephen Power, develop all the bridging documents. So to hire that consultant, it takes a month. By the time they develop everything that they have, we go out and hire a design build entity. So that's another month, plus a couple of weeks of adjudication, evaluation, and us picking the preferred proponent. They get started, they spend some time just absorbing the design, figuring out what they need to do. And then by the time they complete the 60% design or so, that's when they start construction. So there's a lot of stuff that leads to us starting construction. If we go with the design build option to complete construction in 2025.
But, sorry, I have a yeah, but.
Sure.
And I try not to do that. I do have a yeah, but on this one. Yeah, but. Would it not also be administration's purview that if you know this isn't going to work, right? So if this motion was to pass and you know that because of the timeline of how it works and all of a sudden we start seeing snow flying in September, right? And everything's freezing and we're like, uh-oh, we're on a shorter construction season. We wouldn't necessarily do that. Like we wouldn't necessarily start and then stop. Right? Like, would administration not, like, this is the preferred method. This is the way that we would like to go. If everything lines up and we're able to go, great. If it doesn't work, would administration not just come back to council and just say, we went with this option, we've done everything that we can to get to this option. However, council, just so you are aware, this is what happened. No? Am I missing something on my yeah, but question?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. So basically, the way I see it, so there are two options. Design build for construction start in 2025 to Kent's earlier point, or design bid build for construction completion in 2026. If
Right.
that makes sense.
But if it doesn't work, you're not going to start building the thing and go, oh, sorry, we left a hole there.
Correct. So we're at
That's my yeah, but to your
yeah,
point.
yeah, agreed. So highlighting the point that I mentioned earlier, so there is a high risk of us not being able to complete the work this year. So if there is a desire to go with a design build option for construction this year, it will be a construction start. It won't be a construction completion.
Okay, so to that point, then, if I may,
Yeah.
what if the motion was to change to and Chestnut Station Way with the preferred method being design build option? So that's preferred, but then it gives, if something happens, it gives you that flexibility that Deputy Mayor was speaking to. Okay, Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean, through council. So I think two angles here is, as Sammy noted, we have some upfront work to do regardless of what the motion is.
Correct.
Then we go submit out for tender. When we go submit out for tender, there are two different tenders we're submitting out, depending on which project we take. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to be doing that while it's still nice out. We're probably going to be doing that in August. Where the issue on the design build comes from is if we want to try to, like, you're right, if we go, hey, construction's planned for October 1st and it's September 20th and then it's calling for 2 weeks of snow and an early winter, we aren't going to go start it and then leave it.
Right.
The problem becomes it's end of September. We plan to start construction October 1st. It's Alberta. It says it's going to be 20 degrees as far as the long-term forecast goes, and then all of a sudden in the middle of it, it changes and we're sort of stuck. Knowing that that's a risk with option 2 is where we would just go, you know what, let's just start in the spring when we know we can continue this through.
Okay, so I think, I don't want to put words in Councilor Ryan's mouth, but I think the reason he was putting the motion forward the way that he was is the presentation to council was, if there is an urgency on this, this would be the way to go. So, is there another way that council can express urgency? That's why I'm suggesting if we say the preferred method is, because I think, Councilor Ryan, I'm going to call on you here. I believe the reason you made the motion the way that you're making is you would like to express urgency. Is that correct? That's correct. So is there a different way that urgency, that's why I'm wondering about with the preferred method being, which also then, if that isn't going to work, it gives you the option to go back to option 2, Mr. Edney.
Yes. So thank you, Mayor Dean, through the chair to council. So in a less formal, polite way, making the motion is the urgency. That's why we brought it. If you approve this and say, go do it, we will get it done as soon as we can. What we're trying to do with the two options is say, most likely administration would take option A, we'll design it, we'll bid it, and we'll see where we're at. If we can somehow magically accelerate that to get the build done this year, we will. But most likely it's going to put it into next year. What we're saying is, by asking for the two questions, saying we will do it as much as we can. If council really, really wants to see this done by the end of 2025 construction season, we can do it, but there'll be some risks. Does that make sense?
I'm with you. I think you're saying two different things, and I think that's the struggle we're having up here. Is I think what Councilor Ryan was trying to get at with his motion, which I support, is that we want to see an urgency with this, but we don't want to see mistakes because of urgency. Yes. Right? So how do we express urgency and avoid possibility of mistakes? I think that's, yes, Councilor Ryan, how am I doing? Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think I would just then remove the using the design build option. Leave it for us that we've heard this, that we'd like to do, because here's one of my other things that we talked about at Dirt to Door. Right now, everything is urgent. We only have so much bandwidth to make everything urgent. So that's where this design build comes in, is we can push some of the work off to someone else a lot faster.
Okay, so Councilor Ryan, you made this motion. And
if you make the motion, we will do our best to have it done as quickly and cost effectively as possible, which may mean construction next year if our weather and timing doesn't cooperate in the fall.
Okay, so hold on. So Councilor Ryan, a change has been made to your motion on the screen. Are you okay with that change? Sorry, my bad. Councilor Ryan.
Yes, Your Worship. Yes, and I
Okay.
guess this is on record, so I'll hold the CEO to
There you go.
it.
Yeah, that's fair. Absolutely. Okay, Councilor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I think with the stated risk of the project being delayed, there isn't much point in doing the design build and paying 20% more potentially for the same work that's going to start in the spring. So pragmatically, I think it'd be more prudent. And then if you're only going to start in the spring, then that really gives us an opportunity to look at it more holistically with the study. So, you know, we're kind of rushing it to get ourselves in a problem. And that's the last thing we want to do, in my opinion. So I'll just leave it at that, but I think we can be more pragmatic with this. I understand that it's come and it's come and it's come and it's come. But if it's come and it's come, then it should have been here at budget time. That's it. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we do have a motion that's on the floor. We've made a small adjustment based on the CAO's comments. So with that, are there any other comments or questions from council with regards to the motion? Okay, so seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote. Okay, so that motion is carried. Thank you. With that, we are right up against, was there any other motions with regards to this particular item? Nope. Okay, so then with that, I'm going to call for our lunch break and we will return at 1 o'clock where we will be talking about our municipal development plan, which I'm sure will be another lengthy discussion. Good afternoon, everyone. Coming back from our lunch break now, and we are going to have our conversation now about the municipal development plan. This is item 9.1.1, and this is being presented by Liz Armitage, our planning consultant. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. All my comments today are to the mayor through to all of council. Go ahead. I know I'm not supposed to touch the buttons anymore.
Yeah, we got you.
So I'm going to go through the presentation to start with, and then we will have time for questions, comments, discussion. Today we are here for first reading of the City of Chestermere Municipal Development Plan. The presentation will go through the motions requested, the project timeline and approval process, the project overview, context, circulation and engagement that's been done, and MDP final version overview, risks, and questions. The specific motions that are before council today are to give first reading and to schedule a public hearing for bylaw 020-25 for July 14th at 9 a.m. This would be a special meeting date. So just drawing attention to that date there. You'll see here the project timeline. You have seen this same visual through all of the different meetings we've done, and you can see that we are now at the last stage, which is the approval process. We do want to take a moment and acknowledge that the original timeline for this project was dictated by the CMRB, and that no longer exists as an entity. So we have maintained the schedule. However, it is at council's discretion whether or not they want to. There is no requirement for this to be passed in a specific timetable now. So today we're here for first reading. We are proposing the public hearing to be on July 14th, and then second and third reading would be at council's discretion after that. And again, public hearing date could also be changed by council. That is at your discretion. The project overview, the applicant is actually the city. It's an internal statutory document rewrite. There is no specific landowner as the document impacts the entire community. It is all lands within the municipal boundaries, and the current approval is the Municipal Development Plan from 2016 as amended. The context of this site is there's various land uses because, again, it is the entire city. We have surrounding lands on the north, south, and east are Rocky View County, and on the west are the City of Calgary and Rocky View County as well. This project has gone through a pretty extensive engagement process. We have met with internal departments, and external agencies have also been circulated and have had the opportunity to review the draft, the most recent draft. We've also completed 3 rounds of public engagement. What's not on this slide, but I think worth a moment to mention, is we've also met with council on numerous occasions throughout this project as well to have workshops. And we've also completed a What We Heard report that is still in draft form that we are hoping to be able to bring in the final format for the public hearing. We're going to get into the meat of this. I think what everyone really actually cares about is what is the MDP? What are we doing at this point? So first thing is the version you see today and the most recent version that's been made public has a redesign of the graphics. We added more fun and color to the MDP. We've brightened up the entire design. We've had a desire to show more faces of Chestermere, diversity of ages, people, cultures, activity. We've also tried to add some visual interest throughout the document and move away from just a lot of dark blue tones, which was what the original earlier drafts looked like. And you'll see a graphic on the bottom of this slide. We've kind of played on a roadmap to the future theme throughout the document as we're going forward is how it's intended to look. So here's just some examples of some of the pages. Obviously, the entire document is in the package, so you don't need to see everything, but we just wanted to take a moment and show that we've added a lot more personality to the document. At least that's my opinion on it. You'll also see through, now we're going to look at the land use concept. You'll see the current MDP. We made changes to the first draft. We've made changes to the second draft. We've made additional changes to the third draft. So we've gone through a process of looking at the community and both different land uses, different ideas, but also the visual presentation of the map as well has, I think, again, greatly improved. And so where we're at now is the one we'll look at today. And so you'll see that we have different uses. We've kind of split the map into two so that we can talk about each area a little bit better and zoom in a little bit. We have introduced the concept of the flex areas in both the north, which you can see here in the light purple, and we also have one in the south. We've also got a commercial area, the light industrial. In our current MDP, we refer to light industrial under the term of employment lands. We decided to call a spade, and industrial is industrial because employment is more than just industrial lands. So we thought there's always been a bit of confusion around that. And so that's a big change, I think, just in terms of terminology, but not in terms of the actual uses necessarily. We've also got the lakefront neighborhood, the golf course residential, which is a piece of feedback we'd received, and the Chestermere Boulevard corridor. And then if we look at the bottom half of the city, really weird way to describe that. Again, the Chestermere Boulevard corridors there. We have neighborhood commercial. We have that light industrial area. We have a flex area too, and we have a comprehensive planning area. You'll see on this map that there is a red circle, and that red circle is, when you look at the final one of the inputs that we received at the last council workshop was to redraw this interface between the existing Kinnenberg and future flex and the comprehensive planning area, which will likely have a lot more residential in it, to create a better interface of uses behind existing residential that's already been approved. So that's why that one's circled, is that is the only change that we have made to this map coming into the meeting today. We do want to talk about the change that is to the residential tax base ratio. At the direction of council, the MDP now envisions a 15% residential, 85% non-residential in the short term, and a 20% residential and 80% non-residential in the long term. It used to be a 25-75, or no, it was 30-70%. So we've reflected that change.
Those numbers should be switched.
Yeah, so.
Yep, absolutely, they're backwards. Absolutely, they're backwards. I will double check that the MDP actually has those clauses right, because that would be impossible. Thank you. From a planner doing math perspective, this just sums up my skill set really well, that I'd invert and reverse the numbers. One of the other significant changes that we are proposing is to the Chestermere Boulevard corridor. We have put together the requirement for a comprehensive development plan to be prepared by the landowner developers within 1 year in collaboration with the city. It can be done quicker than that. We put a time frame on it because we wanted to show the commitment the city has to this. This isn't something of, yeah, we'll get around to it when we get around to it. This is an absolute priority to my understanding as this council. And that's the direction that we've had, is that we want to be at a partnership in designing this area. This is such a critical piece of our future. And rather than the city coming down and saying, this is how you shall do it, we're saying, come to the table, let's talk, let's work this out. The policies that are in this section envision that the comprehensive development plan will be approved by council as a non-statutory document, and then the development permits will have to follow whatever is put into that document and guiding document for the area. Again, it is envisioned to be done in collaboration. The school site loam and stockpiling, these policies have been amended to include direction on how and when loam stockpiling may occur on school sites not contained within phase 1 of a development. So we've added some policies around subdivision not being accepted until it's being moved in those future phases, so that it is cost effective for the development community to be able to store on future sites that aren't going to necessarily be developed for another 5, 10 plus years. And so we've put a framework together for that. We've also added the policies around the density transition, which has been a very important topic to this council. And we have a couple examples in the community where we've spent some time looking at how this really wasn't, I think, what anyone envisioned when there was an R1 next to an R4. And Administration simply has to review things in accordance with the documents that are there. And in light of the MDP going before the land use bylaw, in terms of rewrite and updates, this is a place to capture that we are going to put in some rules that extend those setbacks. It's not just a 6 meter rear yard setback anymore. It's what does that actually look like? So this has some concrete numbers in it. It's a little bit atypical for an MDP to get to this level of detail, but I personally and professionally believe that this is a great strategy to address a need in the community through the document that we're reviewing at this time. We've identified two main risks in this. The first is, this is a living document. It will get amended. It will get changed. We as professional planners do our best to look out into the future for 25, 30, 40 years. I do not have a crystal ball that's any better than your guys' crystal ball. I have education, I have experience on how to make these predictions and what we should be thinking about, but there's no guarantee it's right. So whether there's an amendment in 6 months because a developer comes forward and says, you know, I didn't like what you did on my property and here's my rationale, and they choose to do that, that's their right. It's also council's right to say, you know, administration, we don't like how this policy is working. And it's also administration's job to come forward and say, this isn't working in this way. Someone's interpreting a clause that we didn't envision this way. And to bring that forward and say, we think we need to do an amendment. So there's 3 possible ways to do amendments. So I guess the risk is we might not get it perfect. We've done our best, but expect that there will be amendments throughout time. I think even through your time on council, you've done some MDP amendments as well. We also want to talk about approval timelines in some detail. Essentially, as I mentioned, this project was dictated on deadlines that no longer exist, that we're not bound by anymore. However, there's something happening in October that we want to make sure that we acknowledge that if this goes forward between now and October, and we work through whatever questions, whatever concerns council has, community has through a public hearing, that'd be great in many ways. If it doesn't, and if there ends up being some sort of delay there, that's totally okay. What we want to acknowledge with that is that under a new council, depending on what happens in October, we'd be looking at having to have start over essentially through the approval process, because we have to have the quantity of people at the table for all of the hearings. And so depending on what could happen then, there could also be some rewrite and some dollars on that. But I don't mention that to scare you by any means. I wouldn't want this approved if it's not something council is in support of, or the majority of council is, just as a reminder that those timelines are a bit unique right now. But we're not forced to actually approve it. So that's the high level overview. I am happy to answer any questions or tell you I don't know something and I'll come back. And I'm also happy to throw any questions at Kent and Kate if needed.
Great, thank you. Just due to the nature of this, a couple things that I just want to mention. Number one, I think there's been so much significant work that's been put into this already that whether the dissolution of the CMRB aside, and I know in the report that it mentions that the CMRB was dissolved because there was a vote by the people who sat on the CMRB. Having been someone who was a part of that vote, I also think it is material to mention that vote was based on a decision that was made by the province. So the province made a decision to stop funding the CMRB and the EMRB, and that's what influenced that decision, because municipalities were not going to be necessarily stepping up and adding to the budget that void that was left. So I just thought it was material to add some clarity. I am sure that my colleagues who formerly sat on the CMRB would appreciate that level of clarity. Just for something that was mentioned in the report, that vote was, I would say, solely based on the decision of the ceasing of funding for the CMRB. So I do know that, having spoken with council, that there are a number of questions that are could be coming forward. And so just before opening up the floor to that, because we are at a first reading of a bylaw, one of the things that I thought would be prudent to do was either way, a public hearing is going to come with this bylaw. Either way. So I'm not presupposing the passing of first reading, nor am I presupposing the passing of the public hearing in the way that it's written. However, at some point, a public hearing is going to come, and I think that there are a number of questions, I know that I have a number, that I would like to see recorded and then brought forward to the public hearing. So with that, I had asked Legislative Services and sent this out to council as well to prepare a motion to open this up, because we're not at a governance and priorities meeting, but because we are at a council meeting, essentially debate and questions and capturing of the stuff should happen within a motion. So turning to Legislative Services, I'm wondering if you can just put the first motion that we have on this on the screen, please. And so the idea here with this motion is this will give opportunity for administration to capture the comments, the questions that we have with regards to the municipal development plan, and then to prepare a report that will be part of the public hearing. Should we pass, so the public hearing is going to happen, I believe it was on July 14th, then that report would come then on July 14th. Should that not happen, again, this is a bylaw. At some point, this is going to a public hearing. And so my concern was I didn't want us to have robust conversation today and then have that lost. I would like to see some of those questions answered, because I do know that some of the questions that I have, I don't feel administration is going to have at their fingertips, nor should they, because I think there are some rather in-depth questions that I also believe will be coming from council. So with that as a preamble, I'm just wondering if I would have a council support on making the following motion. Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that Council directs the administration to prepare a report addressing the questions, comments, and concerns raised by Council at the June 24th, 2025 Council meeting with regards to the MDP, and bring that report back as part of the NDP public hearing.
Thank you. One final comment that I wanted to make is my other goal with this motion is to make passing a first reading easier. So that way, then this comes back as a report, and then any debate that we want to have on some things can then happen after the public hearing at second reading. So this gives us the opportunity to allow administration to really come up with a very long report that could be some suggestions that we may have for the MDP, but then we could pass first reading so that the MDP is exactly as it is right now, not complicate first reading, get it to public hearing, and then have this addressed so that we can do that then in second reading. So I just want to add that point of clarity. What I was hoping to do was clean up the first reading as well. So with that, any comments, questions with regards to the motion? Thank you. We'll call for the vote. And that's passed unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Narayan, before I went on my very long speech, I saw that your mic was blinking. Would you like to start us off here this afternoon? Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Worship. Because this is a very high-level document, I had a rather high-level question as well. So, in your opinion, how does the proposed MDP encourage economic development, do you think?
Ms. Humberlish.
I think I said this at the beginning, but I'm going to say it just one more time. All my comments today are through the mayor to all of council. The entire document has been written and reviewed under the guise of economic development. We are anticipating a large development in the south of the city that the Beacon Data Center, I believe that is fully public because we've been in front of council on that one. And so the flex areas have been designed to accommodate additional commercial industrial area without having to come and do an MDP amendment, as long as those percentages are being met and those minimums are being met. So trying to reduce some red tape in that area, trying to accommodate not just that one development, but lands in that area to support it, because what happens when that gets developed is other businesses just come. That's part of what happens in their experience. And so the change in the numbers, which clearly I got inverted, we've worked on that to also have those numbers be more realistic. I do think that that's a question we could bring our manager of economic development to answer in more detail at the public hearing as part of the administrative presentation.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Worship. And just as a follow-up, what is the mechanism that administration will be using to measure that we're going, about in the right direction to meet our goals?
One of the things that this document has in it is a number of studies and a number of metrics in it. And there is that little bit of an implementation section as well. And so that will be the evaluation. And I think that in my mind, that yearly report is going to be talking about what have we managed to do that is part of this and what have we not. It's not one specific metric because there's so many different elements of this, right? There's the economic development. That, in my mind, is probably a pretty clear cut, hey, we've attracted X number of business or we've lost X number of businesses. But then on something like the housing, it's going to be different metrics for everything. So they're all going to be measured differently. The key is that council and I'm going to say the CAO and directors of CGI and other departments, because the MDP impacts other departments, it's their job to be able to report back and to be providing that in that annual update to council and that piece of continual work. Ultimately, one of the worst things I believe that can happen is when an MDP or a document like this is approved and it sits on a shelf. That's never a good thing. We always want to see the successes and also to acknowledge where we can do better. And so I would say one of the biggest ones coming out of this entire exercise is the economic development piece. If we're not able to show some strong changes in that, then our land use map probably isn't the right land use map that we have in here. If we're not able to attract those businesses and work on that entire industry, really.
Councilor Wozzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. To just add on to Councilor Ryan's question regarding economic development, as a member of as a sitting member of the Chamber of Commerce and the Economic Development Committee, while I reviewed the MDP, you can see strategically administration has really put a lot of forethought into not only the flex areas near Highway 1, but they're leaving the flexibility open for Chestermere Boulevard corridor, which will certainly be an economic development corridor along with residential. The commercial center, of course, near our Cloverleaf to enter the city of Chestermere, and then, of course, the light industrial and flex areas where Beacon may be going in. Even that neighborhood commercial, once Beacon goes into place, will service the people who live and work in that light industrial area at Beacon and whatever other supporting businesses are. So I think it's well thought out, keeping in mind we do have some flexibility and who knows what the shape of Chestermere will look like in the future. But I am I think administration has heard the residents' council loud and clear in regards to moving forward to a more diversified tax base with our economy, other than predominantly residential tax.
Great, thank you. Just going to start. So everything that I am about to ask, I've already emailed to administration and to council, so that I have no problem with a lot of this being brought forward. A couple of quick points that I want to make before I move into some general comments. So for the public hearing, I guess to administration, I would encourage us to really have some robust promotion around this. I know that we can sometimes, for our public hearings, be very legislative, and as we should be. With regards to our public hearing. But one of the things that I would really like to see is a little more flavor, because this really is one of, if not the, and we can have that argument later, this is one of the biggest documents that oversees what you do in a municipality. If not we could argue about it in the MGA and budgets and all that kind of stuff. This is a very, very important document. And I love the engagement that has already happened. And as we move to public hearing, I think it would be good for us to have some robust promotion with regards to this. Along with that promotion, my question to administration is, there are a number of subsequent documents that are outlined in this. And one of the things that I certainly appreciate about our community is that we have a very, very politically involved and aware community. And I appreciate that about our community. And I would be willing to bet that there will be residents that that are not only going to read through the whole MDP, but would also be interested in the subsequent documents. I know that I am. So I'm wondering if, as part of the promotion for the public hearing, could we link the subsequent documents? Could we have links? Because all of these, I believe, are on our website. Could we have the links to those documents so that those who are interested would be able to click on the link and be able to look at those documents? I will start with Ms. Doherty because she put her hand up first and go to Ms. Armitage. Ms. Doherty.
I almost went for the touch and then I held my hand back. I do think that is a great comment, Mayor Dean. My point that I would hazard with that is then we would have to do MDP amendments anytime any of those other documents get updated or changed. So having it embedded within the MDP itself may be cumbersome from an administration point of view. However, I think that there could be some supplementary guide link document created that could work on that, but I would just hazard against putting them directly in the document, because then anytime we update that document or change something on our website and those links break, it wouldn't be great.
Sorry, I think I was unclear.
Oh.
All I want to be able to do is when it says policy 301, I just want to read policy 301. I'm assuming policy 301 is on our website.
Yes.
So can we just have a list of subsequent documents and then a link, not in the MDP?
Yes.
I don't want to touch the MDP.
Okay.
I'm not trying to embed them in the MDP. I'm not trying to make the MDP
I misunderstood your
700
intention.
pages longer. What I'm saying is, I know for myself, even if I wasn't on council, I would be that guy that would be wanting to go and read those documents. So I am somebody. So all I'm asking is, on the public hearing notice, here are the links to those documents that are mentioned. That's all I mean. Can we do that? Ms. Armitage.
I think we can work with comms on a creative way to do that, but we need to be incredibly cognizant of the fact that what we are advertising is a public hearing for the MDP, not
Yes.
all of those.
100%.
And if we start to busy up that ad, we could find ourselves in problems on the legislative side of it of we are supposed to be advertising this one thing. So there might be some way to put in the ad, MDP, advertisement, public hearing, additional support material, go here.
These documents
Something,
will not
but
be debated.
we have a great
Yeah.
comms group over there. I'm confident we can do something that will add a little bit to this.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I was just going to suggest perhaps it's a spot on the front page of our website too.
Sure.
MDP public hearing documents can be found here, and we have a link to it that
Yes.
way, so that there ends up being no confusion that Ms. Armitage has suggested may occur. But make it, like, to your point is, let's make it simple, so when we reference things, people can find it right away.
We do also have an MDP website.
In any event, I would like to see those documents provided to council. Because I would hazard to guess that all of us will read them in some fashion, whether those of us who like the paper copies, like myself, or our online friends. Either way, I would hazard a guess that a lot of that material will be consumed by council. I have a couple of specific questions that I'll come back to here in a moment. One question that I have and I understand if you don't have the answer to this, does the MDP for the City of Calgary reflect supplying water to the region? Oh, sorry. That one was definitely my fault.
Sorry,
Ms.
Mayor Dean,
Doherty.
can you repeat that question?
Yeah, so do we know if the MDP for the City of Calgary reflects supplying water to the region? Because we mentioned it in our MDP a few times, so I'm just wondering if they subsequently do. If we don't know the answer, that's totally
I
fine.
don't
This
have
is
the-
why I made the motion, because all this is under that motion, for us to be able to come back with an answer for that.
Yeah, I don't know that answer off the
Okay.
top of my head.
And again, administration, feel free to be like, we're just going to write these down and we'll bring it back as part of the public hearing. And the reason for my question on that is, like I said, we reference it, right? We're talking about it. I'm curious what's referenced within their municipal development plan. Ms. Doherty?
I will state that I am aware that the City of Calgary does have a regional supply policy, and that is what our documentation and with respect to like our agreements does reference. And within that policy, yes, okay. So our MDP is going to reference that we get our water servicing and our wastewater servicing from the City of Calgary. The City of Calgary does have a regional wastewater supply policy. That policy does in fact reference their MDP and saying that cities being supplied under their policy should align with their MDP.
Great. Okay. Thank you. question I have for administration is how far do you want council to go in our conversations with regards to things like, so we try and stay out of this as much as we can. But again, this is a very, very important document with regards to feedback on spelling and grammar and things like that. If we see something along those lines, would you prefer just an email as opposed to doing it right now? So if we see a spelling and a grammar, we'll just email it to you?
I think that that would be a great use of everyone's time.
Okay.
We've gone through it a number of times, but what
Yeah.
I can say is once you've read a document 50 times, you stop even noticing them.
Okay, thank you.
So we would love to have those. Please provide them in an email.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to keep rapid firing here until someone lights up my screen green. The feel of the document. So I appreciate the livening up and the colorfulness and some of the changes that have been made with regards to getting away from just the dark blue, if you will. However, as I review the document, it appears to me like the feel of the document changes about halfway through. And what I mean by that is I feel like the first half is, pardon my expression and feeling and putting it this way, this is not meant to be disparaging at all. It's like the first half is artwork and the second half is picture. I know everybody with a comms background, they just got really frustrated with me right now. They're all like, Mayor. However, that's my perception of it, is like that first half is artwork and the second half has more City of Chestermere photos. Two things I'm wondering if we could approach in regards to this report, and again, not necessarily looking for an answer right now. Could we look at consistency throughout the document? Because there are parts of that artwork feel that I do appreciate, but I also very, very much appreciate the reference to Chestermere and celebrating Chestermere and how beautiful Chestermere is. And I would also like on that to have our comms team take a run at this and ensure that the pictures that are related to a particular section actually fit that section. So the one that stood out to me the most was there's a very, very cute picture of this young girl with her dog, and they're standing by the lake, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that picture will melt your heart. It's like super cute. It's under economic development. So I'm just not sure what the picture of the dog with the girl has to do with economic development. And so I'm just wondering from an overall standpoint, again, this is a 25-year living document. Can we just have our comms team take a run at this just to see if our pictures and our artwork are consistent throughout, as well as that the pictures relate that particular area? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Yeah, and just may I add to that, if when you're looking at photos, if you're able to look at photos, some of them are quite smoky. It kind of looks like our city is quite polluted, and I think we should look at maybe having more clear photographs throughout the document.
Thank you.
I also had a quick comment about maps.
Sure.
And you can correct me if this is normal or not. When we show a map, I don't see a sort of a date as to when this map has been developed or when this map is relating to. So when I look at the map, I go, well, in 10 years from now, is that what it is today, or was that map from 2025? Does that make sense to have like a date this map is generated as of 2025 may be changed?
Ms. Hamertosh?
I would suggest that any map in the one that would be approved right now would be 2025. They've been made for this document. Future amendments would typically identify if the amendment is to a map, then we would typically identify it, because right now the cover page has the date of the whole document. But it is something we can easily put on. That's not.
Yeah, could they be date stamped? That's a great point.
Yeah, that's.
Okay.
Sorry, I turned my mic off. And just subsequent to that on the map, I noticed that we're using on the maps the proposed interchange and the sort of the new layout of Highway 1 that hasn't been done yet, I think. If we're doing a map of today and we have a highway of tomorrow, there's a little bit of inconsistency there. So I just wanted to understand the rationale behind
Ms.
that.
Armitage?
I believe all of the maps on the transportation are based on our TMP that has been approved. I can confirm that through the report that we'll bring back,
Yeah.
but that's where all of that information is a feed, because our TMP is actually, I can't remember if it's a 2023 approval or a 2024, but it's a very new TMP.
Right.
So that's the feed piece.
Thank you. One of my takeaways that I had at FCM was we ended up in a few of these conversations actually throughout our week there, where there was wording that was utilized such as middle housing and medium density. So the idea of going from low density to medium density to high density, and it added some clarity as to what medium density was, high density was, and low density was. And so I'm wondering if we could take another quick look at, throughout our MDP about this idea of middle housing and middle density, and medium density and middle density, because I do know that this is a point that comes up often with higher density and those sorts of things. And so there were some really good definitions, and I'd be happy. I have shared some of that work with our CAO, some of those pamphlets that I brought back and things like that. I have shared that with our CAO, so he does have that. So hoping some of that can be passed on if it hasn't been already, but it has been already. So just wondering if we could, again, these are just general comments that I'm not necessarily looking for full conversation on right now. I just wonder if that could be added as part of that report, because it was I know we as council talked about it a lot at FCM, this idea of that language, and was there a way for us to incorporate it back in our own community? Because for me, it made a lot of sense and helped to bring some clarity as to what was low, what was medium, what was high.
I would love if you could share that information with me and the MDP team. If
Sure.
you have definitions that you like,
Sure.
That's a much better starting point than me going and creating them.
Okay.
I'd love that information.
Okay, absolutely, I can.
Please.
Yep, okay. Throughout the document, I won't go through all of them. I did make a list. Throughout the document, there are several action items suggested. And then there's an index that lists those. I'm just wondering if you could, this goes back to your point about the MDP is not a document that should sit on the shelf. My goodness, I could not agree more because of how much work goes into this. How does a council moving forward ensure that those items get actioned?
That's a brilliant question. It will
Wow,
be
thank you.
dependent on each council. At the end of the day, this sets out recommendations for next steps and all of those studies. This has actually been something I've passionately talked about throughout this project because there are so many of them. If we sat down and created a realistic budget for each one of those, and what that means, you can't do them all next year. I cannot see how it would be fiscally responsible to do all of that next year. So what it's going to come down to, you'll see that we have a priority ranking chart. There's certain things, IDP, ICFs, that we know legislated, we have a time frame on. So those are ranked priority 1, high. What we then know is that other ones don't have those same rankings. So what we've done is we created a ranking for all of them to help identify priorities. Then when it comes time for a budget cycle, that's going to be administration's job to bring to you guys, or for you guys to go, hey, why don't I see any of these in this budget if that happened to have been missed? Or, hey, why did you all of a sudden move a priority 3 to a priority 1? What's changed? That's administration's job every year in a budgeting cycle to bring forward to the council of the day. And that council has to decide, is this still a priority or not? And there is no way to write this in stone without fettering a future council's decision, which you can't do.
Thank you.
So
My next couple that I want to bring up, this is where I was trying to do this as a way to clean up the first reading, because we have had lots of workshops and things like that. And one of those things, though, I think the council was looking for is just a way for us to be able to provide some feedback on things that we see. And so these are things where I would love to, see it come back as part of the report, but then hopefully Ledge Services could even work on some quick motions for us. And I think to do those organically today would take a very long time, whereas I have provided these, but I would like to presuppose this, again, just due to the gravity of this document. So things like, I wonder if the second paragraph of the land acknowledgement is needed. Land acknowledgements typically acknowledge our First Nations and Indigenous communities, and I think we should be looking at that. Happy to invite any comments on these, but again, my purpose of this is just to get it on there and then have some motions come forward of like, for second reading, take this out, leave it in, right? So I think we leave everything in for first reading, but this will give Ledge Services an opportunity to create a whole bunch of motions for us to do quick votes on when we get to second reading. Another one, page 56. And on pages, I mean pages of the agenda, not of the MDP. So page 56 of the agenda still references the CMRB. So I think we should go back and I think that will need to come out. I was wondering if it's normal practice for the consultants who worked on the project to be acknowledged, because they've done lots, and I know that we acknowledge staff, we acknowledge council. Is that something that happens in the process like this?
There is not a normal for it. Personally, I hate acknowledgement pages. I would never have them. I would put council and that would be it. I would happily delete my name from there. I would happily delete their name from there. I've never liked it as a professional, but it's totally subjective. I actually don't love putting consultants in documents because they only write the first draft, and this is going to be our document for a number of years.
Thank you.
This, I don't know how that decision was made. I was not the project manager of this until very recently. Thank you, Jack, who I think said he was going to watch today, so he will hear that sarcasm. I don't know if there was a conversation around this that occurred on why that decision was made. It's never my preference to have one at all. My only care is if you're going to have it that you spell names right, to be respectful. I think I looked at everyone's names and they all looked right, but I'd be thrilled to delete the page, if I'm very honest.
Fair enough. I'm the opposite. I love honoring people and the work that they do, and that's the way I see it. And so I would like to see that included. I was just wondering about adding them as well. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering as what the process would be for us to provide comments on this. Are you looking for written only to administration after, or are we looking to discuss this kind of page by page, or what was your intent?
So that's a great question, and that's what we could even talk about now, because as council knows, I had a list. I don't necessarily need to go through. There was part of me too that did want to have some of this on public record, because we've had so much workshop conversation, and I do think that it is important, and I didn't necessarily want to wait until public hearing. And so again, I think the intent was to create ideas that could come back as part of that report, then with some other things that could be quick motions. I see them as quick motions, as yes, no, and we just keep going when we get to second reading. Does that answer that question, Councillor Grant?
Yes, I think generally it does.
Was there something you specifically?
No, not at all. I was just more, you brought up a point that I had the same point about Calgary or the Calgary region being mentioned in here quite a bit. To me, most of that was regional aspirations. So I don't know why we couldn't identify maybe Southern Alberta or, be a leader in Alberta. That makes more sense to me. But yeah, I'm just, as we go through, do you want me to bring those up as you hit them, or?
Oh, I apologize. Thank you. I misunderstood you the first time. What I am doing is I'm talking, I'm watching my screen, and the second one of you light up green, I'm stopping, so I would say feel free to interrupt by pressing your button, and then I will stop and then welcome comment on anything that I am saying. So yeah, so those were on, they were in the presentation 2.2.1 says Calgary region, and then the other one says 2.2.5 requires ongoing collaboration if that commits us to that. So one of the things that I think throughout the document that we did remove in our workshops was this idea of talking about the Calgary region and talking about Southern, or even just eliminate it, right? Like for example, I think you could just say that Chestermere is a wonderful place to live because. Right, because we do have the parks, we are working on recreation. There's lots that is happening. Let's just celebrate us. Is I think a flavor that council was looking for. The vast majority of those comments have been removed, but there's still just a couple that are hanging out. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I just wanted to echo what Your Worship was saying about the land acknowledgement, and at the same time, I would also say that I think we can do better with that land acknowledgement. I've seen some really, really great land acknowledgements that actually show some meaning instead of just a little bit of one paragraph at the beginning of this document that's supposed to stick around for a few years. So I would encourage our folks to make it really really meaningful. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councilor Worzanowski.
Thank you. I'm going to change gears if I can, unless because we are asking questions. I do have a question through your worship, administration to you, Mrs. Armitage. I know, being a counselor for not even a year, that sometimes getting public engagement can be a challenge. You see the subscription that we have to our public hearings, some more than others. Generally, there's not a huge subscription. And I also acknowledge that this is a very general document that can be changed at any time, and we're trying to do our best to reflect what our community wants. And our communities they do differ, and I like how you've laid that out in some of the mapping. I know how much you love maps. They certainly resonate with me as you've laid it out. They do say more than 1,000 words. My question is, though, throughout the process of creating this MDP, do you have a good gut feeling that we had good feedback with our MDP process? Because I've been to some of those events, and sometimes we want to make sure that the silent minority, the silent majority is being represented, not just the people who tend to show up and provide that feedback. We want an unbiased, balanced MDP for all of our residents.
I love that question. And I'm going to try not to talk about it forever while I answer it. I did not personally attend every one of the engagement sessions. I did go to some of the early ones. We made a point to go to different places. So we went to the library. We went to, I don't remember the name of it. I was there. It was the hottest day of my life. I saw some of you there as well. Which was it? Country Fair. And we made a point to not just engage with adults, but to engage with children. And that was something that I'm quite passionate about. And I've used it as an example of great feedback. There was a little girl who I said, "What do you want to see in Chestermere?" And she goes, "The biggest cat tower ever." And I'm like, "Oh, do you like cats?" "No, I hate them. I like dogs." Okay. But we made a point to talk to as many people as we could and by going to them rather than just doing open houses in our lobby and come if you want, which means nobody's going to come. And so I think for me, that made it really powerful. And one thing I know as a mom of a small kid is if you can engage my kid, you will get my time. If he's attracted to whatever you're doing, and you will get me. Otherwise, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. So we went to the arena, even the last open house, which we didn't have as great of attendance for that one. Hockey season was wrapping up. We had people come in and people who were walking past who I had multiple kids say, "Oh, can I have a donut?" And if your parents are cool with it, I'm happy to feed children donuts. And so we really went to where people would be versus trying to get people to come to us. If you offered a steak dinner, everyone would have been here. We didn't use that budget. And so from an engagement perspective, I feel like we did a phenomenal job with the community. We also spent time with specific stakeholders and invited specific stakeholders early in the project and at different times. So to begin with, we actually did community groups in one meeting, developers in one meeting, different kind of interest areas. We were surprised at some of the groups that didn't come out. But then the next session, we brought everyone together, and we were in a terrible room in the rec center with way too many people for that room. And it was a fantastic meeting. We had staff working each table and getting information on it, and drilling into specific topics. And so we got, again, phenomenal information out of that. Not an open house style. For example, developers are less likely to show up to an open house as they are to show up to that type of a workshop. But we invited everybody to everything where we could. Stakeholder meetings were more of a specific interest list of people. And so did we get comments from everyone in the community? No, absolutely not. We never will. From what I've seen from a lot of municipalities, we had great turnout. And we still have passionate comments coming in at this point from the development community in particular. And rightfully so, and as we should. And so we're reading and we're looking at everything we get. We are making sure that with the advertisements, the entire development industry will be notified, as an example. And I would hope that as part of that engagement, we also go out and specifically notify anyone who came to stakeholder meetings about the public hearing as an addition. Again, it's going that above and beyond that was mentioned. My gut on this is we have not had residents lining up to say, I don't like this plan. People show up when they're unhappy. The fact that the community is not showing up says a lot to me. But until that public hearing is done, I reserve that comment and that judgment, because they may show up. And then we'll hear concerns. But this, in my opinion, this document is about trying to create a great community. And I can admit we don't have a policy about building the biggest cat tower in this, but there's still time. If any of you guys are cat lovers, you can add that in. But my gut is that it's been pretty good. If community's angry, we know. And I would know right now based on this room. When I did a MDP for another municipality a couple years ago, we had over a 9-hour public hearing with over 450 people in attendance at a gymnasium. We knew loud and clear where the community was at on that project. And not having that speaks volumes.
I think we've had incredible engagement. One of the things that I've been able to do, just due to the nature of being here full time, is I've attended a number of those engagements, and people have been involved. They've been asking questions. They've given feedback. I would say I have an MDP conversation with a resident easily twice a week, if not more, and that's different residents. I almost can't go to Safeway, and those conversations happen. So we've had a lot of feedback, and at least I've had a few hundred emails, and I don't know how many conversations I've had about it. So I would echo those comments that we have had a overwhelmingly and positive response. There's been questions for sure. And they're going to come, and that's great that they are coming. But I would echo those sentiments that we've had a lot of feedback. Going to keep going until.
Can I add one thing?
Yeah.
The What We Heard report, the final edition, we are hoping to attach to the public hearing. So you'll be able to see that entire document in its entirety for the public hearing.
Thank you.
So I don't think, in my mind, we won't do a summary of that in this report because it will be a report unto itself.
One of the things I would ask of administration is to take another quick run at a couple of sections just to look at, and maybe this is somewhere where our communications team can help. I feel like there's a couple of sections, so specifically on page 68, section 3.1, and the first paragraph under built form, where I wonder if it comes across as a negative connotation as opposed to like being excited about moving forward. I think the vast majority of this document is about the excitement of moving forward and the potential of our community, and would love to see that theme just kind of flow throughout the entire document. And there's only one or two spots, but because there's only one or two, they really stand out to me. And those would be section 3.1 and the first paragraph of the built form would be specific. On page 72, there's a statement that I just don't know what it means. And the statement says, overall employment in Chestermere is projected to grow from a base.
We're going to get more employment? I'm being very, very...
No, I was just, right? So there's just that's where I'm wondering about that piece. So maybe, I guess, statements like that, so that I avoid dragging this on too long, that would be something that you would just want to see in an email. Us email that to you going, I just don't know what this sentence means. Fair? Deputy Mayor Schindler?
If I may, there is also a reference mark there,
Yeah.
reference 1. So I looked... I couldn't find reference 1.
Yeah.
So usually that would be written on the same page. Under appendix B. Okay, I guess it's way back in appendix B. But, yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. One of the, a couple other points that I would like us to be considering, and this is a question I have about development. So 4.1.1.3 talks, I'm just wondering, within that section, are we able to think about the idea of, is it possible to have a separate policy that's related to acreages, or are we so far down the road that we may not be able to do that? My point with that is, we talk a lot about this idea of going 8 units per, right? So we talk about this a lot, 8 units per acre. And one of the things that we're looking at as the acreages as they go to develop, that we're pushing in that direction. And I'm just wondering if, and part of the reason why we do that is that's what makes development economically sound, right? So for it to be economically sound for the city to have that happen for future infrastructure and those sorts of things, that's what makes it make sense, right? So it's not necessarily related to CMRB. It's not necessarily related to water. It's really related to the economics of doing development. And so with that, I am wondering about this idea of a separate policy for the acreages, because some would like to do some development, but not necessarily have to go to 8. And I know that this is a question that's coming from the acreages, and so I think that it is a point worth raising, whether that we address that even now or as part of the report. I'm just wondering what the possibilities is on something like that. Ms. Armitage.
First, it's never too late. You haven't passed third reading, and even after third reading, you could come back and say, hey, we want
Thank
to
you.
make another
Thanks
change.
for that clarification. That's great.
So it's not too late.
Yeah.
This is the time for feedback. 2, there is some specific information on the acreages that's really quite a pull forward from the current one, because that section on the acreages is relatively new.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing is potentially a little bit more on how the acreages may not be looking at getting to that number necessarily. The idea in the acreages was always long term. In 50 years, 100 years,
Yeah.
we want to be at 8. It was never that you had to get to 8 tomorrow, unless you wanted to go smaller than 1 acre, which is where the storm, the water, and all of those different things start to factor in. I think we can definitely look at how we can add some clarity around that 8 UPA over time to get to acreages, if that's still the vision.
Sure. Okay. Ms. Doherty.
I just want to build on what Liz has said there. And the key point that she made was if an acreage development wants to go less than 1 meter, because under our current land use bylaw, the transitional rural residential land use was created to enable the acreage areas to create 1 acre lots.
Right.
So I will, that is still a work in progress for how that works administration wise, but there is that medium for those specific locations within the city boundaries that we do have this TRR designation. So there isn't a mandate to go to 8 UPA
Right.
when you're going under TRR designation.
Okay. Okay. 4.2.1.3 mentions Chestermere Boulevard, and we've had lots of conversation, and you highlighted, and thank you for highlighting in the report, because it is an important corridor. However, I know that some of my colleagues up here on council will often talk about Glenmore, Pagan, Highway 1, and Memorial. And within that, we're not really talking about any of those at all. So I'm wondering from an economic standpoint, and I'm sure that if I were to invite up our manager for economic development, I am sure he would have plenty of opinions on the importance of the economic corridors that are Glenmore, Pagan, Highway 1, and Memorial. I would not take long for him to bring those up. So I'm just wondering if there should be at least some mention of those within. Since we mentioned Chestermere Boulevard, I'm wondering if we should have mention too of those other 4, since they are such important economic corridors. It surprises me not that Councillor Grant is blinking green right now. When I said some of my colleagues, you would be near the top of that list, my friend.
I am actually, I agree with you on your point, but I'm chiming in on the next item. So
Wow.
well, I feel like you did such a good job. That
thank you.
I don't need to add on.
Okay, then Councillor Grant.
Perfect. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I said I was watching my screen.
So my comments about 4.2.1.4 and the set years laid out of land supply. I know this is a little bit contentious, but I think that we should not pigeonhole us to a set number, and that we should allow us to do up to and including what the MGA allows us to do. So my understanding is the MGA allows us to carry 50 years of land. It's really quiet. So I guess I don't need an answer on that. I would like if we could look into that, and I'm wondering if there is support to not define that so much, but leave it open-ended to what is allowed within the MGA.
Well, and on that point too, I have the same. I have a similar how much land we have, because in the document we talk about a 15-year timeline for commercial and a 10-year timeline for residential. And I'm wondering why there's a difference between the 15-year and the so you're asking about what's allowed under the MGA. Fair point, and I agree with you on getting some clarity on that. I also, along those same lines, I'm wondering about clarity with regards to the 15-year timeline and the 10-year timeline. Ms. Armitage.
Okay, I'm going to back up, and I think this is a great one to bring back in this report.
Yeah.
So I'm going to caveat with what I'm saying with a little bit more research is needed to give you a firm answer. The MGA allows for a longer time frame. If we wait until we're out of land and we're like, hey, we're going to have nothing and we're not looking at this proactively, it's a multi-year process to do an annexation, should that be a direction of a future council. So I like the shorter years to say, look, we're keeping an eye on this. And if we see that we're getting too close, but I'm not sure that that's how it's reading. That's how I'm seeing this, but I don't think that's what the words are saying.
Well, I'm just wondering why they don't match.
I would suggest
why aren't
that
both 15 or why aren't both 10?
Keep you on your toes. I don't know.
Mission accomplished?
I don't know.
Councillor Grant, I see you lit back up. So
Yes, I kind of lost the track of where I was going there, but I think that we should leave it open, because it's not just, it's not, the reason that we want the land isn't necessarily like, oh, this is going to be developed next year. There's lots of different reasons why we may want to look at certain lands for various purposes that the city may need. So I just want to not pigeonhole this or say we should be doing one thing when we might have a strategy that involves something bigger.
Noted.
thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Further to those comments, in section 5.3, there's more of that. 3-year supply of serviceable commercial and light industrial lands, 15-year supply of non-residential, and preparing annexation studies when the non-residential land supply is less than 10 years of availability. There's multiple references there.
Noted.
Okay,
Thank you
yeah.
for the additional.
Yeah, sorry, I
Location.
was multitasking there. Yeah. Again, so part of what's going to happen here is there's going to be lots of noteds that are going to happen, and with this idea of a report coming back, which is personally, I think this is going to be a great strategy. Sorry for all the work we're creating for you.
I'm not sorry. This is fun.
This right. Oh, wow. Councillor Warzanowski.
I'll keep this short because it's very similar to what Councillor Sambo and Councillor Grant have been saying. I had the similar comment. I think through his worship to yourself, Mrs. Armitage, we want the opposite. We don't want to wait until we're out of land. We want, if we have the ability in the MGA to have 50 years of land, we want the ability to potentially future council look at a potential annexation strategy, if that's what a future council wants to do, long in advance of, because if we only have 10-year supply, we want to be looking further past that. And there may be reasons for that. So
I completely agree.
yeah, so
And that's where my brain is reading one thing. Like I see it as exactly what you're saying, but then I read that and it's like, that's the opposite.
yeah, I'm just trying to simplify it. Okay, so you hear us then. Thank you.
Completely.
Deputy Mayor Schindler.
On page 33, I had a question about.
Sorry, can you just clarify? Do you mean 33 of the MDP or
33 of the NDP, 87 of the agenda package?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking at these setbacks, and I'm concerned about the actual setbacks in meters. Do you believe that this is adequate? Should we have provisions in place to provide some sort of barrier between these two developments, like a wall or a vision barrier like trees or something like that? Does that go into this?
I had
Does
a
that go
very
into an ASP?
I had a very aggressive head shake on a wall. You do not want more than a fence. If you start going higher, one, there's major structural costs to building a wall, they look horrible. They actually become more imposing because it's closer to the property lines. We do have conversations in our land use bylaw about buffering and trees, et cetera, and like berms or whatever. I would suggest that these distances are a great start to where we need to go, and the land use bylaw needs to be updated to talk more about this. And the proper place for this will be in the land use bylaw, which I am quite confident administration will be bringing forward as a budget request for 2026, to have that, amongst many things, reviewed, because what we want in that circumstance is we want a lot more discretion for the development authority in making these decisions, that these are basic minimums, but you may be required to put in more trees. You may be required to do additional things along these boundaries when they do exist. At this point in time, I can be very, very blunt in saying we have basically told anyone in the development community coming forward with an R4 next to an R1 that we will not be recommending that approval, nor do we expect council would give it.
Okay.
And simply don't do it is our best suggestion right now if they want to see projects move forward. But that's all. There are places where it will happen. And when I say direct, I mean without a roadway. A roadway makes a huge difference to that 100%. Visual interface versus if it's straight backyard to backyard. So
absolutely,
you will still see those in applications. And honestly, if a developer still chooses to bring that forward, that is their right to do that.
Okay.
They're just doing so.
Can I just do a quick, a second point?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So on page 52 or 106 of our package, I just wanted to just go to that image there and maybe suggest that we remove license plates and images of businesses from those from that document. Just a thought.
Okay. Thank you. So this is something we get feedback about, and this is where I'm wondering about words like should could help us. I am wondering if within the commercial section, so I'm looking at page 108 of our agenda package, I'm wondering if something in there, if there could be a sentence along the lines of the city of Chestermere should encourage commercial properties to encourage parking for businesses only. So we just are we're going to put it on the business to do that. So it's not our responsibility, and I'm just wondering about things like events and things like that. And I'm wondering if that's something that would be wise to put in an MDP, or is that something that's too detailed to go within an MDP?
Can you repeat that suggestion?
Yeah. So the idea being that the city of Chestermere should encourage commercial businesses to provide signage for business-only parking. So right now, Tim Hortons puts up their own sign. Right? They put up their own sign that says no beach parking. Tim Hortons does this right now. We have a few locations around Chestermere that have in front of Faux City. Faux City has 15-minute parking only. I believe there is one in front of, oh my goodness, the fitness place that's right beside Faux City. Yeah. Anytime Fitness. I think Anytime Fitness has one. I know that there's some near Starbucks that aren't related to, like, we do have these in various locations, which is why I'm wondering, is that, so should means, we don't have to, right? But we should encourage this so that, because the feedback we get is that this is a problem that businesses want us to solve. And if you go into places like, if you go into Calgary, if you go into other places, you can't park at North Hill Mall and just go somewhere because there's signage all over the place. So I'm just wondering about this as an idea. It could be something that's brought back in the report and we debate it, but I'm just wondering if that is something that would even fit within an MDP, or am I like overstepping on what would go into an MDP? Councillor Grant.
So Mayor, I would say that where you're speaking about is private property.
Yep.
And as such, it's not really our place to tell
That's what I'm saying.
patrons.
We should encourage them to do that.
Yeah, I mean, the business would encourage the property owner to do it if they wanted it. But I mean, I understand what you're saying. I don't find it our place, in my opinion.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I might as well jump in with a couple of questions about commercial stuff too. On page 43 of the MDP document under neighborhood commercial nodes, just wondering what the intent of the language there was, because it starts out by saying neighborhood commercial nodes within growing neighborhoods, but then down below it just starts saying neighborhood commercial nodes. So we have some neighborhood commercial nodes in existing developed neighborhoods that are undeveloped. So does this statement cover those undeveloped neighborhood commercial nodes?
To me, this policy would apply to any neighborhood commercial node because can you go up on the page quickly before I answer that? Up a little bit more. Yeah, this is a neighborhood commercial node section, so it applies to anywhere that is designated as a neighborhood commercial node.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, my bad, Councillor Sambo. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, sir. This is just my other one on the other side of the page so that's 44. Neighborhood commercial nodes may include, uses the word institutional uses several times. What does that mean?
I can give you the proper definition, linking it to the land use bylaw, but not off the top of my head.
Okay, so again, that could be something, again, bring back on the report. Thank you. Am I good? I'm going to bring one up and then I'll go to Councillor Grant, just so I don't forget. Page 114 of the agenda package, this is 4.6.1.2, still has the previous 70-30 ratio. So I just think we have to update it to what we had updated at our workshop to the 80-20 ratio. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just trying to keep my comments in line, and as everyone's jumping all over here, so I just want to get in and bring up page 87. No, it is page 88.
Of the package
in the agenda.
Thank you.
And it's about the secondary suites. So this is really in favor language and really blanket allowing these everywhere. And as mentioned before, I did have some opinions about it, and maybe I should preface my opinion right now with, if you have a secondary suite right now, I am not trying to take your secondary suite away. Just as a preamble.
Can I throw in legally approved secondary suite?
Even better, legally approved. If you have a legally approved secondary suite, I am not here to remove your legally approved secondary suite. But I do believe that we need to address this. This is one of the most major comments that I get from our community, is that they are upset that there's a secondary suite beside them or down the road from them. And I understand that there's a lot of hair on trying to figure out what's the most equitable way to address that. But I really do believe, as my comments the other day, I really think that we should be trying to figure out where these best fit within our neighborhoods, i.e. three-car garage homes. And I actually thought about it more, and I'm willing to add corner lots, because it provides that extra area that you need to make it okay for your neighbors. And I think that's what this is about, is, no one really wants to stop someone from having a secondary suite unless it impacts on them. If you can lessen that impact, then maybe there won't be such outrage about it. And I still feel that within our community, there's so many three-car garage homes, there's so many corner lots that there's enough opportunity to do this and provide what our residents are asking for.
Thank you. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'll jump in on that. I like to see, you can see the lakefront community, the golf course community have been quite vocal, and that's reflected in no secondary suites in their communities in the MDP. The only thing I may add, and again, I'm trying to keep this short, keep things going, is I brought it up whenever we were considering this secondary suites and or a short-term rental bylaw for either the lakefront or the rest of the city. My question through His Worship to administration would be, is this something that we should cover in the MDP? Because we also talk about it in our land use, and we also have bylaws that seem to be somewhat fragmented when it comes to secondary suites and short-term rental bylaws, which in my opinion are somewhat related. I agree, we need to be very comprehensive to be equal and equitable for those who want them and those who do not. And not only that, protect the public safety in giving those people living in those suites or short-term rentals a place to park.
Ms. Armitage?
I think this is one of those nuances that there's a lot of work happening on the land use bylaw side of things and a lot of other pieces of this puzzle together. It needs to be consistent through anywhere that it is put in. And this is one of those spots where I could see putting something into the MDP because of its timing. And then once that bigger picture is done, having to go amend the MDP. Unfortunately, it's not ideal, but if we don't start with something, then we're going to get nowhere. So where we are going to say they're not going to be in this area and those things are in the MDP, they probably need to be there and set that guiding stage. But I just, because of all those other pieces that are happening, I'm not 100% confident we're going to get it right now. And that holistic view of those topics needs to look at everything. And so that will be a look at this MDP to make sure it is consistent with everything that is coming out in the other documents as well.
Thank you. Councillor Orzanowski.
Yes, as a response to that, instead, again, I'm not in administration. I don't write bylaws. I approve them. I would ask, wouldn't it be more prudent for us to reference either the land use or a bylaw where this could, for an indefinite period, just be updating the bylaw and or the land use, as opposed to, okay, we've just changed the bylaw. Hey, administration, hey, ledge services, should we also go back and look at this MDP? Because there's going to be 3, 4, 5, who knows how many documents, and we're going to completely lose track of what our actual bylaws and rules under the MDP land use or bylaws are.
Typically, I 100% agree with that. It's the timing of it. So if there's critical policies we want before that other work is done, and this is going to proceed on a quicker timeline, I'd throw them in.
Yeah.
Because then we're bound by it because it's a statutory document.
Okay, so then maybe we can go back and just say, let's say we create a bylaw that we are all happy with, we can go back to the MDP and just reference the bylaw and get the verbiage out of it.
But it's hard to put a reference into a policy that doesn't exist yet.
Fair enough.
So we could do something along the lines of, for example, any secondary suites must be in accordance with, or short-term rentals must be in accordance with a short-term rental policy, which is forthcoming.
Right.
Understood.
Right?
Like
yeah. If you had a number, you could list it. I'd like to see that revised if we start implementing these policies and bylaws.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go back to that vein of things that I would like to see come to council as for debate. I'm going to go to page 120. Councillor Sambo, I see that you just jumped on there. I'll call on you here in 1 second. So on page 120 of our package, this is 5.1.1.4, 5.1.1.8. I would like to see some motions come to council about changing should to shall and shall to should. So what I'm specifically referencing is the city should investigate ways to fund a new or expanded library in collaboration with developers and community partners. I think we shall do that. This is a 25-year plan. If we are shooting this project in 15 years, I think all of us are going to be mad, right? So that's a personal opinion. I think we should be shelling, not shooting. But then on 5.1.1.8, I think that's a should. But again, I'd like to see this come back for debate to not necessarily do now. And so I guess my question on that is, I have made it clear a couple of times that I have provided an email to administration. I guess within that is administration, so instead of me just mentioning every single one of these right now, is administration just comfortable with the email that I have sent? Can you just prep those motions and then we can just debate them and vote on them for second reading? Yes? Yes? Okay.
My question back on that is council okay with that? Because this isn't public, this email.
Sorry, say it again?
The list of like the list of stuff, is that something that you want in the public?
What I'm suggesting is that it's going to become public because you're going to create a list of motions, so everything that I'm suggesting, and then we just vote on them, right? Because if I was at second hearing, I'd be suggesting these as motions right now, and then y'all could yes or no it, right? So instead of doing that today, now that I've kind of presupposed that there's some should to shalls and shalls to should, that I think we should be thinking about asking to administration and to council if you're comfortable with that. Because again, you guys have all seen this. I've sent it to all of you. Okay, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just trying to jump in with a couple of these every now and then. Page 45 of the MDP references the employment and population projections by applications management. It does not point to anything in an appendix. Could we please see that with the rest of the presentation next time? Thumbs up. Thank you. The other one on the next page, page 46, there's language here, 4.5.1.1. Development in business areas shall consider Chestermere design guidelines. I'm not a fan of the word consider. I think it should just be shall adhere to.
Design guidelines, by their nature, have subjectivity to them. So I was actually really involved in those back in the day. They need an update, but they're not a black and white thing the same way. So they can't necessarily adhere. When you read that document, there's some variations that would be allowed. So I know what you mean. It's how to word it in a way that would effectively do that.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Whatever you think gets that point across, I wouldn't like that sentence someday to be a reason for an applicant to just decide not to consider the Chestermere design guidelines. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to skip a bunch of the comments based on now the should to shall I had. I am curious about a couple of things. Telecommunication antenna structure policy was from 2014. How does a council go about looking to see, should that be updated? Because that is very much an administrative process. But I am not a high technology guy, but I'm looking at how much technology has changed in 11 years. Is this a policy that we should be reviewing with regards to our MDP, or that's just a general question that I have? This is why I want to see those documents referenced, because we're referencing them, and I would just like to have, while we're doing this, for council to be able to have a subsequent look to see if there's something that needs to be updated within that.
Can you repeat the question? I did not listen very well.
So in the MDP, on page 149 of our package, the telecommunications antenna structure policy. So we have a policy about telecommunications antenna structures. It's from 2014. I'm assuming, okay, so I'm making an assumption, and I know what that can mean, but I'm making an assumption that because the MDP is referencing it from 2014, that it hasn't been updated. And I think we have had some technological changes in 11 years. And so I'm wondering, as council catches things like this, how does a council go about in looking at that, or do we just flag it for administration? Is that a separate policy? What do you, Mr. Edney?
You tell Kent.
Tell Kent what?
To look at the policy and do a review of it. And then Kent tells somebody to do that.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, through the mayor, I think it's pragmatic of administration if we're referencing anything in here to also review those policies at the same time. For example, are the Chestermere design guidelines still relevant today?
Right.
Because again, there's been a lot of technological changes and different ways that people do things. So yeah, I would suggest that we take this away as a general thing, that if we're referencing any policies in here, we should look at them and bring them to council for review, along with the MDP.
Thank you. I have two final ones, and then I will close off and then open up to any councillor. So my final two, and then I'll open it back up to council. First one, on page 158 of our agenda package, on page 158 of our agenda package, with reference to transit, 5.7.2.1 the city shall continue to pursue fiscally responsible regional partnerships, e.g. Calgary Transit, to provide public transportation to its citizens. And then 5.7.2.5 says the city shall investigate the feasibility of implementing a local transit system within Chestermere. Okay, so my question is, I'm wondering if those are contradictory, because I feel like they could be seen as being contradictory, and so I would just like an explanation, because personally I would change the first one to should and leave the last one to shall.
I would rewrite the first one.
Yeah.
I would take it out and say the city shall continue to pursue fiscally responsible transit. I don't care if it's a partnership or how it's done. We're going to pursue fiscally responsible transit.
Which could include your
Yeah.
own or regional.
Yeah, so I would rewrite that one.
Okay, so if that could come back as a debatable item, I would appreciate that. And the final one is, and I think this one, sorry, I lied. I have two more. Okay. Page 61, 161, sorry, page 161 talks about, I would like to see a section added to this that talks about the city of Chestermere, because this is the province's purview, but we should be advocating for healthcare facilities, including walk-in clinics, urgent care, and a hospital. And I think that should be a part of our MDP, and I think it should be a strong statement from this council that we're going to do it. And so I would like to see a bullet point added, however that has to happen administratively, to have us debate that for second reading, to have that voted in. But I would certainly like to see a bullet point added for that item. I would also like to see a bullet point added somewhere in this MDP referencing aging in place. So as I read through the MDP, I think we have some good things in there for seniors. We have some infrastructure things in there, but we don't reference specifically aging in place. And so in some of our community development stuff that we see earlier is something that I would like to see added. So with that covers everything that I sent in. And now I will turn it back to council to help us jump back and forth. Before I turn it over to Councillor Grant, Ms. Armitage was waving a finger at me.
I do want to note that the 2014 telecommunications policy is listed as priority number 2 for being reviewed in the MDP.
Great.
So the review has been done to say, hey, this is a priority item.
Okay.
On our list of priorities, it has the ranking of 2, not 1.
Great, thank you. Okay, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that was one of my points, that the reference documentation is prioritized at the end of the document. So I thought that was very thoughtful and a really great idea to have that in there. So I was happy to see that. My point that I was going to raise was in relation to 5.2.1.9, and this is a language thing. And I think this should be, we should change should to shall. So this is in relation to municipal reserve. So when we're receiving cash in lieu of municipal reserve, we're saying we should use that money to buy other rec land. I'm saying if we're getting money for municipal reserve, we shall be buying recreational land with that money.
Okay, so to be fair on all that, I think that should be another one that should be added for debate for second reading.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. Another one?
Yes. 5.2.2.1. So I noticed in our MDP map at the beginning that the original MDP map had a lot of paths laid out, a lot of green space. And to me, that was really important because it delineated some connectivity of our green spaces, which I think is important. You know, when we talk about, we look at a lot of these studies and the scores we get in relation to our municipality to others, walking paths and the like are really low in Chestermere compared to other communities. So I think that we need to figure out a spot where we're saying the MDP map has evolved. Just so you can illustrate. I'm looking for it. It's right at the beginning. Sorry. Right, here we go. It is page 37 in the agenda. So if you notice on the current MDP drawing, there's a lot of green spaces that go through all these communities. And you notice that those delineations are not here no longer. And I understand that those green path delineations are probably conceptual, but I think it represented something that's important.
Good catch.
And I think that we need to make sure that's in there, because if we don't, it's never going to be there.
Okay. That's a great catch. Thank you, Councillor Grant. Okay. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Yeah, no, that was a great catch. I just want to go back to page 161 or 107 of the MDP and just point out that there's 5.8.1.5 Alberta Health Services reference. That's changing. I'm not sure if we want to put Health Authority or something like that, but they might not be the group to be working with to get that coming forward within the next month. So I just wanted to make sure that we look at that as a reference.
Sorry, did you want to go back for a second there, Mr. Edney? Sorry, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, we could go back. I was just going to say, is Alberta Health Services right now?
Yeah.
Or do we know what they're doing?
Imminently changing. So
Okay, so by the time we approve this, we can make that change.
Right.
Perfect.
We'll
I
go by
was-
what's there today, but if it changes before we approve, then we'll flip in the new name.
I was just going to go back to the comments around the changes between the two MDP things and the one that showed the green space. And I'm maybe looking to my planners in the room, but the old MDP showing all that green space, I don't think was appropriate in the new developments, because you haven't had somebody come in with an area structure plan or anything yet to prescribe where the green space is. So I'd have to go through the document, but there must be somewhere, like we do prescribe that we get 10% municipal reserve, or
We do prescribe the 10%.
I think that was intentional because it was laying out a map for the future that the developer was never necessarily going to make it exactly match that, I think was the rationale for pulling that out. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think, though, what I'm not seeing, and I will do a better job of reading this to look for it, is anything about overall connectivity within a community and between communities. Because that original map really does show the intention of having that connectivity from a pedestrian cycling perspective. When I look at that map now, it's not there at all. And if the language isn't there, it could even be that we add a layer into the map that shows what's been approved in the areas that have those approvals and what's expected in the other areas, saying that it's conceptual only for the green space. Something that makes it, this matters, and we want that. And if we're not clear about connectivity, not just within, but beyond the boundaries, there's a community I work in where there is a pathway that ends at a tree. It's a sidewalk. And it just stops at a tree because there is no connectivity there. And that was missed. And that's kind of a big oops. So I think that it's an important thing to acknowledge somewhere in this document. It's just a matter of how do we do that in the right way.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I agree, Mr. Edney. It's not, I understand it's a conceptual drawing, but the language is missing on us prioritizing this, on us wanting those ASPs to have this component. That is what I'm looking for.
Okay. So, with that, I believe that we've created a great go forward for our public hearing, right? Because administration's going to come back anyway with a comprehensive report for the public hearing. Now, council has given some direction with that. I also think council's given some direction. It also sounds to me like administration is open to the idea of if there's any motions that we are looking for as debatable items, I think we can just simply make that as part of the agenda prep process. And so if there are motions that you are looking for with regards to like things you want to see debated, the should, the shalls, those sorts of things, I would suggest with that, if it's appropriate to administration, that council email that to myself and legislative services. And then as part of our agenda prep process, we will make sure that that is a part of our agenda for that July 14th public hearing. So with that, we had a motion on the floor. All of that was part of that motion. I'm wondering, Councillor Narayan, if you could restate the motion as just a reminder as to what we're voting on. If I could just get you to restate the motion, please. Oh, Councillor Narayan.
All right, this was most certainly. So I move that council directs administration to prepare a report addressing the questions, comments, and concerns raised by council at the June 24th, 2025 council meeting with regards to the MDP, and bring that report back as part of the NDP public hearing.
Yeah, we did vote. And then we discussed.
Well, we did vote on it.
We did vote on it.
Okay.
We started asking the questions.
Okay, well, thank you. It's a oops by your mayor. Your mayor should have let that whole conversation happen, then vote. So, well, there's my afternoon right there. Good. Good job, Mayor Dean. So, with that, do I have a counselor that is willing to make the motion for first reading? I see, Counselor Sambo.
Thank you, Worship. I move that council give first reading to bylaw 020-25, being the City of Chestermere Municipal Development Plan.
Any comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. I believe now we have the booking of the special meeting for the, can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council approve the scheduling of a special meeting of council for July 14th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
Great. Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Counselor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wonder if we should consider an alternate time for the special meeting and for the public hearing. 9 a.m. is hard for some residents to attend, and given that this is a really important document, I'd like to make it easier on people.
Council. Thoughts? I guess, sorry, I'll start with Councilor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I would say it is a Saturday. It is a, on the earlier side of the day maybe, but also.
No. July 14th is a Monday.
Is it a Monday?
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, why did I have the 19th? Sorry. All right,
I'll
that doesn't
join
work
you
then.
on
I
a
support,
Saturday if you really
I
want
support,
me to.
Yeah, let's do it on the weekend. I support Councillor Janelle's, Sambo's sentiments.
Okay.
Then we better vote or rescind this.
Yeah. So while we can make an amendment,
That's not a friendly, it's completely different.
that is a completely different motion. Other thoughts on that, open for debate here? I am concerned about moving it to a Saturday during the summer because so many people are going to be away. I don't think we're going to see the kind of attendance on a weekend just because like weekends are few and far between, so to speak. And especially if it's a nice weather weekend, people are going to want to get away and go camping. So I would not be voting in favor of going on a Saturday. And at the current moment for me, I would leave the motion as is, and here's why I would make that suggestion. While it may be difficult for for people to attend, there are multiple ways that people can engage in a public hearing now, right? People can attend online. They can essentially call in, but they can also submit written responses. Right, so there are, and all of those responses will be recorded as part of the public hearing. And so, in my opinion, I would like to leave it as is and have a vote and see how the vote goes. And in my opinion, there are so many ways for the community to be involved. I believe that our communications team is going to do a very good job of getting this information out there, including all of the ways that you can participate in the public hearing. And so, given that, given the time frame and given the summer, I personally would like to have us vote on this particular motion. But that's my opinion. Councillor Warzanowski.
I'm generally indifferent. However, if I was leaning one way, an evening may work a little bit better. While, yes, you are right, there are a lot of opportunities to have your voice heard. The loudest ones tend to be the ones listened to the most, and those are the ones that are typically in person. So we want to give the public the opportunity to come here, I think, in person, because it is an important document. So I would likely vote in favor of this because it is summer and people are more available even during the day. But I'd also be in favor of if I'm not sure who posed this motion, but to rescind it, or if it was voted against, to propose an evening during the week as opposed to a weekend.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
I just want to remind council that our transit workshop is the same day from 1 to 5 p.m. We will be here in the afternoon that day anyways. Just quick note.
Okay. How do people feel if we change the time from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m.? So we could do our workshop, have dinner, do the MDP. How do people feel about that? Does that kind of find a happy medium between kind of all of our requests? Where does that generally sit with the humans that are up here? I'm seeing some nodding. So I think that is more of a friendly. We're simply changing the time of the day.
That's a friendly.
Yeah. Okay. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I just want to point out as we go into the late evenings, some of us have kids, and being up that being up that late, I have my nanny or my childcare during the day and not during the evening. Yeah.
In my experience, there is no right or wrong to this. There is no time you can pick that will be perfect. You will have people, whether you do it at 9 p.m. or 6 p.m., that can or cannot make it. And if people are passionate and they want to be here, they'll find a way to be here.
Okay. So why don't we test the friendly? So the friendly is for July 14th at 6 p.m. That's the friendly. Okay. So any other comments, questions with regards to the motion? Because it sounds like Councilor Ryan has accepted said friendly. So. Oh, I apologize. Deputy Mayor Schindler, are you okay with the friendly for the 6 o'clock?
I'm sorry.
Deputy Mayor?
He's the one who can't make it.
I'm struggling because I might have to bring my kid. So, I'm sure I can work it out between now and then. So yeah, I'll be amenable to this.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Is there any other motions with regards? Yep. And so then this will change to 6 p.m. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the scheduling for public hearing for bylaw number 020-25 for July 14, 2025 at 6 p.m.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll take a break and we will come back at 2:55. Good afternoon, everyone. Coming back from our afternoon break here and moving on to our next agenda item. So next item on our agenda, we are going to be talking about the report for decision short-term rentals report, and this is being presented by Josh David, Planner 1.
Good afternoon, Mayor
afternoon.
and Council. Josh David here. Today I'll be presenting a request for decision regarding proposed amendments to the land use bylaw to address short-term rentals in the community. Our motion request today is that Council direct administration to proceed with the creation of a short-term rental bylaw after the census is complete and bring it to a meeting of Council by the end of July 2025. On May 27th, 2025, Council directed administration to proceed with the creation of a short-term rental bylaw and review of the land use bylaw for homes zoned R1L, residential lakeshore, that aligns with the restrictive covenant by the end of June 2025. So just for clarification, the restrictive covenant was registered on lakefront property titles in April 1976 by the Chestermere Cabin Owners Cooperative Association, not by the City of Chestermere. So should Council wish for the land use bylaw to reflect the terms of this covenant for R1L lots, the following uses would be prohibited: secondary suites, short-term rentals, bed and breakfast accommodations, as well as any form of a home-based business. Enforcement of such covenant typically rests with the originating entity, in this case the Chestermere Cabin Owners Cooperative Association, now the Chestermere Lakefront Homeowners Association. Should Council move forward with amending the land use bylaw to reflect the covenant, administration would need to establish appropriate enforcement policies and potentially request additional budget allocation. It is important to note that fully adopting the covenant's restrictions may have implications for homeowners that were not anticipated when the original motion was made. Since that motion, administration has engaged in further discussions with Council and recommends that the census data be integrated into the drafting of the bylaw. The 2025 municipal census is currently in progress and includes the following question: does your household support short-term rentals in the community which you live in? The census will conclude on June 30th, with the results expected sometime in July. While administration has conducted initial community engagement, feedback from this census will offer a more comprehensive foundation for potential policy decisions, ensuring that the amendments reflect a broader range of resident perspectives. Thank you for your time. Is there any questions?
Great, thank you. Opening up for questions from Council with regards to the presentation. Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, through Mr. Edney, to the presenter. Have we vetted this through council, legal counsel? Especially the last part of it that's in your request for decision.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sorry. So getting through the chair, has this been vetted by council, especially the part where you're requesting for the decision and what's in it?
Mr. Edney?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Ryan. I'm not sure I understand the nature of the question. I think our request right now is just to direct us to proceed with the short-term rental bylaw after we've incorporated the census data.
Councillor Ryan?
Yes, thank you. What I was referring to was the legal counsel. Has it been, so I do realize what, our administration is trying to do, and there's parts of what is being suggested that is going to be part of that bylaw. I'm just trying to figure out, whether we can and cannot allow certain things. So, if not, already, then at what point are you seeing this document that'll be brought back to council, being presented to, being vetted by council, by legal counsel?
Thank you. Perhaps I can provide some clarity on this, and perhaps this will help. I think what I think what council was looking and expecting for today, based on the motion, is I think we thought that in any event, whether we were going to vote on the bylaw or not, that a bylaw was going to come forward based on the previous motion that was made. And then we could debate said bylaw, and with the realization that administration came through with, if we do a secondary suites bylaw specifically to the R1L land use district that is based on the restrictive covenant, that then what would have to happen with that is that it may have to reflect all parts. And I think instead what has happened is, instead of the creation of that bylaw for us to debate, the bylaw hasn't been created. Instead, administration is suggesting that they not create the bylaw until the census data is collected, because that then will be reflective of the entire bylaw. And so I think there may be some misunderstanding up here amongst council with regards to, and Councillor Ryan, again, I don't want to speak for you. I think that that's where part of the nature of your question is. I think we were expecting to see a bylaw for us to debate today to pass for a first reading, that then we could have done some other things with. That isn't what has happened. No bylaw has been created. Have we created a bylaw for the R1L lands? No. So that's what I mean by no bylaw has been created. Right? But I think that that's part of the nature of where Councillor Ryan's question is coming from. Go to Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I guess, we can't talk about it. We had an in-camera session on this item at the Governance and Priorities. So this was my expectation of what was being delivered today, even though the motion was different.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Because we talked about it in camera of how to proceed.
Yes.
So that's why we don't have a bylaw here today.
Okay. Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I won't speak for Councillor Ryan, but I'll speak with him. He makes a strong point here. Restrictive covenants can be defended in the court of law, which does not apply to the city of Chestermere. So we want to make sure that the respective lanes of the restrictive covenant that is put on the R1L lakefront lots are supported, I think, by council. While we don't have a bylaw to debate, I think we should. There's two things being proposed here. One, come back after the census. Two, I support the lakefront owners in looking at potentially a short-term rental bylaw that is consistent with their restrictive covenants, but I wouldn't list the restrictive covenant in the bylaw because that's not our jurisdiction. And that's why I think it's important to have our legal team review what our exposure is if we actually list the restrictive bylaw regards to short-term rentals. But it's also being presented that there are other restrictive covenants here that we may be exposed. So it seems like we need to clean up what this request for decision will be, even though we don't have a bylaw. Did I complicate that more, or should I simplify it? Yeah, we just want to limit our liabilities. All I'm saying, all I'm suggesting.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question about the lakefront lots and the covenant. And is that covenant registered on all lakefront titles, even the ones subdivided since 1976?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you to Councilor Grant. From what we can tell, it's on every lot south of the bridge. So it's not in the cove.
Okay.
As that was a newer development that wasn't subject to that original covenant. But from what our search found, up to the time that this was reported, it was on everything except for perhaps like the yacht club and Camp Chestermere. But we don't have every single lot to determine, but I think we were at 349 lots. We had confirmed it was already on there.
So there has been lots subdivided very recently. Does that caveat does it get transferred to the new title? Is it just not part of it? Why I'm asking is that if we're going to go enforce a covenant on lakefront properties, the covenant should be on the lakefront properties that we're going to enforce. Or help enforce.
Yeah, so through the mayor, I think that's the key thing to make sure we understand here. So we do have the illegal opinion that the city does not enforce the restrictive covenant. It's not our restrictive covenant. It's not in our jurisdiction to do that. The question was posed, could we produce a bylaw that had terms similar to the covenant? And yes, we can do that. Way the motion was worded was to reflect or to align with the restrictive covenant. And I think council's intent at the time was the restrictive covenant as far as short-term bylaws or short-term rentals went. But when we talked about it with legal and the nature of the way the motion was made, it was like, we can't just cherry pick. If you would like to make a different motion to say we would like to see a bylaw drafted for July 8th that prohibits short-term rentals on the lakefront properties and minor home-based businesses, just to pick two of them, you can do that. It's just the nature of the way you made the motion originally that's part of this report. So, yeah, our recommendation was still, again, after talking with legal, if we're making a larger comprehensive report, let's just get that data in for the short-term rentals. We're only talking a month, right? Like we're talking about coming back in a month once we have some substantial data of what does the community want, as well as because the restrictive covenant is there, but it's also 50 years old. The world's changed. The world is different. I'm not saying one way or the other, but that maybe is something council wants to consider. If you come back and it's resounding on the lakefront, people don't want it, fair, but maybe it's resounding that people do, and it's different than what the restrictive covenant says. Doesn't mean now that's when we get into a challenge where we have to talk about if we put a bylaw in that's different than the restrictive covenant. And then who's that upsetting, I guess?
Councillor Ryan?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Adney. So I do like the recommendation. I guess the only thing that I was requesting is that when this does come back, that that particular bylaw is vetted. But I'm thinking that you'll just do that anyway, yeah.
Mr. Adney?
Yes. So to Councillor Narayan through the mayor, yes, we have an internal administration policy that especially with new, when we're making very small, minor tweaks to a bylaw, we don't send it to legal, but otherwise we send all our bylaws for our legal team to vet, and especially on something new like a short-term rental bylaw. Yes, this will definitely be vetted by legal.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you. I won't comment on the restrictive covenants because restrictive covenants can certainly be defended. They've been defended for hundreds of years. And if you just go back to look at the railway and there's other things like that. So my comment will be more related to, through your worship, to you, Mr. Edney. Here what's being proposed is an R1L bylaw. Are you now suggesting that once we get the census data back from the entire city that we just come up with a short-term rental bylaw for the entire city and maybe structure that to include the lakefront community?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, there is a separate project to create a short-term rental bylaw for the entire city, as well as a secondary suites bylaw, and then how those go into the land use bylaw. So this came out, this motion, from my recollection, was to try to advance the R1L faster. And I think administration's recommendation is this is an important bylaw that has a lot of ramifications. If it's implemented, let's slow down, let's get the data, let's do it right. We're only talking a month, right? That's kind of where this recommendation is coming from.
Okay, thank you. Now I know there is some urgency from that community, but I'm sure it applies to other communities within the city. So if it's only a month, yeah, I'm in support of this recommendation from administration. Thank you.
Given the motion that was made coming out of our in-camera session at our governance priorities meeting, I would suggest that in following with what's outlined very clearly within legislation, of course, supporting motions that had been made, and perhaps there was a misunderstanding on my part. And so I will, my comments are my own and in no way reflective of all of council, and welcome council to agree or disagree. I am a little bit disappointed with how this has played out because I thought we were pretty clear that we were looking for, based on this motion, a bylaw that did reflect. And I think that a process could have been done where there was the creation of a bylaw. A creation of a bylaw doesn't mean a bylaw takes effect. That there could have been a creation of a bylaw and then providing opportunity for public input, because you can always have a non-statutory public hearing, right? Which could have provided an opportunity for us to create said bylaw. And if ramifications that were unforeseen at the time of, well, you can't cherry pick, and then there would be ramifications of that, then we could have had that within the bylaw. And then had the non-statutory public hearing, kicked all of that around, made some adjustments, had to go to legal. However, I do feel like now we are in a position as council where this is the only path forward. And I'm not sure that this is necessarily what we had communicated to the residents of those lots. So those are just my feelings on the matter. Open to feedback from either council or administration on that, but I am a little bit, I'm not overly happy with how we've had this play out here over the last couple of weeks. Deputy Mayor.
I just want to quickly ask, was there not another motion, and I'm trying desperately to find it, that where we decided to wait for the census for another document? Was that that was secondary suites?
Secondary suites.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, we had pretty much there was lots of conversation about this. I specifically asked the question about similar to what Councillor Grant asked a minute ago. I had specifically asked about, would it be a fair assumption based on that if you bought a property on the lake that you would be aware of these restrictive covenants? The answer back at that time from administration was yes. We've done that homework. We've done that work. I think a lot of great work had gone into that. And so I think at this point, we are left with this motion because I don't really see another option, because for us to remake the motion about creating the bylaw, I'm not, given the fact that this is going to be coming. Yeah, I'm not sure if I see another one, and maybe I'm the only one that shares this feeling. I'm just
There's no bylaws, nothing you can do.
yeah, but that's frustrating, is my point.
But it's also
Councillor, sorry, off my comments that are being made is that I may be frustrated, but that's just reality. I think it's valid that as on any board or council that while it may be reality, it is perfectly legitimate to express the frustration of a given reality. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Looking at the motion that was previously made on May 27th, it doesn't say to bring back to council by the end of June. It just says to complete it, which means there's still a few days left on that motion. If council decided to not make an additional motion today, there's still an opportunity for administration to complete a first draft of that bylaw and possibly get it on the next agenda.
Yeah, we just don't, the problem is though, we just don't have motions like that generally reflect that it should have been coming to today's council meeting. Right? Okay. So with that, then I believe that, so we have two recommended motions. There might be an organic motion, but there is a written motion that's here. Before going, I guess, to the recommended motion, turn to our CAO, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, through to council. So I'll apologize if I wrote down the outcome of our in-camera session differently, but it was fully my expectation that we were not spending our time drafting this bylaw and bringing it here today, that this is the recommendation we were bringing. So I apologize if I was confused as to that direction. You can make whatever motions you want. If you'd like to see this same motion for July 8th, it won't be vetted by legal by then because we've got, a week to do it practically. But it's something that's been in progress in the background. We're thinking about what that bylaw would look like while we're collecting data. We can bring it back in the same motion. You could have it say something different than aligns with the restrictive covenant. It's the land use bylaw part. Review of the land use bylaw for home zoned R1L. Once you get into the land use bylaw, correct me if I'm wrong, Kate, you have to have a public hearing anyways. So again, you could maybe make the motion more specific to just focus on the short-term rentals or just the short-term rentals and the secondary suites. And we can do our best to bring that back for July 8th. And then you'll have more information at the public hearing for it.
Okay. Councilor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Your Worship. We don't have a motion on the table currently, do we?
Correct.
So, in support of Councillor Sandbo's idea, as a lakefront owner and representing that community as well as all of us do, I wouldn't be opposed to presenting a motion to put forth a short-term rental bylaw now, or proposing that administration comes back to one in advance of the census, because I don't think the census information is going to tell us anything that the lakefront owners haven't already. That may or may not apply. I mean, that also applies to secondary suites, even though that may be more land use. And then we can at least get moving. And if we do get a change from the census information or decide as administration or as a council, as a council to write a separate bylaw for short-term rentals, we can always rescind that last bylaw. That includes the lakefront lots. I'd be prepared to present that motion now.
Okay, just before we do that, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, further to Councillor Warzanowski's comments, the census, it says it will run until June 30th. This is a very small data set that would be pulled from the census. I don't think it's going to take a lot of analysis to get this information. Months are not needed, weeks are not needed, it's probably a day. So I think that's reasonable.
Councilor Warzanowski, would you like to take a swing at an organic motion with regards to this matter?
Yes, before I state the motion, I want to be clear that we do not use the word restrictive covenant because there are other restrictive covenants on lakefront lots. So my motion would be quite simple, to direct administration to bring back a short-term rental bylaw for R1L lots. That's it. By what date is reasonable for you, through Your Worship, to Mr. Edney? July 7th, did you say?
July 8th.
Did you catch that, Josh?
Yeah, it's on there.
Perfect.
So, with respect to the, sorry, Josh, go ahead.
If I could just step in. So just a point of clarification through Ken, if you can correct me if I'm wrong as well. We wouldn't be creating a new bylaw. We would be amending our current land use bylaw to include short-term rentals, and then we'd be drafting a short-term rental policy. Is that correct? Rather than a short-term rental land use bylaw.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, that's correct. So I think the process, and it's too bad Liz wasn't here, but I think Kate is seconding it. Yes, it's a change to the land use bylaw and a short-term rental policy. However, this particular subject, unless I'm not reading the room, is going to say there are no short-term rentals in R1L, prefacing what our administration, so we don't need the short-term rental policy then at that point. The short-term rental policies for the larger one, where if council does decide to allow them somewhere in the city, we have a policy that says how you get a business license and all that kind of stuff. So Does that motion capture it? I think so.
Okay, Councillor Warzanowski.
Yeah, logistically, I don't know if it matters whether we reference the land use bylaw and have a policy for R1L lots. Whatever makes the most sense from a documentation and legislative standpoint, I think is what the direction we move forward, provided we have some rules around R1L lots in regards to short-term rental bylaws. Now, my question through your worship to you, Mr. Edney, is are you suggesting in the absence of having a short-term rental bylaw that they're not allowed? Because that's not what the lakefront community understands. They have a restrictive covenant that they may not want to enforce. They want some support from the city that says no short-term rental bylaws on the lake.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So this is a gray area that I'm working with legal to understand. We don't explicitly say they're allowed, so there are opinions that therefore they're not allowed. If we don't say you can have a short-term rental, that they're not allowed anywhere in the city. It's not something you can get a business license for because we don't have a category of short-term rental business license. There's a suggestion on another side of the camp that it's all allowed unless you say it isn't. So that's what I'm trying to get the opinion on.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Yeah, I'll just close with, I'll keep the motion as stated, and then our chair can open it for debate or go to vote. I would suggest let's remove the ambiguity, let's put it to vote, and then come back with something that isn't gray, something that is clear, because there's plenty of examples of short-term rental bylaws all over Alberta, all over Canada, that say what you can and cannot do.
The only question I have is why is it a land use bylaw amendment and not just a bylaw specifically for R1L lots?
Right.
I think that's the question. Going to Catherine.
So to Councillor Warzanowski's previous point, the simplest way to do this, because we do have the legal opinion that if it isn't a permitted use, it's automatically not allowed within our city. But clearly there is still ambiguity in the city of how this is actually functioning. So in order to get this for July 8th, the recommendation from administration would be then to add a definition of short-term rental, of what a short-term rental is, into our land use bylaw, and under the R1L zoning requirement page in our land use bylaw, state explicitly that short-term rentals are not permitted.
Okay. Thank you.
That is the simplest way to do it on the expedited timeline.
Thank you. That answers that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
If I can,
yeah, Josh.
sorry, just to step in on that. So like the three, I guess, recommendations that we do have on page 2, that would be that, if that makes sense. So like we can take the three recommended amendments and bring them forward on the 8th as stated, because those would align with the restrictive covenant, but it wouldn't enforce it. It would just align our bylaw to it. So those three recommendations there would be doing that.
Yeah, but I don't think the desire ever was to touch minor home-based businesses. I think it was specific to the short-term rental piece. Right, and which is why I believe Councillor Warzanowski is trying to avoid referencing the restrictive covenant. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Could we take a 5-minute recess? I think I may have a solution for you. I just want to confirm
No,
it.
if we want to do that, then we should call an in camera. Because
Have you made this motion?
no, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
I just want to confer with my legislative services team on what I might suggest to council as an alternative,
Yeah, so then I would suggest that somebody
just
make
from a
motion-
process.
Then I would suggest somebody make a motion to move to in camera under section 29, advice from officials. That would be my
We
suggestion.
can do that if
As
you'd
opposed
like.
to a recess. Well, I think legislatively, it's not a great policy to take a recess specifically to talk about something, to continue to talk about it. I think the best way to go about it.
No, I just want to confirm, I want to have a conversation with Vanessa that what I'm going to propose is legislatively appropriate.
Yeah, so then I think we should stay on advice for officials.
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we have, good, there it is. Perfect. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council move into closed session at 3:31 PM to discuss the following: short-term rentals, ATIA, Section 29, advice from officials.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're just coming back from our closed session. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council come out of closed session at 3:50 p.m.
Comments, question? Oh, sorry, call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll take a 10-minute break and come back at 4 o'clock. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our break here. So we're just cleaning up some of how we're going to be moving forward on the previous item. So can I have a counselor just motion to table this last item, which we will then be picking up here later on in our meeting. Counselor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council table agenda item 9.1.2.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So now moving to our next one, we have we're going to move to item 9.3.1, request for decision. This is our phased approach to new recreational amenities. This is being presented by Kathy Russell from Special Projects.
My notes say good morning, but it's not morning. It's afternoon.
Well, if we keep going like this, it might
Maybe
be
it
good
will be
morning,
morning.
tomorrow.
Yes.
Still.
Please note that all of my comments shall be made through the CAO to Your Worship and all members of council. My presentation today is on behalf of the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation. The members are Chair Councillor Grant, Councillor Narayan, Councillor Sambo, 4 community members, Jody Bell, Mariska Boyens, Eric Vanden Einden, and Vicky Schneider, and myself as the staff support. As a reminder, the purpose of the subcommittee was to assess the potential development of a new municipal recreation facilities at Dawson's Landing and to make recommendations to council to incorporate into their strategic plan. So I presented on May 6th at the Governance and Priorities Committee meeting. And out of that meeting, 2 motions were made. The first one was that the committee advised that administration make a presentation to council, which I'm doing today, on the further direction for the development of a new rec center. And the second motion is that the committee directed administration to clarify options with Rocky View Schools regarding the orientation of the high school, and to bring that information back in June as well.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. I just, if I can, I just want to point out something for some clarity's sake, because even as I was reading through this, there was just something that I think is important to highlight, is that about that idea of the 2 committees, that there were 2 separate subcommittees within
Correct.
that
Yes.
one committee.
So this was thank you. So
Yeah.
it was the subcommittee of the task force that was
Right.
working on the new recreation.
And there's a separate subcommittee that's dealing with a separate issue, and this one's dealing with this.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Yeah, sorry,
Yes.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I just thought that was
It
important,
wasn't
that
the
there
entire
are
task force.
2 subcommittees, because even I
Yes.
had to go back and felt like I was missing something there for a second. Sorry about that.
Yep, exactly. So I won't be reviewing any of the material that I presented at the previous meeting, but I did want to talk about the recommendations. And just going over the recommendations, they're listed as follows: to continue to explore the construction of a new recreation center at Dawson's Landing for a phase 1 project. Number 2, the community aquatics model is the preferred phase 1 option based on the broadest needs in the community. Number 3, the estimated project capital cost exceeds the current capital budget. So the subcommittee recommends that the city develop a capital funding plan to look at that gap in funding. The 4th recommendation was related to a pool. The subcommittee felt that there were significant risks related to the ongoing operating costs, and recommended that a feasibility study be done before basically to understand what the operation implications are. One change that I wanted to bring forward for discussion today is about the order of events around the feasibility study. Partly because I feel that in our case, because we don't have a recreation department or previous experience, that the governance discussion will take a little bit longer. And it may make sense to look at that before we go and do a lot more detailed information on business plans and feasibility studies. So just like a private venture, it takes a lot of upfront resources to launch and operate a recreation facility. You need agreements and leases that typically last for about 25 years. So a decision on how a facility is operated will probably be one of the most important decisions that council makes, assuming council decides to build. The second part is the governance of the facility has a direct impact on the operating model and the costs. So in a lot of the feasibility studies I've read, the governance piece tends to be quite short and generic in nature. It doesn't really talk a lot about the implications, but there are quite a few. So for example, depending on which model, if we had a third party versus municipally operated building, you would have a different staffing model. The type of fundraising would be slightly different. The program model and fees would be different. The revenues would be a little bit different. The way the administration fees would be incurred would be different in the sense that for a municipally operated facility, we would have to look at how services would be integrated in with city services, whereas a third party would have different types of admin fees. This is, I'm going to say, the least interesting part of the project, and probably one that municipalities spend the least amount of time on. But in my opinion, it also has the highest risk, and there are long-term implications in terms of costs on the operating side, because as council can appreciate, the cost of operating a building over 50 years will be probably more than the capital cost of the building itself. So I imagine council is a little concerned about timing, and I think that I don't feel that this would slow down the process, because we have some things that we do have to be working on. For one, so these processes can happen simultaneously. We do need to be working with Rocky View Schools to work on concepts for this and site configuration between the high school and the rec center. So that work needs to be happening fairly soon. If there are other decisions that council's making in regards to recreation that also affect governance, it would inform those types of decisions. But most importantly, I feel that governance has a really heavy impact on future operational costs. So the recommendation, and actually, before I go to the recommendations, I just want to speak quickly about a feasibility study. There are usually 4 components. One of them would be what's the state of the community? There would be public engagement and feedback. We did a lot of that in last year with the recreation needs assessment. So we may not need to be doing a lot of that. It may be more targeted. The second part of the feasibility study would usually be the operating model and the governance. So that would be work that would be happening anyways if we chunk it out and do it at the front end. Concept plan usually includes the site plan, the concept plan, the functional program, the capital costs. We have been working on that with the subcommittee of the task force, and we will need to work with the Rocky View Schools as well, just to work on that joint use site. So I think that could happen at the same time. And then the final one, which I have a bias for, heavily, I guess, is just that doing a market analysis and really understanding what the opportunity is in Chestermere from a business planning perspective is really important to do, especially given that we haven't been operating a recreation facility historically. So the recommendations to council is to proceed with evaluating and preparing a preliminary capital project funding plan for a new municipal recreation facility based on the community aquatics model. And the second one is to explore the governance options for the management of a new municipal recreation center prior to completing an aquatic feasibility study. So I open it up for questions and discussion.
Great, thank you. Opening up to council for any questions or comments. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Everyone might be tired of me talking about funding models at this point, but I do want to stress that this is time bound. So if we're talking about ways of funding a capital project like this, that might include things like sponsorship, philanthropy, even grants, it does need to get started right away. I notice that there's not a date on this. Do you have any idea through His Worship about when this kind of model would come back? Preliminary capital project funding plan. When would that come back to council?
I'll need to defer to Mr. Edney because finance will have to be involved in that discussion.
Mr. Edney?
I apologize. That's a good question. My suggestion is that's going to take a couple of months, for sure. Like, we need to get a better understanding of what the cost of the facility is. If council wants to go with the aquatics model, I know we were presented sort of some ballpark figures before. I would hope we could get that at the same time as the governance model. Would that make sense, Kathy? Do you think we could do it by then?
Yes.
By October, maybe September?
Okay. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Further to Councillor Sandbo's questions, in the spirit of like fiscal responsibility, I think we have to look at the operational model in addition to the capital model, even if we have other sources of income for either the capital or the operations. If we want to, for example, put in a pool, we need to understand as a city what the recovery looks like if we move forward with the capital before we go forward with the capital. So I think they need to be concurrent. So my question through our mayor, and our CAO to our presenter is: would you also be in support of us looking at the operational model? Because we need to know the recovery if we're going to be able to fund the capital, but our current obligations for operating this is going to cost something.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's not really a linear step-by-step
Concurrent.
thing. It's concurrent. So there are some things that can be done at the same time and some things that have to wait. For example, we need to know if we're going to be working closely with Rocky View Schools or not. We need to know, there are a number, we need to know what the funding gap is and how that might be filled. There are a number of things, but at the same time, we can be working on the governance, and then the governance informs more detail on the operating budget, which I think is a really important component before council makes a final decision about any capital expenditures and goes into design. So I agree with you. It all has to happen, and some things can happen together and some things have to wait until something else is done.
Deputy Mayor.
Just 1 second. I think it's no secret to this council that, and as the mayor has said, we're first term council or first year council living in the fourth year of our term. And it's not lost on me that by the end of October, some of us may not be sitting here. And I have concerns about this project being lost to the future that is currently unknown. How do we make assurances or find a way to make assurances to the residents of Chestermere that this project won't die at this table in October? And then I have a follow-up, if you wouldn't mind.
The only comment I can make is what we have control over is the due diligence that we take in making good decisions, and that we focus on that and work away at getting the answers to the questions that we need. Every step is a step. It's not a final decision. It's a step in a process.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I was just going to kind of add, I guess, the unfortunate, there is no way you can assure that to the public except for the same group we're sitting here after the election. That's just unfortunately the reality we're in. Is we're trying to do all this work recognizing that in 4 or 5 months potentially it could all be for naught. And that's one of our challenges, and I think this is maybe one of these discussions that I apologize I should have had with Kathy and Councillor Grant before, of what does a preliminary capital project funding plan truly entail? Are we starting to design the facility? Are we laying out how many swim lanes there are so we can get an accurate understanding of what the capital cost will be? Operations, to the points that are being made, is going to be as important because that's going to be a tax base impact if the capital isn't as well. This isn't something, that type of thing, we're not coming back in 2 months. We're probably coming back early next year sometime, realistically.
Yeah, I think too, I think a caution that I would have for us is this. I think we continue to work. I've said this at the last few meetings. And two, the hope is that no matter what, an administration carries on. But number three, the work continues, but I also would caution our council to not necessarily make decisions that were made previously that then ended up being highlighted in a rather scathing report of our city. And so I think it's important to continue the work and at the same time, whatever, as we move forward, that things are set up for success, while at the same time not having a future council felt like they were forced with a decision upon them. And again, we saw that. I mean, it was a very public report in the Cuff report with mentioning of previous rec center and things like that. And so I think that that's a caution for us to proceed prudently and to proceed. One of the things we've been really, really clear about in our strategic plan is good, sound governance. And I think good, sound governance is you're setting up the future for success. And I think that that's what we've all talked about. I heard one of our councillors mention at lunch that they filter all of these decisions through a long-term planning lens. And I think that that's what we've done. So to your question, Councillor Schindler, no, there's not necessarily a way to assure that that happens. I think that the only thing that you can do is provide good, sound, provident governance, and then believe in the work that you're doing, and that carries forward. But then also for those of us that wish to continue, that is then seen as part of the reason why you'd want those humans sitting on this side of the desk to continue to work on those projects moving forward. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. As the chair of this committee, there's probably not someone up here that wants to see this go forward more than I. But in that same vein, we've waited this long, and we have to do it right. We owe the city to do it right. We owe the city to cross the T's and dot the I's. This is a major expense. We're taking a major risk here, and we have to realize that we are doing that. And we have to be as pragmatic as possible in addressing those risks and not rushing through it because it's what we want, what we personally want to see. So I understand your comments, Councillor Schindler, and I wish maybe there was an option to do that, but we need to be prudent more than making sure that our ideas are going to move forward.
Sounds to me like the from here, for here guy wants to make sure that we do it right and do it right the first time with the other guy. So it sounds to me like there's some synergies there from the from here, for here, and do it right the first time. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Along that same line, I find it helpful to have an idea of how long things take. And to quote Mayor Dean, I feel a bit of a tension in this because fundraising is my business. That's what I do. So I'd like to offer some of my expertise without getting too much in the weeds. But to contextualize a little bit, I think we really do need to consider a capital campaign on this project. And capital campaigns typically have 6 months or a year or longer of a silent phase. So that's active work that you're doing, like active fundraising that you're doing, before really you have anything to show for it. So this is why I think it's important to get started on that right away. Otherwise, we might be in a situation where we have a beautiful project and haven't started these conversations yet. So that's what I'd like to offer.
Yeah.
If there's a way for the task force to take on some of this labor or thought labor or something like that, that's something we should consider as well.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish my thought on that. I understand that we can't prohibit this this project from being canceled or anything like that going forward. I would like to soapbox a little bit on making it as unpalatable to do that as possible, either through messaging or whatever. But I had a further question about the operating costs is what we want to engage in and take a look at. And I'm curious, is there potential to have those operating costs or the study of the operating costs of the facility have too much of a margin of error based on we're very rudimentary design and we're maybe 3 to 5 years out? Those costs we could do it for next year, and then that study in 3 years be worthless. I'm just curious if that's a thing that we're risking there.
I think that's an excellent question, which is one reason why I feel that the governance of the facility is an important first step, because that determines the operating model and the staffing model, the degree of city support from different departments. Having gone through the municipalization of CUI, it took 3 years to do that, at least. And that would be one option. If we were to be building a pool and operating it, I would also want to be understanding, how do you develop a rec center in the meantime in order to do that, to operate a pool? What's involved? Those are the things we would need to do now as part of the governance discussion, right? So I think it's a really important question, but it's a refinement as you go along, like any really large project, whether it's the capital budget and the numbers or whether it's the operating budget projections. You just keep getting closer and closer to what you think is going to actually happen. But to Councillor Sandbo's point as well around doing a campaign feasibility study, some municipalities do them, not that many, to my knowledge. So that's another step that could be done fairly soon, is really understanding what's the capacity in our community or area for fundraising. And that would inform the capital fundraising plan, because another source of income. So that I would have anticipated that would be part of, like one line item in that process. And yeah.
One on that note too, I believe many of us came across some resources that we've passed on to administration when we were at FCM when it came from fundraising models, and specifically fundraising when it came to recreation and communities. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I was just going to kind of elaborate on some of the comments, really, and I think Council's hitting on it with all of your points, is this isn't going to be a really quick, extremely fast process. I think the intent today is to get Council alignment that the community aquatics model is what Council would like administration to focus on. There's a lot of work to be done to progress that, to even just hit these two relatively simple motions. So I expect we'll be in front of you quite frequently as we progress down that model. And yeah, there'll be a lot to think about, a lot to take into consideration, and a lot of work to be done, which I'll remind you is in the capital budget for the work and design on this recreation facility.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to administration, to Kathy. Thank you for the presentation. As always, is fantastic, and I really thank you to Councillor Grant to put this one forward, and our entire team. And this is for all of us is near and dear to our heart and stuff. And it's lots of talk from behind the previous council as well. And I will looking forward to this one really, because last week we have the kids grade 4 from Prairie Water. They come, and this is the only thing for the recreational. They ask for the pool and the pool. Every, like, we have the 6th session, all kids, they are asking the pool, and they are so excited. And this is, I know it's a big project, this is for our community, and we need to move this forward. No matter what we have, we already set the precedence. This council is moving forward. We always look for the future for our city, for our residents, and I would love to move this forward as well. It is really thrill for our community, and we, no matter what has happened on October, we set up. So this is, it's moving forward for me. I'm excited. Thank you.
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. Some of the questions I have are around the governance model and around the funding plan. And my question to council is that something that we want to make, or is that something we want to take? Is that decision something we want to make, or is that something we want to bring to committee and get the recommendation before we action? I'm just wondering what council sentiment is on that.
Sorry, Councillor Grant, can you ask that again?
I am wondering if, so Kathy's here today, Ms. Russell's here today asking about governance models and about funding models. And these recommendations are asking us to direct administration to look into it. What I'm wondering is, should we take this to committee and have committee come back with what they think the proper governance model would be, and also a recommendation on the funding plan, which would probably go down that road of the funding company that we met at Ottawa, the grant company?
I guess my question is, why couldn't it be both? Because I absolutely see that as work of the task force for sure. And then it continues on with administration. So, Councillor Grant, I know that we're not quite there yet, but then would your recommendation be that council directs administration and the mayor's task force for recreation too, and we just add the task force to both, so that then there could be a synergistic relationship between those two? Councillor Grant?
Yes, I think the feedback from the residents would be valuable. We want to make sure along the way, and to Councillor Schindler's point of what we can do to make sure this project keeps going, is making sure that the community as is involved as they can be along the way. So I think this might be a good step to keep that committee engaged in this project, to keep their network engaged in it, and provide some thoughtful recommendations on how we can proceed forward.
Yeah, and I would echo that. I think one of the learnings that we've had listening to other communities is how many other projects are we aware of that were because of a grassroots effort, right? And I think that one of the things that we are trying to foster as a council is that grassroots effort. And we're doing it through committees and task forces and things like that, but how incredible would it be, right? Like, we learned of a municipality that literally told us that they have a splash park now because they sold that many tacos in a bag, right? And it took a long time for them to be able to do it, but it literally was, as I said in my report, a group of very motivated moms who wanted a splash park, and that's how it happened. So I would absolutely echo what you're saying, in that the more that I think we can encourage that grassroots, I also think that grassroots will ensure that Deputy Mayor Schindler's concerns are addressed in terms of moving projects forward, because you get a bunch of motivated citizens. It almost doesn't matter who's on this side of the desk. They're going to keep going on that anyway, right? Councillor Narayan.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And my comment, I guess, is very similar to Councillor Grant's. So I guess my question would be to our CEO, Mr. Adney, because I see this as, having three parts: the governance, the funding, and then the concept plan. And as Kathy just stated, it's not a linear process. So we can have all three kind of moving at the same time. I also agree that yes, there's still a lot of work and benefit in having the committee. Now, in terms of staff capacity, because I think, staff will need expert matters here in this particular area. So I guess my question to you is, do you have enough capacity? Is there something that we council can do to help you and Kathy, when it comes to finding the right people or getting the right people to get this moving along?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, through the mayor, thank you for that question,
I'm waiting for
Councilor
this
Ryan,
answer.
because that is always one of my favorite questions is what's staff capacity? We actually have an item on the agenda later today in the closed session where this is something I was going to explicitly talk about. And how that discussion went was going to be a little bit based on how this report and the subsequent motions from it go. So if it is something that council wants to move forward with, that was something I do plan to talk with you about. Potential staffing ideas and requirements we'll need to advance this forward. I do like the idea of the task force being involved, but I think we need to turn the work on administration up a level to get this. I don't want to say moving faster, but I think we needed to get to this point to say the aquatics model with a pool is what we want to work on. Now let's go work on it. So maybe turn it into high gear a little bit.
So with that, and in the interest of time and knowing that we still have several items left on our agenda, I'd like to start testing some motions, if I may. So Councillor Grant, you had some ideas there, and so I'm wondering if you feel comfortable in taking a swing at some of the motions here. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that's a fantastic idea. Thank you very much. Are we happy with this motion, or we want to wordsmith it a little bit? I guess I'm the presenter. Wow, okay. Council direct administration to consult the mayor's task force or recreation committee and administration on potential funding.
Well, if I may,
Sure.
Councillor, I thought there was a proposed motion, and we just wanted to add Mayor's Task Force Recreation Committee just to that proposed motion. I believe it was proposed motion number 2. If I may, yeah. So proposed motion number 2, direct administration and Mayor's Task Force for Recreation. Yeah.
Explore governance options for the management of the new
I
municipal.
think, right? That was all you wanted, I think.
What about funding?
That's a separate, that's
A separate one? Okay, very good.
It's Mayor's Task Force for Recreation. Take out the word committee, yeah. Okay.
I like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So sorry, I just didn't want to overcomplicate that. So,
Very good.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council direct administration and the mayor's task force for recreation to explore governance options for the management of the new municipal recreation center and bring back a report to the future meeting of council by October 2025.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The second motion, I believe, is recommendation number 3. That council director administration to proceed, council director administration and mayor's task force for recreation. Exactly the same as last time. I thank you. Mr. Edney?
Can I just interject where I think this might be a good opportunity to split apart some of the capital project funding versus the fundraising?
Okay.
Like the funding, that's really going to be a finance and myself issue of how does it fit into our borrowing, all that kind of stuff. But I think the committee or the task force would be fantastic for how do we start the fundraising.
So leave this one as is.
So,
and then have a third motion about fundraising.
yes.
Okay.
If we can do it that way.
Yep.
And the two will be combined. They're not going to work exclusive, but
Sure.
this keeps this in administration's realm.
So Councillor Ryan, I see you blinking at me. Does that mean you want to make said motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan?
It's moved that Council direct administration to proceed with evaluating and preparing a preliminary capital project funding plan for a new municipal recreation facility based on the community aquatic model.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then finally, I think we're going to add one now. So, sorry, Mr. Edney, do you want to take a swing at this as to what you think the motion was going to be, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, I think if I heard it correctly, it would be council direct however the one previously was worth, direct administration and the mayor's task force
Yeah.
to work together, because on the task force, mayor's task force for
do what?
recreation do you want to do evaluate or develop to investigate potential fundraising? Yes. Perfect. Perfect motion by me. Thank you, Councillor Grant.
If I may, I would just like to word fundraising and investment. So can we just add, after fundraising, add the word and investment?
Or funding.
Fund development, sorry, Councillor Sambo, why don't you, this one's gonna be, sounds like it's gonna be your motion, if you're comfortable with that. Do you want to take a swing at this?
So happily, Your Worship. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Grant. I move that council direct administration and the mayor's task force for recreation to investigate potential fund development opportunities for the new recreation center. Fund development typically includes grants, fundraising, sponsorships.
That makes sense. Yep.
So fund development opportunities
So take
for
out
the
the
new
word and
recreation
investment.
center.
There we go. Beautiful. Can you just restate that since it's all on the screen now as you had stated? Oh, sorry. Councillor Sambo?
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that council direct administration and the mayor's task force for recreation to investigate potential fund development opportunities for the new recreation center.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Councillor Sambo, you'd indicated that this effort could take potentially up to a year or more of quiet time. Do we want to time base this at all or leave it open-ended?
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, this is one I would not suggest making time bound because you cannot define the actions of others. You can't force people to work on your timeline.
I would agree with you about not time basing it for a different reason, an additional reason, because I agree with that one. And the reason I wouldn't do it is I see the possible fund development as an ongoing thing. So again, we've seen it in other municipalities where when they take this phased approach, they thought they were only going to be able to do phase one, and then all of a sudden their fund development went so well they did 3 phases at once, right? And so perhaps within that there could be greater opportunity because, so yeah, that would be an additional reason why I wouldn't necessarily timestamp this, because this is something that could be work that is ongoing. We don't want to stop trying to find money for this recreation project, so to speak. Okay, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just going to add to it for council. We'll have this on the resolution tracker, so we'll just make sure we're getting concrete, definitive updates every month from the task force on how this is progressing until it is completed.
That's a great reminder. Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Okay, call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I believe that closes off that item. Is that correct? Okay. No. Sorry. Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just in the spirit of a motion that was just passed in regards to directing administration to look at the capital funding, do we want to consider a motion for the operational model, or do we want to wait until October to do that? Because again, to reiterate what I'd mentioned before, to understand our capital model, we have to understand the recovery model at the same time. And I think we've all agreed it's non-linear.
Look to administration for your thoughts on that.
I'll look to you. Go first.
So to do that work, we would have to go through procurement and probably secure a consultant to do a market competitive analysis study prior to doing the operating component, operating budget. So we could that work could start at any time once council makes a decision that they want to explore the community aquatics model. But they all have to kind of, like the governance discussion has to happen before everything gets put together. But we will have to go to the market, I think, to really get better information about. And what we would want to know is who wants to use the pool and what do they want to use it for and what are they willing to pay and how much tax increases would happen? Would they be supportive of? All those questions would be typically what we would ask the public at that stage.
Councilor Warzanowski?
Okay, I think that's fine. I think we have some time, even if we have something brought back to council in October. It's not like we can build. What was that TV show? Extreme Makeover Home Edition? Extreme Makeover Recreation Center Edition? It's not like we can make it overnight. So let's ensure, as part of our due diligence, that we look at the governance, the operation, and the recovery. And hopefully by then we have an idea where we're moving forward with the capital expenditure, and maybe we'll have an idea where we're going with fundraising, such that recovery model looks better for the city. Thanks.
Councilor Grant?
Yes, thank you. To Councilor Warzanowski's concern of the plan and the funding and getting going on those things, it is really important, in my opinion, and I believe Kathy's opinion as well, that we establish the governance plan first on who's going to operate it and how. Those things will have a big impact on how it operates and the expense of operation. So I think the work really starts with that governance, and I look forward to bringing that to committee right away. And I think we can probably have not a quick discussion, definitely a thorough discussion, but I believe we can probably have at least the community's sentiments on what they would prefer back to administration and council in a short amount of time.
Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
So I was listening to Ms. Russell, and I just had a quick question. Do we still need to make a motion to accept the aquatics model?
No.
No? Okay, because you just said that we had to decide to do the aquatics model.
Well,
so
that is one of the recommendations that council does, that is in this report. So that's
Okay.
a really good question, actually, because
do we
Yep.
now have to say that we want
So-
to go ahead with the aquatics model?
So generally what we have done was if we make action items based on a report, we don't accept it for information. That's generally what we've done.
Yes.
Mr. Edney?
Sorry, you made the motion number 3, right?
Yep.
Was administration and task force based on the community aquatics model?
Yeah.
That's the motion we made, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so you've essentially chosen the community aquatics model, I think, through that. So
Yeah, I was
and
just asking if we needed a specific motion to say we want the community aquatics model, because that's just, we can put funding towards that model, but we haven't accepted the model. We've just kind of said, find funding for it. We could say now find funding for the field house, and now find funding for the arena. So I'm just wondering if we need to define that we're doing an aquatics model going forward.
I don't think so, because we could do that anyway. If we wanted to make a motion to find funding for those others, we've been really clear, and I think it is for that one specifically.
Okay, that's all I was asking.
Beautiful. Okay. Council, how are we feeling? Do we want to tackle one more, or would you like a quick? No, I don't think so. That's what I just asked before that. Okay. Are we wanting to tackle? Sorry, Miss. Okay, sorry. Administration, would you like me to move forward, or would you like to move off the tabled item and go back and finish off short-term rentals? Okay. So, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Russell. I'm sure we'll see you again in a couple minutes here. So, we're going to go back. Can I have the motion to lift from the table, please? Item 9.1.2. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council lift from the table agenda item 9.1.2.
Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So with that, now that's lifted from the table, I believe, who am I calling on? Am I calling on Josh? Am I calling on CAO? I'm calling on CAO. Mr. Edney?
All right, thank you, Mayor Dean. So subsequent to some of the discussion, again, I apologize from administration's perspective for not having this bylaw on the agenda. There was obviously some confusion based out of our previous discussion on this. We do have a short-term rentals land use bylaw amendment ready to go for you to make 2 changes to the R1L lots in our land use bylaw. If you want to scroll to the next screen, we're proposing two changes to the land use bylaw, being adding a definition for short-term rentals in section 2.2, which mean the business of providing temporary accommodation for compensation in a dwelling unit or a portion of a dwelling unit for periods of up to 180 consecutive days. And then a second section to amend section 10.5.6, additional requirements. This is the section related to R1L lots in our land use bylaw, to add Part C stating the following will be prohibited in this district: short-term rentals.
Okay.
So the question is if council would like to give first reading to this bylaw and then subsequently schedule a public hearing for the council meeting on the 22nd of July.
Great, thank you. Councillor Wozzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Unless council has any commentary for administration, I'm prepared to make the motion for first reading for this bylaw.
Seeing nobody lighting up green on my screen, Councillor Wozzanowski.
Thank you. Josh, do you have a draft motion or shall I?
Come on.
All right. Very well done. Thank you. I motion that council gives first reading to bylaw number 031-25 being the short-term rentals land use bylaw amendment.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's passed unanimously. Thank you. And then the booking for the public hearing. Who would like to read that one? Councillor Randhawa. Oh, sorry, Mr. Edney.
Just respectfully, could we change the time to 10 o'clock? That's a regular council meeting day and just gives you time to do a bunch of stuff before.
Great call. Thank you. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the schedule for the public hearing for bylaw number 031-25 being the short-term rentals land use bylaw amendment for July 22nd, 2025 at 10 a.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Josh. Thank you. Okay. So now we're going to go to item 9.3.2, request for decision, which is the 2028 Alberta Summer/Winter Games expression of interest. This again is being presented by Kathy Russell from Special Projects.
Josh, can you pull up the PowerPoint slide? Please. Perfect. Thank you. All right. This is my attempt at providing the Coles Notes version of how to host the 2028 Summer or Winter Alberta Games. So the purpose of the games is to provide competitive opportunity for developing athletes who are 11 to 16 years old who are wanting to prepare for the Canada Games. And the province selects the host community mostly based on the benefit to the athlete, not to the host community. So both games use the same model. They happen over a 4-day period. The competition happens for about 2.5 days of that. The Winter Games happen over the Family Day long weekend, so Friday to Monday. The Summer Games are held during the 3rd week of July, which is a Thursday to a Sunday. So the process has started in the sense that letters have gone to municipalities inviting communities to submit a letter of intent. The letter is due June 30th. By August 29th, a bid committee would have to have submitted a detailed 20-page submission. In the fall, council, if we were selected, council would select a chairperson, and that chairperson would form a board of directors and basically register as a separate society. So the group undertakes everything to operate the games, from recruiting volunteers, fundraising, making sure that everything is tracked. Basically what they do is they set up a separate office in their own space with staff that are hired to do that work. This gives you an idea of the structure of the organizing committee. It's pretty extensive. To give you an idea, the budget for one of the 2023 submissions was $2.5 million. Typically, the cost to set up this structure for the staffing is in the range of $400,000. The province provides a grant for $525,000. In some cases, municipalities have done some fundraising, or the society, I should say, does fundraising through casinos, around $80,000. And the provincial SIP grants have been in the area of $150,000. So the remaining revenue comes from either the host community, fundraising efforts, and admission fees. So the 3 responsibilities for the host community. Number 1, we have to assume the ultimate financial responsibility for the cost of staging the games. We have to provide all of the amenities, the venues, for free. And the host community provides cash and gifts in kind towards the operation and the staging of the games. Here's an example of some other municipalities that recently hosted either the winter or the summer games. Depending on the budget, the city would need to make a cash contribution of anywhere between $420,000 to about $700,000. All of the other municipalities in the past have made in-kind donations. For example, Grand Prairie recorded 2,400 hours in staff time, and Airdrie recorded about $350,000 for in-kind contributions. It is a pretty big undertaking. So there are 7 elements that I would consider to be critical factors for success. The first one is the capacity to accommodate 2,400 or more athletes and coaches in schools. So each of the school districts would have to free up their classrooms, which would be converted into dorms. So we would need about 160 classrooms in order to host the games here. Portable shower facilities would likely be brought in. This would be a really important piece to get confirmation early because obviously, it's an important thing to sleep, have a place to. And the other hotels and campgrounds and amenities are also organized through the society, but really it's the school cooperation that's essential. Second part, or number 2, the ability to provide a food services center for more than 1,000 athletes. I have talked with the CRCA manager, and both hosting either of the games, he says is possible, and they would be willing to consider it. Capacity to host a full complement of sport events. So in our case, we would be seeking 5 to 6 venues outside of Chestermere because we don't have all of the amenities here. The The second part would be the society would need to recruit about 1,400 volunteers from the community and secure municipal staff to support a number of the logistical components like protective services, roads, parks, waste management. There's a whole variety of services that typically the municipality contributes to. There would have to be a local venue for hosting the opening and closing ceremonies. It would likely be in the area of 2,300 spectators and participants. The rink at the CRCA wouldn't be large enough, so our option would be to host outside and to rent bleachers if we were to have the ceremonies in Chestermere. There are a number of other components involved in hosting the games, such as providing medical support, coordinating accommodations for officials and parents, scheduling buses between the schools and the food center and the venues, and planning for cultural components. So the main learning I've had in talking with the provincial representative, and I think I've talked to him 4 or 5 times, is it is a pretty extensive commitment for both the volunteers and for the municipality to ensure success. This is the list of the summer game sports and the facility requirements. I won't go into it, but on the second slide, I've done a preliminary assessment of what we would have to obtain, or I guess get access to from a neighboring municipality, and it's quite extensive. More work would have to be done to confirm the list. But what I learned was that even though you can partner with another municipality and do it as a partnership, for example, if we were to do it with Calgary, that isn't recommended. It's recommended that we would just use their amenities, but rent them, essentially. This is the list for the Winter Games facilities. The full list is 18 sports. So what's not included would be all of the skiing sports, so the alpine, cross-country, biathlon, something else I'm missing. All of the outdoor alpine and winter skiing activities. So for the Winter Games, here's the list of municipal venues that we would need to go and identify somewhere else. The big one, I think, would be the ice sheets. So looking at arenas, for example, over the Family Day long weekend may be a challenge. So in summary, and I'm really shortening this, but hosting the games definitely is a worthy thing to be doing. It generates pride and promotes partnerships and relationships that can be long-lasting, and it can really profile Chestermere's unique recreation attributes. It requires an extensive commitment, not only in financial, but also in physical and human resources from the school districts, from the CRCA, and from city staff. We would have to make a financial contribution, as I mentioned, and on, having looked at the amenities and getting feedback from both school districts and the CRCA, the summer games appears to be the better match, partly because we don't have an indoor, venue to have an opening and closing ceremonies, and we'd have a chance to feature the lake and some of the things that are kind of unique to Chestermere. So there are some critical steps that would have to happen. Council would have to appoint a bid committee and approve a terms of reference at the July 8th council meeting. In order for the bid committee to prepare a bid submission by the end of August, they would also have to have at least a placeholder number for a contribution towards the games by July 22nd. And then there would be a question of who would be reviewing the bid submission later in August. Would council meet, or would they defer that to administration? So that concludes my presentation, and I open it up to questions.
Council. Questions? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Edney and to the presenter. In your opinion, do you think that now is the right time to be making a bid on these games?
In my opinion, I think it would be better to wait until we had a new rec center and a new high school in Plainfield. Partly because I think it would be less expensive. We wouldn't have to rent as many venues. And then the other is just because if we're working on fund development and governance and the other pieces, that it could be a bit of a competition for attention from administration's perspective, but that's just my opinion.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Russell. It was another fantastic presentation. I appreciate that. As we can all see in the presentation, hosting this I think would be near impossible, if not difficult, at this point. But what I find valuable here right now from this presentation is that this sure gives us a list of amenities that we need to figure out for the future.
Doesn't it?
So I think it gives us some nice design guidelines to try and follow to make sure that we have an opportunity to do this in the future. So thank you.
Yeah, I would echo those statements. I would love to see even this report go back to the whole committee, not just the both subcommittees with regards to that, because I think you're right. Doesn't this just give us a target, right? Because I do think that something that we would like to see that council has talked about a lot is how can we further create opportunities to bring in tourism into our community? I think all 7 of us sit up here because we are darn proud of this community and we love it. And then we would love to highlight it and be able to, I don't know, show off a little bit. However, having said all of that, I certainly do have some questions. I have the same concerns about timing. So the competitor in me was like, yeah, let's go. The reasonable side of me is like, maybe we're not quite ready yet. Any other comments from council? Councilor Worzanowski.
I share in both your sentiments, Mayor Dean and Councillor Grant. My question would be, while this would take time and money of applying for something, I think I know the answer, but I'll ask it anyway. Would it be any advantage for us to look at this, even though we would expect to lose, as a stepping stone for the next application? Or would it be more beneficial for us to say, hey, we've got a new rec center, we've got a new high school, we put in a downhill ski course and a 5 to 7 kilometer mountain bike track, and then apply?
I actually asked that question to the provincial rep. The bid committee that pulls together the application typically becomes the society, the board of directors. So you would have a gap in time if they applied, and we weren't successful, and then we applied again in 2 years from now. So I kind of feel like, they get the momentum going and then they would be stalled out. That would just my thought on that one.
Sure. I have a follow-up thought. I'm going to propose an idea to you here in a second. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I was just going to follow up and say, I mean, given the bandwidth and not just of administration, but of council and all our different volunteers, I think it would be a lot of work to put this together when we've really just heard we're not going to have much success. I understand the idea of letting people know we're interested, but there's probably other ways we can do that that doesn't take a lot of people's time and effort to go to something that may be better served to do a couple years from now.
Yeah, so I have a suggestion on that. This goes to what both of you gentlemen just said. I wonder if council directs the mayor to write a letter expressing that council would love the opportunity in the future to work with the province on future games like this, and I just write said letter and start to get our foot in the door and our seat at the table, and take that opportunity then to advocate for the recreation opportunities that we're working on, invite the province to maybe become involved in terms of investment. Like, there might be a way for us to start some of the advocacy work, working with Alberta Council on said letter, getting some advice from them on said letter. So I do wonder if now is not the right time, but not to let the opportunity just pass us by. Even demonstrate within the letter at the council meeting on June 24th. Council talked about this, recognizing where we are. We'd love to work with the province on future opportunities. Like, really use this as advocacy opportunity for our community. Deputy Mayor.
I would echo that, and then also suggest that we can keep going with smaller games if there are those, and keep putting our city out there as a host city for various things going forward, and then building upon that that momentum as a fundraising opportunity to help get other facilities built in Chestermere.
Yeah, so if there's support from council on that, I would welcome the opportunity for some help on the wording of this, but basically we're looking for a motion to direct the mayor to write a letter. Here we go. Sorry, can you bring that motion back up? The one you just deleted? What if we just adapted this motion? Council direct the, do they direct the mayor? Yes. So it just, sorry, don't delete, sorry. Instead of administration, put mayor. To submit a letter to the province of Alberta. And then this is what we're advocating. Thank you. Advocate, to submit a letter, after letter advocating. After letter. Advocating to the province of Alberta. Now, what do you want me to talk about? Highlighting future recreational aspirations of the city of Chestermere.
Willingness or future intent to be part of the Alberta participation.
To host Alberta Summer Games. Yep.
Isn't there winter, summer or winter games?
And why not both? And / or. Okay, and I would take off the date because, yep. Because it'll be on the activity tracker. How do we feel about that? Because then within that letter, I'll have kind of a free reign to talk about some of our recreation things that we're working on. Here's how we could do that. How do we feel about this, council?
Good.
Okay, do I have a councillor that is willing to make the following motion? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council direct the mayor to submit a letter advocating to the province of Alberta highlighting Chestermere future intent to host the Alberta Summer and or Winter Games.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. C, administration, you're not the only one that has to walk away with homework assignments after a council meeting. And then I think we'll, why don't we try and tackle this last one, then we'll take a break before going into our 3 in-camera items. So we have a report for decision, update on the high school and recreation site. This is being presented again by Kathy Russell from Special Projects.
Can you pull up the PowerPoint slide, Josh? Thank you. This is a follow-up to Council's motion to look into the site orientation of the new high school relative to the future municipal recreation center. There's the motion. So I worked with Kate on this. Just as a quick review, here are the different parcels of land. So the two on the north are for the high school. The one on the west side is the MSR, which is where the school building envelope is intended to go. The one on the right side is where the field is intended to go. And then the 12.8 acres on the lower southeast part of the slide is the city's recreation land. So in anticipation of looking at the orientation of the high school and the rec center, I took a look at the reserve land agreement, which is an agreement between the city and Rocky View School as well as the Calgary Catholic School District. There are two pieces of information that are relevant. One is that when a school is developed, the playing field needs to be contiguous with the school building envelope. So you can't have the school building in an upper section and then a field far away from it. It needs to be connected. The second thing that I discovered is there is a degree of flexibility in the agreement in terms of the how the lands are put together and the sizes, if it's a joint use site and if there's agreement between the two parties. So considerations in terms of looking at options. One was that a delay in the high school construction project is not a good option for Rocky View Schools because the procurement process for design will be handled by the province, not by them, and site work needs to be started this summer. I just mentioned about the reserve land agreement with the playing field needing to be connected to the MSR site. The other piece of information that's helpful is the province will only provide funding for their specific school building and school site costs that are directed to operations. They won't include any contributions to any shared amenities, whether it's a road or a connection or a pathway. So we looked at three different scenarios. This is what I'm calling the standalone facilities, where the high school is on the MSR parcel as currently defined in white, and the rec center is on the rec center land to the east. So there's no impact on the current land configurations. There's no delay to the school schedule. There's no increase in cost to the city, and it's a viable site configuration in terms of servicing, access, and functionality. The second option is a connected facility where there's no change to the land designation. So basically, we've taken the two buildings and put them really close together. This option shows a linkage with a 12 to 35 meter pedestrian breezeway. It could be some other creative linkage based on an exercise we would have to go through with Rocky View Schools. The two facilities are centered on the north part of the site, respecting the current land use designations and ownership. Because there are no changes to the land use or ownership, there's minimal impact to the projects. So there's no delay, decent site configuration as a starting point. There would be some costs incurred by the city for the linkage because, as I mentioned earlier, the province won't pay for that. The third option is a connect, which does require changes to land designations and ownership. So this shows the building on the east side of the property where the two facilities are connected. In this situation, a number of things would have to happen. Rocky View School would need to submit an application to the minister in order to redesignate the MSR and the affected MR parcels. Because the school building has to sit on MSR site, it cannot be on an MR site. So that would have to happen, that would take some time. The second step is that we would have to swap the yellow long rectangular areas because the parcels aren't the same size. So for example, the parcel on the west side would become city-owned, and the yellow rectangular section on the east side, which is ours at the moment, would become owned by Rocky View Schools in order to accommodate the school building envelope on a bigger parcel. The city would need to pay for new servicing costs on the east side, basically water, sanitary, storm, and grading. That's not in place right now, but it is on the west side. So the outcomes related to this situation, this option does delay Rocky View School's schedule. They're not able to proceed with doing their geotechnical and topographical work this summer, and it's also dependent on the speed of the approvals by the province. There would be increased servicing costs to the city in getting these services installed, which could also delay the school project given that we're already heading into July. So the feedback when we met with Rocky View Schools administration was as follows. That the director prefers the standalone option with the goal of optimizing the site configuration, facility amenities, and any shared usage. There's a willingness to explore a connected facility if this is our preferred approach. I think the feedback that is needing to be evaluated more is just how the operating risks around student supervision and safety would be mitigated. Option 3, administration. So Rocky View Schools administration does not really like this option because of the delay in the schedule. They do need to proceed with the site work this summer and just the length of time that it would take to get the approvals done. So when at that same meeting, we shared our own viewpoints, and this was Kate and myself. The standalone option is a good option. A connected option is also a good option. We would work with Rocky View Schools to mitigate any of the operating issues. We would also need to understand more about Alberta Infrastructure's requirements around a connection, because there probably would be some detail that we don't know. We would agree with Rocky View Schools administration that we don't recommend option 3, mostly because of the delay. But we also have grading happening this summer that Anthem United is doing on the MSR site, so that would be affected. So the summary and the next steps, option 1 and 2 are good options. Altering the land use designations and ownership of the joint use site parcels will cause a delay in the high school project, so it's not advisable. And assuming both parties express interest in exploring a connected facility, we would prepare a report for council outlining some creative options on what that connection would look like. That concludes my presentation.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Again, Kathy, fantastic, great presentation as always. I would like some clarification on what you mentioned about the school board. So to my understanding, they've only received planning funding, but in your presentation, you said they're going to endeavor to do some site works. Can I have some clarification around that?
Yeah, I'll defer to Kate on that one.
Ms. Doherty?
In our conversations with Rocky View School Board, the intention is that if the City of Chestermere is able to get the parameters of the Site 1 level readiness, which is the road and the undergrounds that we currently have on underway to be completed at the end of July, then they will be looking to schedule the geotechnical and the survey work for the summer, early fall. That will then go in to support the full design of it. So I think this is a bit of a change of process due to the accelerator program now. We're not having to wait for new budgeting cycles, but we're, as soon as we can get this ready, they're looking to then do the next steps and have those things scheduled.
Deputy Mayor?
So through the chair to administration, the orientation of the Rocky View school site hasn't been decided yet. And so when I'm looking at this nice pathway that I really like in option 1, there could be something like a parking lot there instead of a nice pathway. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. Thank you for making that point, because these are simply they're illustrations for this presentation only.
Right.
They're not
Right.
concepts.
And I had a further question about the section of field that's the land use Anthem United section. I see as a concept we have two sort of parking lots there, or several parking lots based on the options. Is that something that we can we can do? Is it?
So
Or is it? Sorry, let me say this. Do we need that land to operate the rec center as built? Do we need to put parking spaces there? Does that make sense?
on the playing field site? Is that the question?
It says future development outdoor fields on option 1, sort of to the bottom left.
I believe that would be purely conceptual because we don't own it yet.
Yes, I understand that, and so my question is: can we do without that land to keep that have enough parking spaces, I guess, to operate the rec facility?
Yes, is the answer.
Okay. Councilor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Maybe I missed it, but I'm curious why are we looking at option 3? I'm glad to see that option 1 and option 2 is what's being presented here, but it's so different than option 1 and 2. Why is it being presented to council?
Because just to show all the different options, right? Because we were looking at school configuration because it hadn't been there.
But we already bought the land and designated the land use. Why would we even consider changing that?
I don't think we're going to.
Oh, then why are we the option 3 being presented? I guess my question. Okay, no, that's fine. That answers my question. If it's not being considered, then it's a moot point. Thanks.
Yeah.
I think the answer is it had been a part of the discussion earlier
That's
at
right.
some point. Yeah.
Yeah, because, like for myself, I would be leaning towards option 2 because we see so many successful models of this across the province. We went to Strathmore and we saw 2 different successful models. Bishop O'Byrne is another one. Pearson is, right? There are so many models of this that exist that I would personally be in favor and be pushing for option 2 to be the preferred option. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Worship. I think that's a pretty good segue as to what you were saying with respect to option 2. Just what are really the benefits, of option 2 over option 1? I mean, I do get the proximity part of it, but when comparing it with the related risks, I'm trying to think, if it's worth it. So why is it that, option 2 would be better than 1?
That's an excellent question. One that I think we need to really understand. That's the whole purpose of working with the Rocky View schools, to explore what are the pros and cons of having a connected facility. I know, and this is just anecdotal, but my husband was a phys ed teacher for 35 years. Not if the kids don't have to go to their lockers, put their clothing, outdoor clothing on to go 50 meters over to the other facility and back, it means a 45-minute phys ed class or 60-minute phys ed class is pretty intact. But if it takes 15 minutes to do that extra, it matters. But that's just one small example.
Well, even
of a benefit.
Well, even on the build out, right? Like if you look at examples of hockey programs, right? So there's hockey programs in other municipalities where the high school is not connected to the arena. And so there's travel time and things like that. And there's hockey programs that are directly connected. So, I mean, eventually in our phased out build out, like in taking those long-term views, absolutely, this is the former teacher in me coming out, absolutely thinking of those things, that there are those benefits that certainly exist with that. I guess what I would ask, and this may help with the questions that we're coming with, and again, just being cognizant of time here this afternoon, what is it that you are looking for in terms of an outcome from today's discussion for this? Because that may help kind of narrow down what we're doing right now? Like, are you looking for us to say, yes, follow option 1 or yes, follow option 2? Or is it more general than that? What would you like to see as the outcome for that? Because I think that that's going to help narrow down our scope of conversation that we're having right now. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. To summarize real quickly, we're just looking for you to say, don't pursue option 3. Correct? And just allow us to leave the land how it is so it can progress forward, and we'll continue to work with Rocky View Schools on option 1 and 2, and which is better. But in the meantime, they can go do all their work to get the school funding.
Well, then in the interest of time, why don't we just do that? Because we're not going to
That would be
decide anything
fantastic.
today. We have 3 items left. In the interest of time, why don't we, unless someone has a burning, we feeling good about that? Okay. So what's the motion that you're looking for then? Don't do 3. No to 3 sounds like too simplistic of a motion. Sorry, Ms. Doherty.
I just want to clarify as well that this presentation from Kathy today, which was wonderful, was in response to the council motion that we were directed to clarify the options with RVS regarding the orientation of a new high school and bring the information back by the end of June. So that's what this report was. It was addressing that motion from council, which we have now done. It was for your information. You can very well make a motion to say, don't start swapping land. But that was the intention of this report.
Yeah, having gotten to know my colleagues pretty well over the last little while, I don't think anybody up here is interested in any option that could possibly in any way, shape, or form slow down the high school. I think I'm pretty safe in that assumption. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I would say that third option largely came from maybe my frustration with us not being able to do what may be, in my opinion, the ultimate design of what this property should have looked like, in my opinion. Having said that, I do feel like option 2 largely addresses a lot of those concerns. I hope that when we start doing fit and alignment tests, that really doesn't bite us in the ass with the ability to rotate the building, because it might. So yes, no one wants to delay the school, absolutely. And as that is the answer that we've got back from Rocky View Schools, I see that as a non-option at this point. But I think we should be deciding on how we want to proceed versus option 1 or 2. I think that our motion should be, we recommend an option today.
It sounds to me like administration isn't there right now, and I think that they wanted the freedom to go and be able to gather more information. Because I don't think that they're going to decide between option 1 and 2. I think there's going to be some further presentations coming back to council. Ms. Doherty.
What I think is really important to understand, Councillor Grant, to your comment is, and actually it just builds upon a comment that Councillor Sambo made earlier today about the fundraising. We can't make Rocky View School Board and Alberta Infrastructure put the building in a specific location. We can continue to have conversations and engage with them about how we'd like to see this built out. But it is their funding and their ability to put that building there. So I think what we can have from council today is a preference of how you would like us to further those discussions, but it's very much working together with Rocky View School about putting the building in a place that's advantageous for the city to have a co-located facility in the future. I just want to make it really clear that the city does not have jurisdiction to say the building shall go there for it. It's let's continue the conversation so that we can build maybe not the ultimate dream, but a very meaningful and thoughtful recreation and high school site for our city.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you for that. And yes, I completely agree and understand that we really have no say under what Rocky View is going to do, Rocky View Schools is going to do with this land. I kind of felt that, with us trying to do all these things to make this really an iconic area for them, that they would, what's the proper word? I don't know. Play ball, reciprocate. Yes. Yeah, reciprocate the intent is kind of what I would hope from it. We are in MOU for this project, and the MOUs that I know usually go both ways, not one way. So that's just a comment, and I'll leave it at that.
One comment I would add is I think it's an opportunity to do some site planning with Rocky View Schools because they'll have portables to add in the future. We may have a second phase. We really need to talk anyway. So I think it just accelerates that discussion to really understand what makes sense.
Ms. Doherty?
And my final comment on it as well is I would like to acknowledge that Rocky View School Board has been wonderful in our conversations, and we have had very good holistic conversations about all three options. And I would even go to hazard that they had a very yes but attitude to this of yes, we could make any of these things work. Some just will be tricky. So I don't think Rocky View School Board at any time said any option was off the table. It was just the reality of option 3 is going to cause delays, and we had to be aware of that. But the Rocky View School Board has been phenomenal, and we are working under the Alberta Infrastructure Letter of how that model has changed for school delivery, and that this will likely be a P3 project and what that looks like. So that I just want to make sure that everyone is aware that Rocky View School Board is very much on the City of Chestermere side on making sure that this is a wonderful facility, and I'm excited to continue to work with them.
Great, thank you. So is anyone comfortable with making the motion that's on the screen? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Yep. I move that council direct administration to further explore the implications and benefits of a connected high school and recreation center with Rocky View Schools and Alberta Infrastructure, with the understanding that the designated land parcels will not change and that a report will be brought back to council to a future meeting of council. Report will be brought back to a future meeting of council.
Comments, questions? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. Could I offer a friendly that I think reflects the spirit of the conversation we've had, which is, it wasn't me, implications and benefits of a co-located or connected high school, because I believe we are not giving direction to specifically look at the connected option. Is that correct? So are you referring to standalone facilities or connected?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Of a connected or co-located?
Standalone is a good word.
Or connected then? Okay. Councillor Schindler, Deputy Mayor Schindler, are you good with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'll restate. I move that council direct administration to further explore the implications and benefits of a standalone or connected high school and recreation center with Rocky View Schools and Alberta Infrastructure, with the understanding that the designated land parcels will not change and that a report will be brought back to a future meeting of council.
Comments, questions from council? Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to be going into a closed session for the final 3 items. Just with regards to the public, Mr. Edney, I do believe that all 3 of these are coming from you. So not to presuppose anything, but do you anticipate any kind of material motions coming out of these 3 presentations? Okay, so with the anticipation that these are going to be accepted for information, what I'm going to suggest that we do is we'll take a 10-minute break. We will come back at 5:40, and then we'll move into our closed session and tackle these 3 items. So take a break, coming back at 5:40. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our break. As we said, we don't anticipate any very material motions other than council accepting the in-camera conversations for information. So with that, can I have a councillor make the following motion to move in camera, please? Councillor Ryan.
Yes, I move that council move into closed session at 5:40 p.m. to discuss the following: Recreation Centre update, Access to Information Act, ATIA, Section 26, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations, operational update, Access to Information Act, Section 29, advice from officials, and golf course update, Access to Information Act, Section 29, advice from officials.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're just coming out of our closed session. Could I have the motion, please, to come out of in camera? Deputy Mayor?
I move that council come out of closed session at 6:35 PM.
Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then I just think we're going to have three motions here, each one to accept the presentation for information. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council accept accept the Recreation Center update for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the second motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the second motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the operational update for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. And then the third motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Ryan.
Let's move that council accept the golf course update for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Thank you. I believe we've come to the end of our agenda. So, Councillor Randhawa, can I have the motion to adjourn, please?
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I move that the council adjourn the meeting at 6:36 p.m.
Great.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everybody. I know. I'm gonna screw it up.